Hi, and welcome to Give for Dreams, Clayton State University's annual 24 hours of giving. I'm Claire Monroe, your host for most of the day, and we have got an amazing show planned for you today, highlighting the creativity, the achievements, and the hard work of students and faculty here at this wonderful university. We are so delighted that you've joined us today. Give for Dreams is in its second year, and we hope to make even more dreams real this year through your generosity. Last year, we raised more than $91,000 to help students on their road to success, and this year, we want to build on that. We sincerely hope that you will decide to give to Clayton State University on this Give for Dreams Day. Funds raised will go towards academics, athletics, scholarships, service-oriented projects, all things aimed toward helping our students achieve their goals and ensure that they have a successful college career and that they graduate from Clayton State University. There are several ways that you can make a contribution this year. You're going to see information about that across your screen. You can always go to our website as well at clayton.edu/give, the number 4 dreams. So many ways that you can give this year and so many ways that your dollars can help. We have 13 different projects where you can earmark your contribution dollars. And again, this year we are offering incentive challenges throughout the day to help sweeten the deal, as it were. The project with the greatest number of donors during any 2-hour period is going to receive additional gifts ranging from $500 to $2,000. So when you hear something that sounds good to you, that's the time to go online, pick up your phone, and make your contribution to help make dreams real here at Clayton State University. Again, you're going to see those ways to contribute scrolling across the bottom of your screen throughout the day. And new this year, we have a text to give option. You're going to pull out your mobile phone. You're going to text a unique project code number to 41444. And then that's going to give you the giving form and you'll be able to make your contribution. Throughout the day, we'll be giving you the codes for the different projects that you can contribute to, whether your passion is the College of Health, whether your passion is scholarships, emergency funds for students, whatever your passion is and however you feel that you want to make dreams real, you've got the opportunity to do it as a part of Give for Dreams. We've upped the ante a little bit this year. Last year, I said we raised more than $91,000. This year, we are hoping to raise $120,000, and that's a pretty lofty goal. So joining me right now to kick this off and to get things started is Clayton State University President Dr. Tim Hines. Good morning.
It's like it was yesterday that you were here, Claire.
I know,
This is so cool.
This
is cool.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. I love this. Give for Dreams is in its second year. How does it feel from sitting in your chair to see this day come together like this, all this energy?
The important thing is that we build on a momentum that we've created. Mm-hmm. The momentum started last year, our first time out, that in a single day, more than $90,000 was given to support the extraordinary activities of our students, of our faculty, our staff, and those groups together creating a measured influence on the community with which we work. Mm-hmm. We're going to do better this year because our students continue to be worthy. Mm-hmm. And because they are worthy, the needs that can be fulfilled will demonstrate and allow those students to fulfill that worth, mm-hmm. To become the kind of influence of change and of transformation so important in Georgia and in the South Metro Atlanta mm-hmm. area.
Mm-hmm. Well, and when we're sitting here on campus this morning, there is just so much energy and so much enthusiasm. What does it mean to you to see this enthusiasm among students, among staff, among faculty, and among the community?
I think any organization that can make differences, that can transform the areas to which they contribute, has good reason to contribute, to be excited. Mm-hmm. I mean, one of the things, I walked over here, all the way from my office, which is in this building, but one of the things that excited me is to see one of our students that I personally had in a class this past year part of the process of trying to make someone like me look good in a video form. It's a sense in which we can immediately see the kinds of contributions that are made have an effect not just in today's lives, but in the lives of this community, this university, and students now and in the future, as well as faculty and staff in the future. So how could you not be excited?
Absolutely, absolutely. We're going to hear more from you in just a few minutes, Dr. Hines, but I want to thank you for getting us off to such a great start. This giving is so important to help our students become successful, become leaders in this community and around the world. You know, I'm a proud graduate of Clayton State University. We'll talk more about that when we get to College of Health. My dream has been made real thanks to the education I got here. So we have so much more coming up for you, so much exciting stuff planned for the day. We're going to talk more with Dr. Hines in just a minute when we come back, and we'll talk a little bit more about the university's strategic plan and where Clayton State University is headed. So stay with us.
Today is Give for Dreams at Clayton State University, and we've made it easy for you to help a student's dreams come true. 4 simple ways to give. New this year is Text to Give. Make sure you know your project keyword and text 41444. Text your keyword to 41444. Visit us at clayton.edu/give4dreams. Call us at 678-466-4470, or swing by campus and visit us at the University Center until 5 p.m. So, what are you waiting for?
Welcome back. We're here with Dr. Tim Hines, president of Clayton State University. We are so happy to have you here with us this morning.
It is great to be here.
So before we went to break, we mentioned that Clayton State University recently launched a strategic plan. This is Strategic Plan 2022.
Yes.
All right, so tell us a little bit about this.
I think any institution has to have a plan in place in order to identify the nature of choices that institution can make within the framework of limited resources. No institution can be everything to everybody. Institutions that are successful, institutions that are distinctive, are institutions that publicly proclaim the choices that they make and then publicly demonstrate progress that they've made in the achievement of those choices. For us, our vision is to be a national model for institutions that are regional, that are public, and that are comprehensive, in the ability to do 2 things. In our ability to demonstrate our service to our community and to integrate that service on the basis of our academic programs. Second, we wish to be a model for having students who are able to articulate what they learned in their academic programs in ways that can have application and value to the folks they'll work for later, either in the public sector, the private sector, or in the nonprofit sector. Because we think that students who are able to articulate their worth will be seen immediately by employers to have value, and more importantly by the communities within which they work, they live, they serve, to have value. And it is value that will be supported by the public, and it is value that will be supported by our friends now and in the future.
You mentioned community engagement, and that is definitely a priority for the university. That's something we're already working really hard on here at Clayton State. Talk to us a little bit about how the university is engaging with the community.
Well, many people see this this pin that I wear daily that says PACE. It is not a shill for some other institution, but it stands for Partnering Academics with Community Engagement. It is a system of workshops, of systematic modification of courses across our curriculum in which, in some way, shape, or form, learning outcomes in those courses find a way to be demonstrated in an outside community area. And so, for example, some of the work done by our College of Information and Mathematical Sciences in programming robots is done through, as a means, that kind of activity is done with students in local public schools, whether it would be the Clayton Public Schools, the Henry Public Schools, the Fayette County Public Schools, and by doing those activities there, our students teaching those students commit themselves to the community, but also commit themselves to learning about programming, computer science, and other activities that will be valuable in the future.
We'll actually see some of the robotics work a little bit later today. I'm really,
cool.
Yes, I'm super excited for that. One more question
They
for
won't
you.
be bad robots,
No,
I
I'm
promise.
sure not.
Yes,
I am sure not. They will be only for good.
They would.
Why is it important for people to give today as part of Give for Dreams?
Giving for Dreams today provides a focus, provides a symbol, provides an indication of a collective commitment that we and the community share in the responsibility of making our surroundings better. Our core business is learning, and so helping students, helping faculty to provide opportunities for that learning, support our core business, and in the end, contribute to the business and the citizenry of our community.
Absolutely. Dr. Hines, thank you so much for spending
Oh,
time with
Claire,
us this
I
morning.
wouldn't miss
It's a
it. I
pleasure.
wouldn't miss it.
It's a pleasure. You know, really under Dr. Hines' leadership, with the support of the faculty, the staff, everyone here at Clayton State University, we really are working hard to move toward that next level, locally, regionally, and nationally, to become a competitive leader. And you can help to make that happen just with one simple donation. And already the gifts are starting to roll in as part of Give for Dreams. I'm looking at my computer here. They've given me a computer this year. They're trusting me with technology, which is a little scary. But already we have raised more than $9,000, and we've been on the air for less than 10 minutes. That is tremendous. That is absolutely tremendous, and we want to thank you so much. We are student affairs. What? Okay. So Student Affairs is rocking today because one of the things we're going to tell you about as we go throughout the day is so many departments across campus are raising money for specific projects. Student Affairs has already reached their goal this morning. That is amazing. I cannot believe that. That's fantastic. So go Student Affairs. For anybody who is on the fence, if you're thinking about donating, please do. You can see the options, the ways to give, scrolling across the bottom of your screen. It is super, super easy, and we do have incentive challenges going on throughout the day as well in 2-hour blocks. The project that receives the most unique donors will actually receive additional funding anywhere from $500 to $2,000. And those dollars make a real difference in the lives of our students here at Clayton State. So we encourage you, call, click, pick up your phone and text. However it fits into your day to give, please do. So we are going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be talking about how Clayton State University takes education out of the classroom and even out of the country. So stick around.
I graduated fall 16. Being a part of the Laker family is great because we are a really close-knit family. One of my most favorite memories about being a Clayton State student was actually going to the Give Kids the World with the AmeriCorps. It gave us a chance to be vulnerable, it gave us a chance to be humble, and to work with kids with terminal illnesses. People should give to Clayton State because Clayton State is the best.
My name is Zach Bradley and I graduated fall in 2014. Well, Clayton State is super growing. It's phenomenal. And like this small university just continues to just break down barriers, continue to build more buildings and open up more programs. It's just absolutely phenomenal. It's something that the South Side Atlanta needs.
Clayton State is known for their education, their staff members, and things like that. So giving back is the best thing to do.
Welcome back to Give for Dreams, 24 hours to make a difference in the lives of students at Clayton State University. I'm Claire Monroe. I am your host for most of the day today, and I want to thank you for staying with us. So I've told you we have incentive challenges throughout the day. Between now and 11 a.m., the project that receives the most unique donors, so you can't just keep giving over and over again, get your friends to do it too. The project that receives the most unique donors will receive a $1,000 bonus courtesy of Sutherland's Food Service. So we want to say a big thank you to Sutherland's for doing that for us. And this is the time. So make your dollars go even further by donating now during the Sutherland's Food Service Challenge between now and 11 a.m. You know, Dr. Hines mentioned a few moments ago about how Clayton State University wants to be a leader not just here in Metro Atlanta and here in Georgia, but around the country. And really, our students are spreading that around the globe. We're going to turn now to study abroad. Take a look, and then we're going to come back and meet some folks who are making that dream real.
Have you heard that choosing to study abroad is a life-changing experience, or that it's an opportunity of a lifetime? Have you also heard that it will change your perspective on the world? Well, these ideas are all true. Choosing to study abroad changes your perspective, you learn a new culture and language, but most importantly, you engage in educational experiences across the world and outside of the traditional classroom. Hear from students that have experienced this firsthand.
I would say go ahead and do it. You need to do it. You just need to do it.
Definitely go for it.
I think you should just go for it.
Get to another country, and it will open your mind so much. You will become smarter. You will become so much richer and become more sympathetic to others. And you will just gotta be careful because you'll catch a bug. You'll want to learn much more. You'll constantly want to interact with others and find out more about your world because it's so fascinating. When you do something that's far away, that's distant, not necessarily so much in space, but that's so different from us, that's what really makes us wonder.
What are you waiting for?
Wow. It is amazing where Clayton State University students go and the mark that we can leave on the world and that the world can leave on us. Today is your chance to help leave your mark by giving as part of Give for Dreams, our 24-hour day of giving. I have some guests with me here today, and I am so excited to welcome Sasha Chokaslu, Crystal Stagg, and Nina Ackerman. Sasha, you are the advisor for Study Abroad. Crystal and Nina, you guys are global ambassadors for Study Abroad. We're going to talk a little bit about what that means here in just a second. But Sasha, I want to start with you because Study Abroad is something that has the potential to be really enriching. How can it enhance a student's academics, first of all?
Well, thank you so much for asking, Claire. And one of the important things is a student doesn't understand how important it is for their college experience to study abroad. We have some amazing programs. And I think also associated with study abroad, there's that fear of travel within our society as a whole.
Yeah.
And that's been for years, not just right now with our climate, but one of the things that we like to do is we want to flip that fear and turn it into understanding for our students here at Clayton State. We want them to understand that in the worldview perspective, it's not as scary as it may seem. And one of the things that we're able to do is take the students out of the classroom and take them to the Roman Colosseum to learn the history of how the gladiators fought their battles, or to take them and go visit businesses so that they understand the innovation processes that they can bring back to here in the United States. And we also have students who are in the healthcare field, and they will go and learn and provide services to other countries such as Haiti or Cuba or Mexico, and they're able to provide healthcare opportunities, and then that gives them that real world experience.
Wow. Crystal and Nina, where have you guys been as part of study abroad?
Well, I got to study business in Germany, and I'm actually studying business in Cuba. I actually leave in a few days to go for a week long.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
Excited.
How exciting is
Yes.
that? Oh my goodness. What about you, Nina?
I went to South Korea last May and with the film program. So we met up with the HIT in Daejeon, South Korea, and met up with the students there and hung out with them for a week. So that was
Oh my
fun.
goodness. Why do you guys think it's important for other students to study abroad?
Well, me personally, I have gone every semester of college, spring, summer, and fall, and done internships in between. And having friends who, get to go on vacation during the summer, and I'm studying. So I wanted to, have a vacation and also get class credit at the same time. So that was my way.
More bang for your buck, basically.
She's there though.
So that was my way of treating myself.
Well, but I imagine it really is a way, not just to gain academic knowledge, but you see the world
Exactly.
Yes.
at the same time. Ladies, thank you so much for sharing your experiences with us and with all of our viewers today. We appreciate you being here. Thank you. So study abroad really does enhance not only the classroom, but also the community and the global connection here to Clayton State University. That's why we hope you will support Give for Dreams, because making those connections, giving our students the opportunity to excel everywhere they go is so important. We're going to see how we can also encourage students to get involved in politics and community action when we come back from this break. Welcome back to Give for Dreams, Clayton State University's annual Day of Giving. We are in our second year, and in our first hour, we've already raised more than $9,000 with your help and with your support. So call, click, text, do anything you can to help us with your donation this morning. Every dollar counts and every dollar matters when it comes to making students' dreams real. My name is Claire Monroe. I am a proud Clayton State alum. I graduated in 2015 from the nursing program here. We're going to hear more about nursing in a few moments, but right now we are going to talk about how Clayton State University helps students to become engaged with civics and with the political process. I have a guest with me this morning, Josh Meadow. Good morning, Josh.
Good morning.
Josh is part of the social sciences program here at Clayton State University. And talk to us about something that's called Capitol Day at Clayton State.
Awesome. So Clayton State at the Capitol is an event where our students at the beginning of the spring semester have a chance to go down to the Capitol in Atlanta and experience policymaking on the floor in the chambers of the Senate and the House.
Okay, so why is that important for students?
It's a really neat experience as they get the opportunity to see politics in action. they also get to see their alma mater, their university, with a resolution on the floor. So the name Clayton State is being thrown throughout the state of Georgia. So they're witnessing how policy is made, but also getting that sense of pride that they're part of the political system.
So students get to network, they get to hear from alumni, so it's not just about the nuts and bolts of how the political process works, but also it's a networking opportunity. Why is that important as well?
That's what's really the drive for Clayton State at the Capitol Day. Throughout the whole academic year, we have a number of representatives and individuals from the Capitol come, such as State Representative Brian Strickland, Michelle Debussy, and Christine Murdoch from the Senate and House budget offices. They come and explain how the political process works and start giving out cards and names so our students can connect for internships. As they get to the Capitol, they start meeting these individuals, try to make the connection of what I'm going to do post Clayton State. So it really allows them to get the hands-on experience of what their degree means in a collegiate setting and the real world.
So in the time that you've been a part of this day, what's been the feedback that you've gotten from students?
It's overwhelmingly positive. The students really look forward to it, enjoy it. They get to see why their voice matters, how it matters, and how their students go ahead and can start at Clayton State and move all the way up through the political process.
And I think for so many of us, politics is kind of a mystifying sort of thing. I can remember being a page in the State House back when I was in elementary school, which has been a couple of years. But I think this can really help to demystify the process, open a lot of doors.
Absolutely. So like one of the biggest things people don't like about politics is they feel scared. They feel as if it doesn't represent their voice and who they are. But really politics is just the discussion of issues. If we give them a solid base in the political science program here at Clayton State of what the institution and power relationships are, it really isn't so scary. It's all about dynamics and working with one each other. We see politics as not going across the aisle. That's not where deals get done.
Right.
It's a lot of pandering to the fringes outwardly, but the deals behind are what happen. And we teach our students that process so they're not scared, so they know to put their voice out there, to be part of the system. Because as long as we get more people in the system, they're not going to feel left out of the system.
There you go. Josh, thank you so much for spending some time with us this morning. We have a video for you to see a little bit more about how Clayton State University students can take the Capitol by storm. Take a look.
My name is Dr. Joshua Medaw, and I'm the Political Science Program Coordinator for the Department of Social Sciences. CSU Capitol Day is a time once every legislative session where the students get a chance to go down to the Capitol in Atlanta and see government in action. What we do is we go around and we have the students sit in on either the House or the Senate session.
Okay, hello, my name is Dean Brooks. I'm a presidential scholar and freshman accounting major at Clayton State University, class of 2020. And I really had a great experience today. We got to sit in while the House of Representatives conducted their second day of session. Some noticeable takeaways I received from this trip were just a confirmation that networking is always a great opportunity. I got to meet a lot of wonderful people who have already offered me internship opportunities here at the Capitol over summer and during sessions. So it's been really great, and I would definitely recommend that you all join next time.
my name is Jaleesa Pride. I'm a junior at Clayton State University, and I'm studying healthcare management major with a minor in Spanish. I came into the Battle Creek location of the library here in Clayton County, and I read in Spanish to the children. Well, the PACE program actually helps you more than an actual regular course at Clayton State University. It helps you prepare yourself for the outside world. So if I wanted to get a bilingual job, I could, because I'm sitting in class studying, I'm outside of class studying it, and then when it's time for me to look for a job, I can do bilingual.
PACE is a great program because it helps students to use what they have learned in the classroom, in the community, and actually get immediate feedback on what they're doing. It helps the community benefit from what the students know and can provide.
We are back, and as part of Clayton State University's mission of partnering academics and community engagement, we are going to talk about just that, a program called PACE, Partnering Academics and Community Engagement. We are going to talk this morning with Dr. Antoinette Miller, who is a professor of psychology and advisor to the program, the director of the program, and Chavoris Lawson, who is, you're a sophomore, correct? Mm-hmm. And kind of a mentor for students in the program, if I understand. So, Dr. Miller, first, if you would, tell us a little bit more about what PACE is from your perspective.
Well, PACE is pretty exciting. We launched in fall of 2014 as our quality enhancement plan for the university. It's part of our accreditation process through SACS. Mm-hmm. Since then, we've had about 40 classes that have had community projects in them, over 1,000 students, over 100 projects. We've been pretty busy.
Wow.
And so what we're doing is we're getting our students out there working with the community while they're learning.
Okay. So how does that really enhance the students' education?
Well, it gives them an opportunity to sort of apply what it is that they're learning in the classroom. It gives them an opportunity to give back to the community as a course of their own learning, and also fosters connections between them, our community partners, and also with their instructors.
Mm-hmm. So Chavaris, talk with us a little bit about your work with the PACE program. What classes have you been involved in?
So far I've been involved with numerous classes ranging from psychology to computer science as of currently. Right now, the classes that I'm currently involved with are computer science, and what we're doing are creating web pages for clients. So it's an introductory web development class, and what better way to learn than to actually have onboard experience.
Definitely. When you work with other students and you guys work, I'm guessing as a team to help, make PACE projects happen, how does that help you, and how do you think that helps to prepare you for your future?
It helps me with basic skills that I would need in the workforce. So basically, I will learn how to speak properly. Communication skills are necessary. What else? For the students, they learn skills as well. They have a chance to apply what they learn in the classroom and relate it to the outside world, and know that this isn't something that's just theoretical and that you can apply.
Right, because so often that's one of the hard things, is to make that connection. We learn about things in textbooks and we think, okay, this, when am I going to use this? But I guess PACE is a way to really see, this is where I'm going to use this, and this is how I'm going to use this. Dr. Miller, what are some of the relationships that Clayton State University has been able to foster through the PACE program?
Well, over the past going on 3 years, we've connected with many partners, mostly in Clayton, Henry, and Fayette counties, because that's our primary service area, although we've had partners from all over. We've done things with the library, as was seen in the video just before now. We've worked with Reynolds Nature Preserve right off our campus border. We've done stuff with senior services of Clayton County. I mean, we've done a lot of different things. Many of them involve production of materials, website design, and direct service opportunities.
What's been the feedback from professors?
Many of them I've really sort of enjoyed and loved watching their students connect with the community, and also engages the students more deeply in their own learning. And also, many of our faculty themselves have been involved in the community over the years, and this gives them one more opportunity to sort of leverage that and to get their students out there and connecting with their learning and also with the outside world.
Talk to us about the future of PACE. Where do you see this program going?
Oh, well, we're growing. We have new courses every semester. We are hoping to have a PACE course in just about every single major on campus eventually. We're also looking to grow some programs where we can offer scholarships and awards to our faculty and our students. So that's sort of on the forefront.
That is tremendous. It's a tremendous opportunity for students, for faculty, and really for the community at large. So thank you both for being here to talk with us about that this morning. Thank you. So, promoting academics and community engagement, that is just one of the many, many ways that we work to make dreams real here at Clayton State University. We ask that you become part of that as well by making your donation. You can go on our website, clayton.edu/give4dreams. You can text your donation. You can also always give us a call. You see the information scrolling right there at the bottom of your screen. We have raised, let me turn to my trusty computer, we have raised $16,595 already this morning, just since 8 o'clock. That is amazing, and that is a testament to how important you feel our public education is. So thank you very much for your donations. Thank you for being a part of making dreams real here at Clayton State University. Just a quick reminder that from 9 to 11 this morning, we do have a challenge in effect sponsored by Sutherland's Food Service. For the project that receives the most number of unique donors, you'll receive an extra $1,000 courtesy of Sutherland's. That's free money, folks. That is free money, and it's a way to make your donation dollars go even farther to help more students here at Clayton State University. So we encourage you to make your donation now. Next up, we're going to talk to someone from instructional development to learn how we are illuminating the way we teach here at Clayton State University. So stick around for that. Welcome back to Give for Dreams, Clayton State University's annual day of giving. We are so excited to have you here with us today. We are so excited to see your donations rolling in. So thank you once again for all of your support. You know, we talk a lot about the educational programs, we talk about the community involvement, we talk about all of these things that enrich opportunities for our students, but there's something really at the heart of it that we don't always shed a lot of light on, and it's called instructional development. I'm here this morning with Justin Mays, who is the director of the Center for Instructional Development. We said that that's kind of a mouthful, and it also sounds pretty super fancy.
Right.
But really, that's kind of the heart and soul of the academics. Talk to us about what the Center for Instructional Development is and what you do.
Sure. So really the center is a support resource here on campus for faculty. We are housed with some instructional designers, some technical support personnel, and video and multimedia designers. So we really work with faculty to help them find ways to incorporate some new or innovative technology or teaching practices into the classroom. For those faculty that wish to teach online or are currently teaching online, we can work with them to help design and develop some online classes for them. And really my role in the center is to make sure that I speak with faculty to ensure that the work we're doing meets the needs that they feel that they would like to see. And that's really about it.
So basically what you do is where the rubber meets the road.
Exactly. It's like herding cats.
They probably feel like that with me today. So one of the things that I understand you guys are working with is a new technology called a light board. Tell us about that.
Sure. So this is kind of a cool piece of technology. It was developed by Michael Peshkin from Northwestern University. Essentially, it is a piece of low iron aquarium glass that is ultra see-through. We ring that glass with some LED lights. So when the faculty member writes on this piece of glass, it provides a cool visual effect. The text really pops off of the glass, and the instructor is looking through the glass at the camera and really provides kind of a one-on-one effect when students go back and view those videos that have been recorded.
Okay, so what did you guys feel was the need for this? How did this come about?
Sure, so we're constantly looking for ways to help faculty create some more engaging instructional content. And through that research, we happened to get lucky and stumbled upon this blueprint for this thing called the Lightboard. It took us about a month to kind of piece together all of the materials that we needed for that, and the board became operational in summer of last year, summer of 2016.
Okay. So it really can help make learning easier for students too.
It can.
That engagement?
Yep, so it increases what we like to call social presence of the instructor. So this is particularly helpful in an online learning environment, that the student can actually see that, yes, there is a live person on the other end of this. And again, really provides kind of that direct one-to-one sort of feeling when the students go back and view that content. One of the professors here on campus, Sherry Southard, is in the Interdisciplinary Studies department. She's a user of the Lightboard, and she has recently surveyed her students to get some feedback on if they felt that was an engaging piece of media. And there's a couple of quotes here I just wanted to read directly from the students. One of them says, I feel that I learn better when someone is in front of me talking than when someone is talking to me through a narrated PowerPoint. I feel that it makes a more personal connection when I can see the person's face. The second student says, for me, the Lightboard lecture is more akin to a real-time in-class lecture. This style lecture is more commanding of my attention, and I'm more engaged. So that feedback really echoes what we had hoped would happen. So it lets us know the students enjoy it and that it's really benefiting their learning.
Something else that you guys are kind of not endeavoring, but really kind of jumping into is virtual reality technology.
We are.
You guys are all over the place. Tell us about VR.
Sure, this is also another cool thing. Just to kind of preface what VR is. VR stands for virtual reality. So with the VR technology, a user typically puts on a headset that really blocks out the rest of the world. So within this virtual world, they can create sculptures or paint paintings or build buildings, any of a number of things. The key point there is that it's really immersive. The other aspect of that is AR, or augmented reality. I don't know if you were a Pokemon Go player when that craze was around last year.
No, never went there.
That's a good example of augmented reality technology where students could actually, or users could see Pokemon out in the real world through their cell phone. So that's kind of another aspect of kind of some up and coming technology. Currently we have an open invite to all the faculty across campus to come down to our center. We'll sit with them, kind of walk them through the VR technology and really try to see if there's a good model for them to incorporate this into their classroom. Really the goal is to make sure that we're not just using technology for technology's sake, but that the end goal to benefit student learning is actually there.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for telling us about this. We appreciate your time this morning, and it's wonderful to hear Justin, it's wonderful to hear, Justin, how technology really is changing the way students learn, and it's going to change the way our students from Clayton State University interact with the world. So please, now is the time to donate as part of Give for Dreams to help make that happen for our students. You can go online, you can call, you can click, you can text, whatever works for you. We have already raised close to $17,000 thanks to your generosity and your support. So we've got just about 15 minutes or so. I forgot to put on my watch this morning. We've got about 15 minutes or so left in the first hour of our broadcast. We are making tremendous progress, and we appreciate your help so much being part of Give for Dreams. You can always, if you're on campus or if you're near campus, come on over to the University Center. That's where we are. That's our broadcast studio. You can see the flurry of activity. We have our social media hub. We've got all kinds of folks buzzing around here. Lots of excitement going on, lots of energy, lots of enthusiasm. And that's what it's about, is creating enthusiasm for our students and for the hard work that our students, our faculty, and our staff are involved in here at Clayton State University. So stick around, we're going to be back with more right after this.
also want to ask if individuals who are wearing orange tassels, if you could stand up, because I would like to recognize you. The orange tassel indicates a contribution by these individuals to pay forward to a class gift, paying the development of a Dreammaker Scholarship for the class of 2016. And I would note that the amount of money raised and the number of graduates who contributed this year to this Dreammaker Scholarship is the highest in the history of the institution. This class has proven again they have done well and believe in the future of students of this institution. So on all of our behalf, thank you.
Welcome back. Thank you so much for hanging out with me this morning as part of Give for Dreams here at Clayton State University. I'm your host, Claire Monroe. I have got some guests with me this morning who are going to talk to us about why it's important to get parents involved. Betty Momiezi and Felton Todd are with Clayton State's Parent and Family Association. So it's not just about the students. Parents and families are important too. Talk to us about what the Parent and Family Association is.
The Parent and Family Association is an area for parents to be able to connect to campus, connect with their students, for the university to communicate with the parents, and to collaborate on things that will help their students be successful. I mean, that's it in a nutshell. We're in our very early stages now, developing a parent and family association, so you'll see us out doing different things like gathering email addresses and asking parents, okay, what is it that you need to know? What do you want to know? What is your student telling you that they need? Again, a chance to communicate and connect and collaborate, because our ultimate goal is for their students to be successful, and that's why we want to have this partnership.
Right. Guess it really is all about the students after all, huh?
Yeah.
How did this all get started?
Well, the Parent Family Association really is his biggest brainchild, and we have to say that. We saw that the families were just sending their students off, and we wanted to have the families more involved with our campus. So this was an opportunity for admissions, auxiliary services, and campus life to definitely, since they're the focal points or the first parts of the campus, to actually get to see the families and also definitely the students. So we saw it as a great time to have this interaction with the families, have them bring them back to campus, show them the enthusiasm that we have here on campus, to make sure that, hey, come back, be a part of the campus, and be a part of the community that is Clayton State University.
So talk to us about some of the engagement activities that you've already done, what's coming in the future.
Well, recently, since homecoming was just last month, we had a tailgate for our Family Parent Association. We had families come out, join in as far as the different music, the different games. It was just great to see how our students and family interacted. So again, that was some of the things that we've recently done. Upcoming wise, we're looking to have some focus groups within April. And again, just to really pull back the curtain to find out what some of the concerns and some of the things that the families want to see as far as from Clayton State. So again, we want to have the families involved.
Mm-hmm. So Betty, Felton said this is your brainchild. What's your driving passion for doing this?
Well, I have a parent of a college student, and I am a parent of a high school student. And it's a very different type of involvement. Parents, the way they're involved with high school students, or parents where they're involved with college students. But also, not all of our students are traditional age students. So the families of our transfer students, the families of our non-traditional students have a lot of the same challenges, but the needs for the families are different. And they want to connect to campus, but they don't always know how. If you are, a family member of a non-traditional student, well, how do I connect to campus? I want to, but how do I? And how do I find out information that will help me help them? And Felton gave me way too much credit. This is something that a number of people have talked about on campus. I'm the lucky one who gets to be part of it from the very beginning. This was there was a task force that was appointed last year.
Okay.
And the task force was to see, okay, of all of the models that are out there for parent and family associations, what's going to work best for us, for Clayton State University, where we are at this point in time, and for our student population, which is very diverse.
Absolutely.
And it takes on different meanings. So we had that task
to help make dreams real for Clayton State University students and their families. You have that opportunity as well. We have already raised almost $17,000 thanks to you, thanks to your generous support. The project has a unique fund. Each project here at Clayton State University, the dollars that we are raising today go to so many different things. They're going to support scholarships. They're going to support student travel, and not just vacations, but study abroad, conferences, educational opportunities for students. So many things that the students will use to help take their education and their lives really to the next level. So one of the things that we are actually raising money for, I said, is scholarships. So we're actually going to hear from one of our math professors right now about why giving is really just as simple as an equation.
Hi, I'm Dr. Elliot Kropp, and I'm a professor at SIMS, the College for Information and Mathematical Sciences. In the classroom and outside, I am met by some of the best and brightest students. But some of our students need a little extra help. You see, success is equal to, as a base, academics, of course. But this can be reduced by financial need and possibly augmented somewhat by the aid that they receive. However, only a scholarship could be a multiplicative factor raised to the grit. Not grits, but grit, which is the power of the student's character. And this could make a true change in their lives. So you see, giving is easy, like an equation for exponential growth.
Today is Gift for Dreams at Clayton State University, and we've made it easy for you to help a student's dreams come true. 4 simple ways to give. New this year is Text to Give. Make sure you know your project keyword and text 41444. Text your keyword to 41444. Visit us at clayton.edu/give4dreams. Call us at 678-466-4470. Or swing by campus and visit us at the University Center until 5 p.m. So, what are you waiting for?
Hello, and thank you for being here today for Give for Dreams, Clayton State University's annual day of giving. It is 10 o'clock in the morning, and this is the College of Health Hour. My name is Claire Monroe, and I am an alumnus of Clayton State University. I actually graduated from the College of Health about a year and a half ago with my nursing degree, so I'm definitely a little biased to this hour, and I'm happy that we're going to be able to showcase so many things that the College of Health has going on in this hour. We are inviting you to help make dreams real for students like me and like so many others at Clayton State University. And we are asking for your donations to help support our students as part of this 24 hours of giving. Something we have new going on this year is you can actually text to make your donation. The number is 41444, and you receive the giving form to fill out. It's really that simple. We are showcasing 13 different projects across campus throughout the day, places where your money can go, and you actually get to tell us, here's where I want my dollars to go. For the College of Health, the code, because you have to put in a specific code for it, the code for the College of Health project is G4D, and then the number 4. So G4D and the number 4 when you text to make your donation. Of course, you can always call us. You can go online to clayton.edu, or you can stop by and see us in the University Center. Right now, I'd like for us to take a look at exactly where those College of Health donations are going to go.
Hi, my name is Peter Fitzpatrick. I'm the Department Head for Healthcare Management, and I'm a professor here at Clayton State University. Within our Department of Healthcare Management, we have been doing this for a number of years by having students present and come to international conferences where they can meet not only with other educators, but more importantly, meet with other healthcare managers from pretty much most states and many countries in the world.
My name is Megan Eubank. I'm a senior here at Clayton State University, and my major is dental hygiene. It's important to have the equipment because without having the equipment in hand, we wouldn't be able to learn how to manipulate the instruments and really remove the deposits from people's teeth when we're providing oral care.
My name is Colleen Walters, and I'm a clinical instructor here at the School of Nursing. Well, I believe study abroad gives nursing students the opportunity to learn about global health and caring for all people, in that it gives students the chance to be totally immersed in the culture, the language, and the day-to-day life of the patient. They also have to use their nursing skills, and students are always surprised that they're able to provide care for a patient who speaks a different language, and they themselves have very low proficiency in that language. But what's great is students realize that the work of the nurse is universal. There are universal similarities. And so the students are able to, for example, in Guadalajara, provide basic patient care alongside the Mexican nurses. And they're always impressed and excited about that. Well, I want to encourage everyone to give and to know that every dollar given will be used towards developing a student's competency and helping the student to also be able to provide better health care, become a better global citizen, and help them realize their dream.
There really are so many opportunities for health science students to become involved, whether it's travel, attending conferences. We also need equipment so that students can learn how to be hands-on in their fields that they have chosen, and that's where you come in. Your donations help to make those things possible when you give as part of Give for Dreams today. So call, go online, or text your donation anytime today. We certainly appreciate the support. I'm joined at the top of this hour by Dr. Lisa Eichelberger, who is the Dean of the College of Health. Good morning.
Good morning, Claire.
Thank you so much for being here with us. Talk to us a little bit more about these projects that Give for Dreams is funding in the College of Health and why they're important.
Well, this year I asked the faculty what they would like for this money to go to, and so they discussed it, and each department really felt that their students had needs in certain areas. And so dental hygiene has seen oftentimes students not be able to come into the program even after they've been admitted because they weren't able to put out $4,000, which is what the equipment pack cost, to begin their studies. And so that was really heartbreaking for us. And seeing students be able to go to a national conference and present the work and their papers that they get to present is very important for the healthcare management students. And so that was where healthcare management wanted to put their focus. And then nursing, although these are College of Health interdisciplinary study abroads, nursing has sort of chaired those. And we see every year students who cannot afford to go but desperately want to go. So it was sort of an easy fix for us to decide which one we wanted to, all these projects to fund.
How do you think those projects are really going to make a difference for students as they enter into their chosen fields?
Well, with dental hygiene, you know, that equipment actually stays with them throughout their career. Okay. So, and it's essential to them being able to enter the program. So, you know, that is it's absolutely essential for them. And in nursing and the study abroads, you know, I have actually accompanied the students on 2 study abroads, and many, if not most, all of the students have never been out of the country. They've never experienced a different culture in their own country. And so it opens their eyes to culture, but also to a different healthcare setting. And so it helps when they come back, they can compare and contrast in a way that they've never been able to. Plus, they see diseases and health situations that they've never been exposed to. And that makes them a better clinician when they come back.
Absolutely. Now, the College of Health really has become very well renowned and recognized lately, especially dental hygiene and nursing. Talk to us a little bit about the recognition that these programs are receiving.
Yes, we're very proud of all of our programs, but each year we seem to be singled out for some sort, our programs are. And dental hygiene this year was selected as #1 in the nation for their RDH completion program.
Wow.
You know, we have dental hygienists who have associate degrees and dental hygienists who have bachelor's degrees, and Clayton State offers a bachelor's degree. But we also have a program where associate degree dental hygienists can come back. And so that's the program that we were recognized for.
That is tremendous.
And then nursing, we have a family nurse practitioner program that's new, but it was chosen as the best online, 22nd in the nation for our best online family nurse practitioner program.
Wow.
And that was really exciting, especially with a new program. And then our RN to BSN program was 40 out of the nation. And almost every college and university that has a nursing program has this, so there are hundreds across the nation. So we're very excited about that.
Well, and I can tell you, you know, as a graduate of the School of Nursing, it's an amazing program, and so many facets of it are tremendous. So Dr. Eichelberger, thank you for sharing those tidbits with us this morning. We certainly appreciate it. We certainly appreciate it. And truly, you know, I received my nursing education here at Clayton State University. I've been out in the workforce now for about 1.5 years, and I would not be professionally where I am today were it not for the education, the training, and the support that I receive from the staff and faculty here at Clayton State University. This really is a special, special place, and we hope that you feel that way as well. And the way that you can show us you feel that way is by giving as part of Give for Dreams. We have raised more than $17,800 so far this morning. That is unbelievable. We started taking donations at 8 a.m. We went live on the air at 9. Here we are, not even 10:15 yet, and we are already about 15% of the way to our goal of $120,000. We can make it happen with your support, so thank you. 53 of you have already reached out and made your donations this morning, so thank you. We're kind of neck and neck. Student Affairs and the College of Information and Mathematical Sciences, or SIMS, they're kind of trading places on the highest percentage to goal. They actually, both of them have made their goal, but now they're both above it. So we're gonna see which of those can edge out, or maybe College of Health can ante it up a little bit, and we can make some extra there. Remember, you can always text your donation to 41444. And if you do want to support the College of Health and the programs that we've been talking about with Dr. Eichelberger, the code for that is G4D and the number 4. Coming up, we're going to talk a little bit more about the nursing program and how nursing students provide care right here in our local community. Stick around. Welcome back to Give for Dreams, 24 hours to make a difference in the lives of students here at Clayton State University. I'm your host, Claire Monroe, and this hour we are talking about the programs in the College of Health and ways that the College of Health is helping to make dreams real for students at Clayton State. We're not only reaching out to our students, but also in the College of Health, being involved in the community is tremendously important. We're going to talk a little bit about that now because Clayton State University actually runs a primary health clinic, a community-based health center. And with me to talk a little bit more about that is Dr. Susan Sanner, who is an associate professor of nursing and coordinator of our FNP program.
Yes, thank
or
you for
family nurse practitioner. Sorry, that's the lingo. Welcome.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. So Clayton State University has a university health clinic and a primary health clinic. Talk to us about what those are, what's the difference?
Okay, the University Health Clinic we've had for quite a while, and that primarily serves our faculty, staff, and students. So, for instance, if I wanted to go over and get my flu shot, or if I needed to go over and have my sore throat taken care of as a faculty member, I could go straight there and receive some healthcare services.
Okay, and then the primary health clinic?
The primary health clinic serves the community at large in Clayton County, the citizens of Clayton County who primarily those who are uninsured. Individuals can come to our primary health care clinic to receive services otherwise where they may not receive services at all.
And that is something, because I work as an emergency department nurse, and I see people every single day who don't have access to primary care. It is so important, isn't it?
It's extremely important, especially in our area where we have individuals that are of the sometimes lower socioeconomic areas, and many of our seniors who don't have transportation and very difficult to get to other areas of the city, that they would have a place to come and be diagnosed and treated and managed ongoing by the nurse practitioners who are working in the primary health care clinic.
So talk to us about some of the conditions and the types of things that you see there in the clinic.
Yes, many of them are chronic health conditions. In fact, the majority of them are. We're looking at diabetes, hypertension, heart failure, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. And when individuals come into our clinic, they may be at various stages of those diseases. Some may be just now newly diagnosed, and then some are coming in because they're so they haven't been managed very well, and so they're there to get balanced out with their treatments and provide, and to get on a schedule that keeps them managed well with their disease process.
So they can see you and not come to see me.
They can, and that's one of the wonderful partnerships that we're starting with Southern Regional Medical Center to have our clinic over near there, because we have a lot of patients who they don't have primary care providers in the area, and they go to the emergency room for all of their health care, which is not always appropriate. So we've been getting a lot of referrals from Southern Regional, the emergency department, as a matter of fact, that they can come and see us and be managed with some of those diseases that need long-term management, not something that's so acute that it needs to be taken care of immediately.
And the primary health clinic is a clinical site for School of Nursing, for our students. So that's a way, again, that we're branching out and allowing our students to have connection to the real world. Talk to us about that opportunity.
Yeah, we are so excited and so fortunate to have the primary health care clinic in the community as one of our clinical sites. Students they're required to complete over 600 hours of clinical throughout their entire program, and so they get exposure to all of the populations across the lifespan in managing and treating those diseases. And faculty, in addition, in order for us to maintain our F&P certifications, we have to have practice hours, and we have to have 1,000 practice hours for recertification every 5 years. And so it's just a beautiful relationship that's benefiting both parties, the faculty and the students. And in a lot of cases, we're working toward faculty even taking our own students to be their preceptors in the clinical so we can evaluate their performance firsthand.
It's a tremendous opportunity.
It really is.
It really is.
So excited about it.
Dr. Sander, thank you for spending some time with us this morning and telling us about it.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me today.
So this is yet one more example of how Clayton State University is reaching beyond the walls of our campus, beyond the boundaries of our campus, to incorporate the community and really to enrich the lives of the people in the community where we live. And it's your donations that make it possible. It's your donations that fund the projects, the programs, the initiatives that can make these things happen in the College of Health and in all the other programs across campus. So we are sitting at more than $17,000, pushing $18,000 right now. So keep those donations coming in. Go online to clayton.edu/give4dreams or text to 41444. And remember that we are in our Sutherland's Challenge between 9 and 11 a.m. The project that receives the most individual donations, the most unique donors, will receive an additional $1,000 from Sutherland's Food Service. That's a big chunk of change, folks. So now is the time to go ahead and make your donation and make those dollars count. We're going to take one more look now at the College of Health's project so you can see where your College of Health dollars are going.
Hi, my name is Peter Fitzpatrick. I'm the Department Head for Healthcare Management, and I'm a professor here at Clayton State University. Within our Department of Healthcare Management, we have been doing this for a number of years by having students present and come to international conferences where they can meet not only with other educators, but more importantly, meet with other healthcare managers from pretty much most states and many countries in the world.
My name is Megan Eubank. I am a senior here at Clayton State University, and my major is dental hygiene. It's important to have the equipment because without having the equipment in hand, we wouldn't be able to learn how to manipulate the instruments and really remove the deposits from people's teeth when we're providing oral care.
My name is Colleen Walters, and I'm a clinical instructor here at the School of Nursing. Well, I believe study abroad gives nursing students the opportunity to learn about global health and caring for all people, in that it gives students the chance to be totally immersed in the culture, the language, and the day-to-day life of the patient. They also have to use their nursing skills, and students are always surprised that they're able to provide care for a patient who speaks a different language, and they themselves have very low proficiency in that language. But what's great is students realize that the work of the nurse is universal. There are universal similarities. And so the students are able to, for example, in Guadalajara, provide basic patient care alongside the Mexican nurses. And they're always impressed and excited about that. Well, I want to encourage everyone to give and to know that every dollar given will be used towards developing a student's competency and helping the student to also be able to provide better health care, become a better global citizen, and help them realize their dream.
Welcome back to Give for Dreams. We are in the College of Health Hour here as part of Clayton State University's 24 Hours of Giving. Thank you so much for the support you've already given us, and we encourage you to continue with that support. Go online, call, or text your donation now. Several months ago, the Health and Fitness Management Department here in the College of Health received some new equipment to help study an individual's fitness level. It's something that I understand is pretty cutting edge. We're going to talk a little bit more about that now. I've got several guests with me. Dr. Harry Chung, who is an assistant professor of health and fitness management. Two students, senior Michael Wood and sophomore TJ Witherspoon. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so this thing, it's called a metabolic cart.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
So what is this?
Yeah, have you ever seen the Nike commercial? With athletic running on a treadmill with oxygen mask on.
Okay.
Okay, and the mask is actually attached to through this line to the metabolic cart, and the metabolic cart actually analyzes how much oxygen you consume and how much carbon dioxide you produce. So with this number, actually, we can test what is your aerobic fitness levels and what is your energy expenditure.
Really?
Yes.
So how can someone take that knowledge, take that information from this cart and actually improve their fitness?
Okay. Before I answer that question, let's talk about VO2 max first. Okay? VO2 max represent maximum ability of your body to consume oxygen.
Okay.
This is a key indicator for potential endurance athletes. Okay? So, for example, if you have a higher number of VO2 max, which means you will be better on endurance training. Okay? So,
these are your marathon runners and
exactly,
people like that.
Exactly,
Okay.
So what we used to do without metabolic cart, for example, I said, okay, let us go and run for 1 mile, and some people will finish in 5 minutes, some people will finish in 6-7 minutes. Okay, all different.
Or
but
11.
we'll give like probably the same protocol for them. However, with this metabolic cart, what we can do is we can get a specific number for each individual. So based on that number, we can have their special or like personalized exercise program.
Okay, so it really makes it more personalized. How are health and fitness management students using this in their studies?
Okay. There are several different ways to measure VO2 max indirectly. Okay? So, to measure indirect measure, the students have to calculate, and that number is actually predicted number, we said. Okay? The number is affected by so many things, based on their size, based on their training status, etc. However, with this metabolic cart, we can measure their VO2 max directly. Then we can compare this number with indirect predicted numbers. So our students will have a better understanding on this mechanism of VO2 max.
Okay.
And yes, I also use this metabolic cart for my research too, so they can participate in my study and as a researcher and subject.
So, Michael, as a student in this program, talk to us about how this equipment has shaped your studies and how it has benefited you.
Well, in terms of my studies, the metabolic carts actually helped me learn a lot about human performance and the ways that, like, there are many different factors in determining an athlete's sustained capacity for exercise at high intensity levels. such as like their body weight, their differences in training, even genetics, and how they play a role in actually determining an athlete's overall cardiovascular fitness.
So TJ, I see that your shirt says Clayton State Track and Field.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm assuming you've strapped this thing on a time or two?
Yeah, we've done it a couple times before.
Okay, so talk to us about how this has actually helped you to improve your athletic performance.
Well, as a cross-country and track and field athlete here at Clayton State, I'm able to use the heart rate monitors that we have attached to the VO2 Max machine. And with that, we use our heart rate training to make sure we're not running too hard on the easy days and make sure we're not running too hard on our actual workout days, so our body's able to recover more. And with this, our student athletes have increased their performance by at least 2 minutes this past year. So we've improved as a team using this VO2 Max machine.
Wonderful. Gentlemen, thank you all for being here to share this. You know, 2 minutes for people who aren't athletes may not realize, but that's a big deal right there. So thank you all for sharing that. When we come back, we're going to head over to dental hygiene, and we're going to get some tips for keeping your teeth pristine. Stick around.
My name is Sierra Dunn, and I graduated fall 16. Being a part of the Laker family is great because we are a really close-knit family. One of my most favorite memories about being a Clayton State student was actually going to the Give Kids the World with the AmeriCorps. It gave us a chance to be vulnerable, it gave us a chance to be humble, and to work with kids with terminal illnesses. People should give to Clayton State because Clayton State is the best.
My name is Zach Bradley, and I graduated fall 2014. Well, Clayton State is forever growing. It's phenomenal. And like this small university just continues to just break down barriers, continue to build more buildings and open up more programs. It's just absolutely phenomenal. It's something that the South Side Atlanta needs.
Clayton State is known for their education, their staff members, and things like that. So giving back is the best thing to do.
Welcome back to Give for Dreams. We're going to talk teeth this morning. We certainly are. I am joined this morning by Dr. Susan Dooley, who is a professor in our dental hygiene department, Taylor and Megan, who are students in the dental hygiene program, and we're going to talk teeth. Part of the work that the students are doing is actually providing outreach to the local community.
Exactly.
So talk to us first, Dr. Dooley, before we get hands-on. Talk to us a little bit about what that is and how it happens.
Well, we're very fortunate in our dental hygiene program to have a clinic on campus here. Last year alone, we serviced more than 3,200 patients. And we have a very diverse patient pool. Our program's been in place since 1969, so it's wonderful for our students.
And very well known in the community.
Yes,
very well known. So the patients that you see, are they typically people who otherwise would not have access to dental care?
Some, yes. I would say the majority of that is true. Others just come because they know that it's the top-notch dental care that they can get because there are faculty members checking what the students are doing and making sure that it's absolutely perfect.
And receiving that dental care is important. You know, not everybody realizes, but your mouth is it's kind of the gateway to everything. You can actually develop a lot of health problems without taking good oral care, can't you?
Absolutely. One of the cliches is the mouth is the mirror of the body. And many times when you have a localized infection in the mouth, there is a probability, I mean it's still being researched, that you could have an infection in your heart valves or other places in the body. So it's important to know that. Just as an aside case study, just 7 years ago, a young man had a tooth abscess that went untreated and developed into brain abscess and actually died.
Oh my goodness.
So it's so important to have good oral health.
It really is. It really is. Now, Taylor and Megan, we've got models here. We have things. We're going to talk a little bit about these and instruments. How do you ladies use these things in the classroom?
Well, the type not so easier. We use these as an aid to help show patients the proper ways to brush and care for their teeth. And they
So talk to us as dental hygiene students, what will your role be for patients and what will your role be in the dental office once you graduate?
Okay, so as dental hygienists, actually we provide preventative oral care for patients. We're the person that you come to clean your teeth. There's also a dental assistant in the office, and
people get confused at what positions each of those are, but the assistant actually helps the dentist, but we're the person that you're going to see most of the time when you come to get your teeth cleaned.
No, I've had the same dental hygienist for years. She's actually a Clayton State graduate. And I mean, yeah, you spend 45 minutes with your hygienist and then about 2 minutes with your dentist. No offense to the dentist out there. But so part of your role as well is educating. Doing a lot of patient education. So we're going to do a little bit of education here about some oral health tips. All right, so the first thing we want people to know, and you guys are going to show us how to do this, is we want to brush our teeth twice a day. And how do we want to brush?
So when you're brushing, you want to use a small circular motion. Some people like to do the scrubbing motion so it's more linear, but you want to just keep that small circular motion, making sure to go around to all of your teeth, and then angle it when you're getting the backs of your teeth in the front as well.
And then we're supposed to floss.
Yeah,
I'm not the best at this, so forgive me.
So when you're flossing, you want to wrap it around your middle finger, and then use these two fingers to kind of guide the floss. And so when you go into floss, you want to pop down and then hug the tooth in a C-shaped motion and go up and down on both sides of the tooth. And you want to do that for every space in the tooth, in the teeth.
And then you guys also say that mouthwash is important.
Right, you want to rinse daily, at least with an anesthetic rinse to kind of keep that bacteria there, the load and all that.
Okay. And then we need to come see you how often?
Twice a year, every 6 months. Your bacteria load, it grows and grows, so that's where we want to keep it down, and we want you to visit us that many times.
Okay, every 6 months. And then after you eat, we actually, or you, advise, you want to wait a little while before brushing?
Right, we tell our patients, we tell them to wait because when you eat and drink, the environment in your mouth becomes kind of acidic. And so if you brush immediately, you're brushing those acids around your teeth, creating wear. But if you wait about 30 minutes, allow your saliva to buffer that environment, will help kind of keep all the wear down on your teeth.
I never knew that. Okay, okay. And then, something that's very serious, and we touched on this, is gum disease. And it's something that we want to avoid if at all possible. Sometimes people don't really know what to look for. What are the signs and symptoms?
Okay, so when a person's flossing and they notice that their gums are bleeding, that can be a first indication that there's bacteria and inflammation, but you don't really necessarily have signs and symptoms from periodontal disease. And gingivitis, it can progress if you're not visiting the dental hygienist and getting your teeth cleaned. It can progress into bone loss and cause some severe damage. So.
And then what's the role of fluoride in all of this?
So fluoride helps to remineralize your teeth. A lot of times that gets a bad rap, and we'll stay away from fluoride, but fluoride helps to keep your teeth protected from cavities and that sort of thing. It can also be used for sensitivity.
Okay. And because I know my kids hate getting fluoride when they go to the dentist. They don't like that brushing on them. But it's in our water that we drink, and then there are also fluoride rinses that people can use too. Okay. One of the tips that you guys give us is to use a soft bristle toothbrush. Why not a hard one so we can scrub everything away?
Right, which is what most people think. The harder you're doing it, the better. But it's actually the softer, just longer, which is key. 2 whole minutes to brushing and soft circular motions, because we don't want to brush those gums away. A lot of people get receding gums, and that is because of hard brushing.
Okay, lesson learned. And if you go down the toothbrush aisle at the store, it used to be as simple as, okay, do I want red or blue? Or maybe pink if you're fancy. But now there is every kind of manual toothbrush, power toothbrush, everything under the sun. What's really best? What should we be using?
A manual brush can do the trick, but we do tell our patients if you struggle with that circular motion, using a power brush will really help that tooth to it oscillates around the tooth, helping you to have that circular brushing technique, and it also stops them from brushing too hard.
Okay. So soft bristle brush, power brush when we can, and it doesn't have to be the $53,000 variety. Okay. All right. Ladies, wonderful tips. Thank you all so much for your time and for the information this morning. Good luck to both of you. And stick around because we have already raised more than $18,000 this morning. But here's one thing, the College of Health, we're only 3% to our goal. So come on, we got to step it up. call, text, go online, make that donation. And don't forget that this is the Sutherland's Food Service Incentive Challenge. These 2 hours, the project that receives the most individual donations will receive an additional $1,000 courtesy of Sutherland's Food Service. So please go ahead and make your donation. Coming up next, we're going to talk about nursing and how we are going global with our nursing program. Stick around. As nurses, our role is to care. And one thing that so many of us have learned as part of Clayton State University School of Nursing is that caring transcends culture, caring transcends language, caring transcends any kind of boundary that you can possibly think of. And that comes to life so richly and so real in our students' study abroad experiences as part of the School of Nursing. I'm delighted to have with me this morning Professor Colleen Walters, who was actually one of my first clinical instructors here at Clayton State University. And you have really taken the study abroad program under your wing. Talk to us a little bit about how study abroad gives nursing students that global experience, that global need.
Well, thank you. And she was one of the best students, actually. Study abroad is, I believe, is an important tool in helping students to become more self-aware, to challenge biases and preconceived notions. Study abroad also helps students to develop cultural humility and to be better able to provide care to a diverse patient population. So,
I never had the opportunity to study abroad. It did not work out for me, but so many of my close friends actually participated in study abroad. Students went to Guadalajara, students went to Haiti. Talk to us a little bit about what students did while they were there, what they learned.
Okay, I direct the Study Abroad to Guadalajara program, and it is a total immersion experience. Students live with Mexican families. They take a course in healthcare Spanish at the University of Guadalajara, and they also do a service learning project by hosting a health fair in a town, a rural community 2 hours outside of the city of Guadalajara. The students also get to spend a week in the hospital providing care alongside Mexican nurses.
When students, and thinking about my friends who went to Guadalajara and who studied there, they said that they were amazed at the differences, but also at the similarities.
That's correct. The students are often surprised of the commonality of nursing, and so they're able to see NANDA diagnosis being used in Mexico, and that's what we're teaching them here. And just the professionalism of the nurses there, and the care it's universal. So they were excited to see that.
What do you hope that students take away from these study abroad experiences?
Well, I hope that the students have experienced really transformative learning, which is a degree of changing perceptions, deep-rooted perceptions or biases and assumptions, that they will encounter people just like themselves and understand that it's important to care for all people regardless of race, socioeconomic background, and regardless of their country of origin.
Absolutely. It's a tremendous program, and we are so delighted that you've been here this morning to talk to us a little bit about it. Thank you, Professor Walters.
No, you're welcome.
Soon to be Dr. Walters.
Yes.
Working on it. Being able to travel abroad, do hands-on work, it's something that really is possible because of your generosity. And that is one of the places where your donation dollars go this morning as part of Give for Dreams. You've seen the video this morning about where the College of Health is putting its money, and one of those places is actually into study abroad programs for our students. So we really encourage you to give during this 10 o'clock hour to support the College of Health. Remember, this is also the Sutherland's Incentive Challenge that we have going on. So between 9 and 11, the project that receives the most individual donors will receive an additional $1,000. So make sure to get busy and make that donation. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to talk with another alum from the School of Nursing about her experiences. So stay with us.
Hi, my name is Peter Fitzpatrick. I'm the Department Head for Healthcare Management, and I'm a professor here at Clayton State University. Within our Department of Healthcare Management, we have been doing this for a number of years by having students present and come to international conferences where they can meet not only with other educators, but more importantly, meet with other healthcare managers from pretty much most states and many countries in the world.
My name is Megan Eubank. I am a senior here at Clayton State University, and my major is dental hygiene. It's important to have the equipment because without having the equipment in hand, we wouldn't be able to learn how to manipulate the instruments and really remove the deposits from people's teeth when we're providing oral care.
My name is Clayton Walters, and I'm a clinical instructor here at the School of Nursing. Well, I believe study abroad gives nursing students the opportunity to learn about global health and caring for all people, in that it gives students the chance to be totally immersed in the culture, the language, and the day-to-day life of the patient. They also have to use their nursing skills, and students are always surprised that they're able to provide care for a patient who speaks a different language, and they themselves have very low proficiency in that language. But what's great is students realize that the work of the nurse is universal. There are universal similarities. And so the students are able to, for example, in Guadalajara, provide basic patient care alongside the Mexican nurses. And they're always impressed and excited about that. Well, I want to encourage everyone to give and to know that every dollar given will be used towards developing a student's competency and helping the student to also be able to provide better health care, become a better global citizen, and help them realize their dream.
As you can see, students' involvement with Clayton State University does not end when they walk across the stage and receive their degree. I am delighted to have with me this morning one of our healthcare management alums, Crystal Leaks.
Hello.
Welcome.
How are you?
I am wonderful. How are you this morning?
I'm great. Thanks for asking.
Good. So tell us, when did you graduate from Clayton State and with what degree?
I graduated from Clayton State in May 2016 with my master's in health administration.
Okay. And that was a change for you, I understand.
Yes, I originally, when I graduated with my undergraduate degree, I was in banking. And I originally went to Clayton State for my undergraduate degree, and I was a biology major. So I wanted to stick to healthcare, but I realized you needed another degree in order to venture further. So I decided to go into this program, and it has helped me tremendously.
Now, why did you choose the healthcare management program here at Clayton State?
Well, I needed something that would work with my work schedule. I work full-time. I didn't want to quit my job. And I also wanted something that was hands-on, but I could also have professors. I didn't want all online courses. Clayton State offers a program that accommodates anybody who's working a full-time schedule. You have classes once a month on the weekends, and we were able to just meet. I had face-to-face interactions with my professors, met new people and students, so it was more so about the work schedule. Also, me having my undergraduate degree from Clayton State, I knew the reputation and how well Clayton State delivered whatever they needed us to learn, so I was...
You mentioned the involvement of faculty and of your professors as being something important to you. How did those professors help you reach your goals?
Well, when I first came into the Master of Health Administration program, who was it? Professor Fitzpatrick told us, use us. You're paying for us, so please use us. And I was in his office and all of the other professors' office all the time. They had an open door policy, so I was actually able to get a lot of information from them, and everybody was very nice. They guided us in our career paths and everything, so I credit a lot of my success to them.
And one of the places where people's donations are going today is to help support student participation in conferences. Correct. And you were able to do that. Okay, talk to us a little bit about that.
So in 2016, I attended the Business and Health Administration Association conference in Chicago, and it was a wonderful experience. I was able to meet with different people in healthcare, business, students, other universities, and we were able to all collaborate. We presented there, and I was able to actually see other people and their methods and research that they had at their schools. But it also allowed Clayton State to be presented and the platform for us to show what we had been working on.
Absolutely, a really great opportunity for you
wonderful.
And for the university. What are you doing now?
Well, actually, I work at a blood lab, and I am a supervisor of the quality department.
Wonderful, wonderful. So definitely putting that education to work.
Oh yes, most definitely.
Why should people give today?
Well, I think that people should give because Clayton State actually sees the potential in their students. They actually see that we're going to move forward in healthcare and we have a future ahead of us. I give personally every year because I do see the mission of Clayton State, and I want our future healthcare leaders to succeed. So,
Crystal, thank you so much for your time this morning. We appreciate you being here. All right, so, Crystal has benefited from your generosity. So many Clayton State students have benefited from your generosity. That's why it is important to donate today as part of Give for Dreams. So we want to thank those of you who have already donated. We are above the $18,000 mark. We're about 15% of the way to our goal of $120,000, and we will get there with your support. We've already had 81 of you step up to the plate. So thank you so much. Student Affairs is rocking and rolling this morning. They've actually overachieved their goal. They're sitting at 140%. So College of Health, we've got some stepping up to do. All right, go online at clayton.edu/give4dreams. You can also text to 41444 and you'll get the donation form there right on your phone. It's super simple. We have made it so easy for you to donate. No excuse not to. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to wrap things up with the College of Health. So I hope you'll stay with us. Welcome back to Give for Dreams, Clayton State University's 24 hours of giving. My name is Claire Monroe. I'm your host for most of the day today. I am also a proud graduate of Clayton State's School of Nursing. So it's been very exciting for me this hour to catch up with some old friends and to hear a little bit about what's going on in the School of Nursing and in the larger College of Health. We're going to wrap things up a little bit this hour by talking with Dr. Charlotte Swint. She has actually been part of the planning committee for Give for Dreams and was one of my professors as well when I was here in the School of Nursing. So we're going to talk a little bit about kind of just wrapping things up and about some ways that the students in the School of Nursing are really able to take what they're learning and connect it in the community. That's something, Dr. Swint, that really, that I know, and any of us who know you knows that that's a true passion of yours. So let's talk a little bit about that. Why is it important to get outside of the hospital and get outside of the classroom?
Well, thanks for having me here today to speak with you, Claire. And it's always great to see alumni back on campus because you inspire us to keep working every day with our students and our future students when we see how successful our graduates are in the community. And I especially appreciate that you asked about my passion of community involvement. And that, I think, is one of the great things about Clayton State, is that our students are a part of the community. And especially in the College of Health, as you've seen over the past hour, we have students every day who are out in a lot of the metro counties, not just Clayton County. So the footprint that our students leave when they are out in the communities solidifies how important the College of Health and the university is to the whole metro Atlanta area.
How does it enrich students' education to do that?
Well, at Clayton State, especially in the School of Nursing, but in the other departments too in the College of Health, we are extremely fortunate that we have great learning labs. And we have a simulation lab that has state-of-the-art robots or mannequins where the students can practice. But there's only so much that you can practice with each other in class or with a mannequin, because when you interact with another human being, not only do you have to have all your skills at a high level, but you also have to be a good communicator, and you have to be able to interact with someone in a caring way, and not just the patient, but the whole family and your colleagues and the staff that you work with. So by bringing students into clinical settings while they're in school, the instructors can be role models of how to interact in these settings. And then we're also introducing students to possible places that they may want to work in the future. So it's really win-win for the facilities where our students go and for the students who get to use their great skills they've learned.
And the support that we received during Give for Dreams, and just to remind everyone that the College of Health is raising funds for several projects. Students study abroad travel to Guadalajara and to Haiti, equipment for our dental hygiene students, which I had no idea was so expensive, and also student travel to national conferences for our healthcare management students. That's where Give for Dreams money is going. That's what the faculty decided in the College of Health. Why should people donate to those things? Bring it home, Dr. Flint. Come on.
Well, the things that the faculty have suggested that we target this year are things that make our students stand out once they graduate. Sitting in a classroom can give people knowledge, but we want them to have more than knowledge. We want them to have experience, and we want them to have a passion for what they're going to do when they graduate. And we also want them to network. So going to national meetings, presenting their research that they've spent hundreds of hours on, going to a new country to participate in providing health care with a completely different healthcare team in a completely different healthcare setting. Those are experiences and memories that will last them a lifetime, and they'll always be able to put on their resume, and it will help them connect with other people that they work with and their patients, and those are experiences that they can't have just sitting in a lecture hall.
Absolutely. I mean, you learn in class, but you've got to take it beyond that.
That's
you really
right.
do. You
and
really
that's
do.
what we're great at Clayton State and in the College of Health. I think that's really a strong point.
I would have to agree. I'm a little biased, but I would have to agree. Dr. Swint, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Claire.
Remember, giving is easy. Give us a phone call, 678-466-4470. Go online to clayton.edu/give, the number 4DREAMS. Or be sure and text, if you're not driving, 41444. And then if you want your money to go straight to the College of Health, the code that you'll enter is G4D and the number 4. All right, and of course you can always come visit us here in the UC, the University Center, to make that donation in person. Dr. Swint would be happy to take that check from you. From 9 to 11, we have a special incentive challenge brought to you by Sutherland's Food Services. The project that receives the most individual donations, unique donors that is, will receive an additional $1,000 courtesy of Sutherland's Food Service. So that's a great way to make your donation dollars go even further this morning and do even more to help make dreams real for our students here at Clayton State University. To be counted in that Sutherland's Challenge, there are a couple of stipulations. You do have to give at least $5. Every dollar counts, but for Sutherland's Challenge, you got to give at least $5. And then make sure that it is on behalf of any project, okay? Pick the project that speaks to you, pick the project that is near and dear to your heart. I hope it's the College of Health, at least I have to plug us for this hour. So go ahead and give. We're gonna switch gears a little bit when we come back. We're gonna talk about technology, and we are going to actually get our hands dirty playing with some robots. So we've got a lot still ahead in our broadcast today. We hope you will stick around.
Today is Gift for Dreams at Clayton State University, and we've made it easy for you to help a student's dreams come true. 4 simple ways to give. New this year is Text to Give. Make sure you know your project keyword and text 41444. Text your keyword to 41444. Visit us at clayton.edu/give4dreams. Call us at 678-466-4470, or swing by campus and visit us at the University Center until 5 p.m. So, what are you waiting for?
All right, welcome back to the 11 o'clock hour of Give for Dreams, Clayton State's Day of Giving. I am so excited to see you. I have a wonderful co-host this hour, Dr. Jarrett Terry, or Jay Terry.
Hey, Claire.
Everybody knows you.
Happy to be here this morning supporting the university's aspirations for success.
Definitely, definitely. So we are going to start this hour talking about the College of Information and Mathematical Sciences, or SIMS. So we're going to take a little look at a video, and then we'll come back and talk about it.
Hi, my name is Jillian Jones. I am a lecturer of computer science and information technology. Competitions and field research experience and even attending conferences enhance academic studies by allowing the students to take the knowledge that they've learned in class and put it into practice in an almost real world setting.
I'm Rotimi Olotu. I'm double majoring, double minor, majoring in computer science and aerospace engineering, and I'm also minoring in math and physics. You know, as a broke college student, can't afford to go to Tennessee, or, you know, sometimes going to some places in Georgia, or, you know, the lodging, the miscellaneous things that really shouldn't be a burden for someone who's going there to enrich their lives. So every year in November, there's a conference in Tennessee, in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. So it was my first time really getting out there to see what other schools do, you know, outside the classroom. And it really inspired me to do more with you know, what we learned here. So I went and I saw all these different projects. People were, you know, researching into malware with viruses. They were doing things with, like graphics. VR was like it was starting to become a thing. So they were doing some stuff with VR. And I thought to myself, this is really cool, And, as wonderful as this school is, with all of the programs that are made to help us in the workforce, when we graduate, in corporate, wherever we decide to go. It's those things you do outside the classroom that make all the difference.
The reason you should support student travel for the College of Information and Mathematical Sciences is that these opportunities allow our students to take the knowledge that they learn inside of the classroom and apply them to real-world experiences. It gives our students a much more competitive edge, and that's why you should give for dreams.
So that video really sums it up, why SIMS needs support.
That's right.
It really does. It really does. Whether it is going to a competition, funding research, all of that. Those are really great ways that you, by making your donation to Gift for Dreams, can help students, right?
That's right, and we need the help, and we're ready to help.
Definitely. So we have a guest with us this morning to kick off this hour for the College of Information and Mathematical Sciences, or SIMS. Dean Lila Roberts, welcome.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So we saw the video. Talk to us a little bit more about the projects that Give for Dreams is funding in SIMS.
Well, our project this year is to fund student travel to professional conferences. We have a number of students who are engaged in research with faculty members and also research projects that involve technology. And we need to make opportunities for them to attend professional conferences. There are a number of regional conferences that are much easier to take students to. The Mathematical Association of America Southeast Section meeting that will be coming up next week. There's an ACM meeting in Gatlinburg that is in October. A number of international conferences where students have presented research. And through these opportunities, students are able to interview for internships and employment opportunities, as well as networking with professional schools and graduate schools and peers from the other institutions.
Can you expand a little bit more on how in particular these experiences work after getting the job in their setting?
Well, many of our mathematics students go to graduate school, and these opportunities allow them to present their research that is then observed by other faculty members, so that they kind of get a leg up on opportunities for graduate school. But the internship opportunities that students have the ability to interview for when they go to these professional meetings can spell real money for these students, as well as potential employment opportunities. Many of our students who have internships are immediately employed by the person or industry that has the internship. And just the sheer opportunity for networking with students from other institutions is important, because when we're here on campus, students don't always have an opportunity to network with other faculty members and see what other people are doing, and see that the research that they're doing and activities they're doing at Clayton State are as exciting or more exciting than what's going on other places.
And part of what makes that exciting is the faculty, and the tremendous professors that we have here. Talk to us about some of the faculty members in SIMS who really stand out.
Well, we have some outstanding faculty members. Over 75% of our faculty members hold terminal degrees in their discipline, which is just a really interesting statistic. Many faculty members are active in publishing. We have several mathematics faculty members whose area in combinatorics and graph theory appears in internationally renowned. We also have a couple of faculty members who've had books published this year. One of our computer science faculty members, Dr. Ken Wynn, has a very interesting book in bioinformatics where he analyzes biographical data. And then another interdisciplinary book that appeared was by Dr. William Hong in the math department, who published a book, Mathematics and Art, where he has generated beautiful mathematical figures using software. And so we're very proud of the engagement in the profession that our faculty members are doing.
Dr. Roberts, thank you so much for sharing all of that with us this morning. We appreciate your time. It is unbelievable what they've got going on. Absolutely unbelievable.
It is fantastic and well worth it. And with issues related to STEM literacy as well as other forms of mathematical literacy, it's much appreciated.
Now remember, there are several ways that you can give today. We're going to run those down for you real quick. Okay, you can call us on the phone. That's one.
Yeah.
You can stop by and visit us here in the University Center. We will be more than happy to take your money, won't we?
Yes, we will.
Give it right here to this guy.
That's right, I'll take it.
Make your check to J. Terry. No, just
No,
kidding.
do not do that.
And then we have a brand new, this is cool, we have a brand new text to give option this year, okay? So, I mean, I'm not exactly on the cutting edge of technology. I probably need a little more Dr. Roberts in my life for that, but you're gonna text 41444, okay, that's a lot of fours, 41444. You're gonna text that, you're gonna get the form where you can actually make your donation, and then each project that we're funding through Gift for Dreams has its very own code, okay? So for Sims, it's G4D, and then if I am not mistaken, the number 3, G4D3, okay? So lots of ways that people can give. Remind us, J. Terry, why giving is important.
Well, we were actually talking earlier about what is it that helps a student make it through. It takes a lot. It takes a lot of the equipment, the pieces of software that we need, particularly as it relates to Sims, to do robotics type work, to do math related work, as Dr. Roberts said earlier. And we really need that support to provide the students with the state of the art in moving them forward, towards moving them forward in the careers that they seek.
All right, so we also want to let folks know about another incentive challenge that we have going on this 2 hours. This is sponsored by the Clayton State University Foundation. The project with the most unique donors in this 2-hour block, so this is 11 to 1, okay? The project with the most unique donors in this block can win an additional $2,000.
Excellent, that's fantastic.
I know, right? From the Clayton State University Foundation. So whatever project fits your passion, wherever your head and your heart lead you, go ahead and make that donation. And we're gonna let folks see a quick video that's gonna show them, once again, exactly how to make that donation.
Today is Gift for Dreams at Clayton State University, and we've made it easy for you to help a student's dreams come true. 4 simple ways to give. New this year is Text to Give. Make sure you know your project keyword and text 41444. Text your keyword to 41444. Visit us at clayton.edu/give4dreams. Call us at 678-466-4470, or swing by campus and visit us at the University Center until 5 p.m. So, what are you waiting for?
All right, so we're really gonna put all of our words into some action right now. Oh, he turned around and looked at me. He is. We have some special guests with us this morning. Dr. K, as you are known around campus. Yes. And tell us your name.
Zovan.
Zovan Lee. All right. Okay. And so Dr. K and Z, what are we looking at here?
This is an owl robot, and it is a humanoid robot. And the reason we are calling it a humanoid robot is because it is built to mimic human structure and behavior. And as you can see, it has limbs, it has fingers, and it's actually turning heads to listen to us whenever someone is saying something.
Z, that's extremely exciting. What would you like to show us an example of what this robot can do?
Yes, actually. Here we have a small
Look at my dad.
choreograph.
Look at my dad.
Here in the choreograph software. This is the software used. It's an interactive IDE for producing actions within the robot. It can handle dialogue, input, output. I can ask him a question, he can give me an answer. He has stories he tells, a dance I made him do, and
the possibilities are endless. It can be programmed in Java, C++, or Python, as well as directly within the IDE.
Oh my
And I see that he's dabbing right now. This is incredible. My kids do this, and so I'm sure this is very engaging for the students that we really need to try to encourage to tackle the high computer science requirements and math skills needed to actually do this. But you seem to think that this is fun and that they would enjoy that.
Yeah, we take it to community engagement events at the middle and elementary schools, and they really get a kick out of it.
That's great.
So how do you use some, does he have a name?
Now.
Hmm?
Now.
Now?
Now.
Hi, Now. So how does Now, and the technology behind it, how do you use this in the classroom, and how does this incorporate into your curriculum?
You can show. You can actually use the software to program the robot. And when we use this in the classroom, it is more attractive because now the output becomes the action of the robot itself instead of just output on the screen, monitor screen.
Mm-hmm.
And he can show you the movement of the robot on the screen that will be helpful. So you can program it on the computer first to learn how it's supposed to move before you actually download it and have it done like that. And another interesting thing is that we can actually use it to teach the class even by itself.
You're going to be out of a job one day.
We offer academic programs in IT and computer science with specialization in game design and development, cybersecurity, and
It's wiping its head
Ooh,
after it hits
that's a lot.
Yep. So
That was a
using-
lot.
Yep. It can actually use to teach basic programming and AI class and human-computer interaction.
This is extremely exciting. Previously, we have been taking students to visit some of the industry partners that we have and sites like Kia down in LaGrange to give them a sense of what robotics would be useful for. And it's very mechanical. And to have an opportunity to help students kind of see what they see on television, but then work into the science, again, and work into the math of what these machines need in order to perform what it is that they perform, even at the most basic sense. I'm very happy to see that you guys are working on this and getting this done. I hope the rest of you also understand how important and how fantastic this is.
So do we think that there will come a day when robots like him take our jobs from us? What do we think?
Well, if you think about it, it will not really take our jobs. It will supplement what we can do. Because let's say that you have to send something to the national disaster site. This would be perfect instead of risking human lives to do so, right? So, or let's say that you don't want to vacuum the floor every single day. You now have Roomba to do it for you.
Mm-hmm.
So, but this is still a long way from that. I mean, it would be 10, 20 years before that happens.
But still something we could see one
Yes.
day.
Right now they are building something 5 feet tall so that it can do something more than just miniature size. Yep.
Awesome. Gentlemen, thank you so much for being here and for showing us what he can do. That's so cool.
We really appreciate your support to the foundation for this. Thank you.
Definitely. Remember this 2-hour block from 11 to 1. This is when we have our Clayton State University Foundation Incentive Challenge in place. So maybe you do want to help fund more projects in SIMS, the College of Information and Mathematical Sciences. If you and get your friends, get your family, the project that gets the most unique donors during this 2-hour block actually is going to receive an additional $2,000 from the Clayton State University Foundation. So that's a really, yeah, they're plugging it. Absolutely. We do hope that you'll give. Remember, there are several ways to do it. You can go online, you can text, you can call, and it's really cool too. I've been, as we've been here this morning, I've been looking around and there's a hubbub and buzz and everything going on in the University Center. We actually have folks sitting upstairs. Tell us what, I don't know that we can see them, but tell us what they're doing up there, J. Terry. They're answering phones, they're taking donations.
They're taking donations, it seems like. I see several of our colleagues there. They're waving to try to help you to get a sense of them. I see Alumni Services standing there, hoping that our alumni would reach out. Hey, Layla. I see our marketing team. We're really on this, trying to get as much of your phone calls in, as much of your participation as we can possibly muster. So really, keep those phones ringing, keep coming by. We really appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
We absolutely do. All right, so stick around. We are going to be back with a whole lot more from the University Center here in just a moment.
Hi, my name is Jillian Jones. I am a lecturer of computer science and information technology. Competitions and field research experience and even attending conferences enhance academic studies by allowing the students to take the knowledge that they've learned in class and put it into practice in an almost real world setting.
I'm Rotimi Olotu. I'm double majoring, double minor, majoring in computer science and aerospace engineering, and I'm also minoring in math and physics. You know, as a broke college student, can't afford to go to Tennessee, or, you know, sometimes going to some places in Georgia, or, you know, the lodging, the miscellaneous things that really shouldn't be a burden for someone who's going there to enrich their lives. So every year in November, there's a conference in Tennessee, in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. So it was my first time really getting out there to see what other schools do, you know, outside the classroom. And it really inspired me to do more with you know, what we learned here. So I went and I saw all these different projects. People were, you know, researching into malware with viruses. They were doing things with, you know, like graphics. You know, VR was like becoming, it was starting to become a thing. So they were doing some stuff with VR. And I thought to myself, this is really cool, you know. And, you know, as wonderful as this school is, with all of the programs that are made to help us in the workforce, you know, when we graduate, you know, in corporate, wherever we decide to go. It's those things you do outside the classroom that make all the difference.
The reason you should support student travel for the College of Information and Mathematical Sciences is that these opportunities allow our students to take the knowledge that they learn inside of the classroom and apply them to real-world experiences. It gives our students a much more competitive edge, and that's why you should give for dreams.
And thanks for staying with us this morning as we give for dreams here at Clayton State University.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in again to Gift for Dreams. In January and February, Clayton State hosted the first Tech Challenge competition where high school students build and maneuver with robots and various challenges. Let's check out a video of that competition.
My name is Jillian. I am a lecturer of computer science and information technology. FTC is the first tech challenge in which middle school and high school students build, design, and program robots to perform different challenges for a game. A lot of kids don't realize how important science, technology, engineering, and math are, and they don't even realize how much fun it is until they get an opportunity to compete or to see it in a different light, like building your own robot or designing your own robot. There is also an opportunity to build soft skills like interview skills and how to present yourself and how to talk to yourself and how to be professional at all times. So it's a great opportunity all around for middle school and high school students.
That was neat. Here with us this morning is Jillian Jones, a senior lecturer in SIMS, Shavoris Lawson, vice president of WeSTEM, and Allison Higgins, president of the student organization WeSTEM, Women Interested in STEM. So Allison, can you explain a little bit more about what we just saw there and your organization?
Okay, so Women Interested in Science, Technology, and Engineering is what WeSTEM is. We basically focus on connecting women and other underrepresented groups to different opportunities in science and tech and engineering and math through internships, scholarships, and travel to conferences. So we do this by attending different conferences throughout the country. Dr. Roberts mentioned earlier the Gatlinburg Conference, ACM Mid-Southeast Conference, and we also try to attend Grace Hopper's Celebration of Women in Computing, and basically just kind of serve as that connection point between students going from student life to professional life.
So Tavares, you're vice president. You're wearing a lot of hats here at Clayton State. I'm sorry. It's my pleasure to have you on again this morning. We're in a little bit different hat this morning, vice president of WeSTEM. Talk to us about the recent FTC competitions that we had here at Clayton State and y'all's role in that.
Okay, well, the recent competition that we just had was a state competition. I was a referee there, so my basic responsibilities were to facilitate the matches and make sure that everything was running smoothly. Our students are that bad, so it wasn't really too much to worry about in that department. The robot design was very great and elegant, so yeah.
Okay.
Well, Jillian, WeSTEM seems to afford our students opportunities to develop their passion for STEM. Can you tell us what your role is as an advisor of WeSTEM?
My role is to serve as their mentor and to support any efforts that they have in furthering WeSTEM's mission for promoting women and underrepresented groups in STEM fields. I also attend those conferences that Allison and Dr. Roberts mentioned earlier, where they would either present their research or be able to network with and meet other women in the field at conferences like the Grace Hopper Celebration for Women in Computing. And it's things like those where they can be inspired and empowered to know that they can succeed.
And Tavares, I'm going to point out the obvious. You're not a woman.
Right. Correct.
But it speaks to the larger point that WeSTEM it's not just about women,
Correct.
but it's about really opening up science, technology, engineering, mathematics to anyone and everyone, right?
Right.
Okay, tell us a little bit more about that.
Okay, so the purpose of, well, not the purpose, but what makes WeSTEM so great is that, not only is it just for women, but it's also for underrepresented groups to showcase their talents. So as Allison had stated earlier, we do internships, we do conferences, and we do events. Some recent events that we've done are, we attended a conference at Google, well, not at Google, but at Spelman with their Google Geek Week. So basically what we learned there was some internship strategies and solutions that we could facilitate to our members.
Okay. And I know probably most of us have seen the movie Hidden Figures that was just recently released. And I don't know about you guys, but for me, that shed an unbelievable light. I had no idea of the work that amazing group of women did, to further the space program. It kind of speaks to, Allison, why groups like women and minorities need that representation.
Yes, it does.
Talk to us a little bit more about what you see as the future of women and other underrepresented groups in STEM.
Well, what I see is that we all have something to contribute. The world needs everyone's combined brilliance to solve the problems that we face today. So we can't afford to exclude anyone based on race, gender, or anything else. The world needs those intelligent people to come together to solve our problems. And from watching Hidden Figures, we get to see what happens when you push aside all of those things and let genius shine through.
Absolutely. I don't think we could say it any better. That was tremendous. Thank you all so much for being here this morning and for sharing your passion for STEM with all of us. Thank you. All right, so we are going to get an update on donations. We are, oh my gosh, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Wow.
$42,357. Oh my gosh.
We're over a third of the way there.
Wow, but that doesn't mean we can slack. Call, click, text, tweet, come by, come see us. Keep those donations coming in. That is so amazing.
We have 98 donors. Will you be the 100th? We need 2 more. Fight for that. We need for you to be that 100th donor.
Be 100. All right, and so remember we have 2-hour incentive challenges going on throughout the day as well. From 9 to 11, Sutherland's Food Service said for whichever group gets the most donations, we will give another $1,000 to that project. Student Affairs took that one.
Yep.
So congratulations to Student Affairs.
All right, good deal, good deal.
We're gonna see who wins the second challenge.
Excellent.
Okay, so from 11 to 1, Clayton State University Foundation, $2,000.
Yep.
Okay, so, and I know throughout the day we're showing people where their money's going. So J. Terry, talk to us a little bit about some of the projects. Maybe is there one that's near and dear to your heart?
Well, WeSTEM actually. WeSTEM is very near and dear to my heart. I was the former advisor in working with Ms. Jones in transitioning. We often talked about exposure for the students and having the students have an opportunity to get out and see these companies, these organizations, and these graduate programs that offers more for their life, more for their future, and can continue to aspire. Every time a student goes to a conference, they come back not only motivated by the speakers and the series and the career fairs that are hosted at these conferences, but also by colleagues in a similar situation, students who are struggling in the same struggle to work part-time, to take care of families, and then to move themselves forward in a curriculum that is well known to be extremely difficult and not one that is second nature to someone coming up in the K through 12 system all of the time. There's much more that's been given towards that, but we've got a lot of work to do with the minorities and women population.
Absolutely. So go ahead and make your donation. Do what you can to help make those dreams real for Clayton State students. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we are going to meet some computer science students who are bringing computer graphics to life. Stick around.
All right, we're
Welcome
back. Excellent. Avatar, Monster University, Finding Dory. I'm sure we've all asked ourselves, how did those characters and scenery look so clear and lifelike on the screen?
I know that I have. So these blockbuster films were made possible in part by technology that processes the graphic images that we see. Check out this short video on Render Server.
Sturcio. I'm a junior and my major is computer science. Here at Clayton State, we're using the Render Server to make a video game. It is a remake of a video game we previously made in 2D, and now we're doing it in 3D. And the Render Server is actually what's making that possible.
My name is Brian Walton. I'm a junior and my major is computer science. Rendering is similar to how your eyes take in light. When light bounces off an object, it enters your eye, and that's how your brain is able to see. In a computer, when it's rendering, it bounces light at an object, and when it comes back to the camera, it turns that into an image that is the final render. Render Farm takes that concept but splits it up among, let's say, 10,000 computers, but it's all just one computer, and it produces the image much, much faster than any individual computer could do.
All right, so we're going to learn a little bit more about Render Server. That just kind of skimmed the surface there. We are going to welcome Dr. Michael Donch, an associate professor of mathematics, along with students Brian Walton, Alexandria Lundy, and Adam Sturcio. We've got a crowd on set this morning. All right, so first of all, for those of us who live in the dark ages and just expect the images to be there, what's a Render Server?
Well, basically what a render server does is it takes ridiculous amount of information and turns it into really, really pretty pictures, and that's all happening inside the computer. So if I have a virtual world of some kind, you know, that doesn't exist in reality, so I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to describe it in the computer with mathematical models, what's this thing made of, where are there lights in the scene, and the computer's just going to take all that information, crunch the numbers, we twiddle our thumbs for a while, and out comes your favorite animated movie.
Wow.
So it works on a very simple level.
Wow, that is amazing. So really, when we're talking about visual effects, computer-generated imagery, CGI, a lot of us have heard of. So we see this in movies, on TV. So this equipment's really an important tool for film and TV, it sounds like. Okay.
Well, So why did the Sims department go after getting the render server, bringing it to the classroom?
Actually, that's a little bit our fault.
It's all your fault, Adam.
In our an intro class, Applied Computing 1100, we were tasked to create a video game. And we did it beyond expectations. And we enjoyed the experience so much we decided to do a 3D version of it. And in our modeling of just basic 3D assets, we discovered that anything that's going to be worth showing is going to require more power than just one computer can offer. And we presented this to the academic conference, and the Sims department was kind enough to provide us with a rendering server so we can continue our work among other projects on campus.
Okay.
That's
So you're-
righteous.
So you're going to be able to really improve on the original game, it sounds like.
We already have. It's we've got full assets rendered. We've got a whole city environment to run around. It's excellent.
Tell us about this game. It sounds cool.
Well, the game, in a nutshell, is a labor of love. It's a story taking place in the not so distant future, but future, where things have kind of gone wrong, and you play a character who is going to do something about it. And I'm choosing my words carefully here because I don't want to spoil anything.
No spoilers.
Exactly.
Okay.
But it's going to be a 3-part saga, and we'll have a demo for the first part ready in April.
So I know a little bit about all of you, some of your background in the food industry and some related to Olympic gymnastics as an example. But what are your roles in developing this game, and how do you see those roles helping you to move forward in your own futures, your own careers, and perhaps change careers?
Okay, well, I am going to be the main game engineer. I'm going to be in the nuts and bolts, making the character move, jump, fight, those kind of things. And we have Brian, who is our artist, our renderer. He's actually the one who mainly interacts with the server. Brian, if you want to go into some details about that.
Yeah, my involvement with the game normally involves creating models and essentially creating the things that eventually get rendered by the server. I guess in a way it would help me with my future career is before you send it off to the render server, you got to make sure everything is actually put together right. So it involves a lot of organization and things like that. And yeah.
And my responsibilities are doing storyboarding for specific scenes and keeping them organized and on a tight schedule, and also doing design documents that are essential for our game.
This seems like a fantastic diversity of skill sets that are transferable, that you're taking what you've already had, applying that to get things done within this game, a goal at the end, and then you're able to kind of move forward the skills gained here and toward the future career goals. That's great.
Exactly. It's one of the goals of Dr. Donks, Professor Bailey, Professor Jones. They hope to continue this project even after we graduate and continue to grow the server. One of the main goals of it is if we can offer this server, like if the server gets big enough and successful enough to offer it to like production companies, we could, as a university, offer it to them freely and only ask in return that they allow our students to be part of the process.
A win-win. Absolutely it is. Thank you guys so much for telling us about this project. I think I've just had a little bit of an education.
That's right.
Absolutely. Yeah. So remember, your donations help students work on stuff like this. I mean, stuff that really is the cutting edge of the world.
That's right. And you would not anticipate that you're able to put them all together with your previous experiences and moving forward to your new experiences. But here's proof in the pudding, as they say, that this can be done. And your help is needed to get that done efficiently.
Definitely. So we're going to take another look at a video that's going to show us what our Sims students are capable of with a little help from you.
Hi, my name is Jillian Jones. I am a lecturer of computer science and information technology. Competitions and field research experience and even attending conferences enhance academic studies by allowing the students to take the knowledge that they've learned in class and put it into practice in an almost real world setting.
I'm Rotimi Olotu. I'm double majoring, double minor, majoring in computer science and aerospace engineering, and I'm also minoring in math and physics. You know, as a broke college student, can't afford to go to Tennessee, or, you know, sometimes going to some places in Georgia, or, you know, the lodging, the miscellaneous things that really shouldn't be a burden for someone who's going there to enrich their lives. So every year in November, there's a conference in Tennessee, in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. So it was my first time really getting out there to see what other schools do, you know, outside the classroom. And it really inspired me to do more with, you know, what we learned here. So I went and I saw all these different projects. People were, you know, researching into malware with viruses. They were doing things with, you know, like graphics. You know, VR was like it was starting to become a thing. So they were doing some stuff with VR. And I thought to myself, this is really cool, you know. And, you know, as wonderful as this school is, with all of the programs that are made to help us in the workforce, you know, when we graduate, you know, in corporate, wherever we decide to go. It's those things you do outside the classroom that make all the difference.
The reason you should support student travel for the College of Information and Mathematical Sciences is that these opportunities allow our students to take the knowledge that they learn inside of the classroom and apply them to real-world experiences. It gives our students a much more competitive edge, and that's why you should give for dreams.
So we've seen throughout the broadcast, Jay Terry, that one of the things that is such a focus here at Clayton State is connecting our students with the community.
That's right.
And we really, our students, especially in SIMS, benefit from partnerships with local companies. One such relationship is Georgia Power. And we are delighted to have a guest from Georgia Power on with us this morning. Leneva Morgan is with Strategic and System Support. She's a Strategic and System Support Analyst with Georgia Power. So welcome to the show this morning.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm very excited. There's a lot of excitement going on here at Clayton State today.
Well, thank you very much. In large part due to what you guys are.
Yeah, well, a lot of electricity in
That's
here.
right.
Yes.
Sorry.
That's right.
We had to go there.
That's exactly right.
We did.
So, Ms. Morgan, tell us what all that means and what you do at Georgia Power.
Yes, actually, I'm happy to share that. My background is actually in communication. I've done a lot of work in our employee communication side. But recently, I was brought into more of a technology role with our e-business team. So that, to me, it's been a learning curve. I just started in January with this particular team. And I appreciate the opportunity. That's the thing about Georgia Power. You get opportunities to grow within the company. And I am working with our customer engagement efforts with georgiapower.com, our chat, social media, and email efforts.
Excellent. So how does Georgia Power really kind of support the STEM education and higher education universities like ours?
Yes, absolutely. Well, we're a strong supporter of education throughout the state, and we're a proud partner to work with Clayton State University. We actually start from the elementary at K through 12 and all of the state colleges and universities. And STEM is a huge priority for Georgia Power. As you know, a lot of our workforce were engineers, linemen, a lot of folks that touch the technical side of the company. So innovation and new discoveries is very important to us. So to support Clayton State is to support those hopefully future employees of Georgia Power, as well as just very highly skilled employees that could benefit the whole state.
Yes.
And STEM, really, I mean, the whole field is just booming. It's really growing. Lots of good things on the job outlook. But the industry is still struggling with attracting women, with attracting minorities. Why is that, and how is your work with Georgia Power going to help turn that tide?
Well, let's see, that's a good question. I think that a lot of times it's just awareness. You know, there's just making sure that all students are aware of the vast opportunities that are out there. You know, I think growing up, I had a very limited view. Of course, technology has come a long way. But I think that, you know, just making sure, even from, you know, through programs like robotics, like you featured earlier, and with the youngest children, and that they're aware of opportunities to grow. And I think that's going to attract a more diverse workforce.
So we're really trying to connect with our partners, our industry partners, and you serve on the SIMS Advisory Board. We thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
What are some of the goals that you and the board and Georgia Power have with regards to STEM expansion, particularly here at Clayton State?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, I appreciate the opportunity to serve on that board. Thanks to the support of our company, as well as the invitation that I received from Dr. Lila Roberts. That was an awesome invitation, and so I'm honored to serve. Georgia Power just really, we are a strong proponent. We really support STEM education, and so whatever we can do, and as my role as an advisory board, we want to make sure that, first of all, personally, I want to make sure I know Clayton State. I'm new to the campus. I want to get to know the students. I want to know the offerings. And then also as a professional, if there are opportunities, some synergies for our industry to partner with Clayton State in developing new STEM curriculum.
Right.
I see that there may be some opportunities there. And also, we have employee resource groups. We have a lot of our employees that are very successful that are in STEM-related careers. I see myself bringing some of those employees here to meet with the students and give them some real-life examples of what they may see in the future.
Fantastic.
So we need your plug, okay?
Yes.
Why should people donate today? Why should people donate to SIMS as part of Give for Dreams?
Well, I think that if you're even thinking about donating, do so. Don't hesitate. I mean, you made it so easy. There's so many ways to do it. There's online, and people are watching right now. Just go ahead and do it. Don't hesitate. I think that they can come by here. This is a very fun environment today. If they're in the area, come on down. I think I saw at least 1 or 2 mascots walking around, a sponsor mascot, and of course Clayton State's mascot. So, you know, there's so many opportunities, because when you invest in Clayton State, you're investing in the community. You all are a valued partner for so many in the business community. We thank you for what you do every day. You're changing lives. So, you know, by investing in that, you're investing in the community, you're investing in our future, and you never know what great discovery may come from this program and this university if you just help one student.
That's right.
Absolutely. Leneva, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate your support. We appreciate the support of Georgia Power, and we appreciate the support of everyone out there who is donating as part of Give for Dreams today. So we are about halfway through the hour.
All right.
We have a lot more coming up, so you guys stick around. We will be right back.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Elliot Kropp, and I'm a professor at SIMS, the College for Information and Mathematical Sciences. In the classroom and outside, I am met by some of the best and brightest students. But some of our students need a little extra help. You see, success is equal to, as a base, academics, of course. But this can be reduced by financial need, and possibly augmented somewhat by the aid that they receive. However, only a scholarship could be a multiplicative factor, raised to the grit. Not grits, but grit, which is the power of the student's character, and this could make a true change in their lives. So you see, giving is easy, like an equation for exponential growth.
If you've ever driven around Clayton State University, you know that we are just around the corner from the Georgia Archives, or vice versa. They're just around the corner from us. That is also the home of the university's Master of Archival Studies program. And we are going to learn a little bit more about that this morning. It's part of SIMS, College of Information and Mathematical Sciences. Professor Joshua Kitchens and Professor Seth Shaw. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
That was very...
That's right.
There's a lot of unison in
There
this.
There is. I feel it. I feel it. All right. Tell us a little bit about what archival studies actually is.
So what archival studies really is about is documenting our kind of activities, either as cultures, as organizations, as businesses, as governments, to help us understand kind of what we've done, what we're going to do, and prove that we're doing what we say we're going to do. We like to say in archives, what we're trying to teach our students is how to create a complete and authentic and accurate record of the past.
So Archival Studies is a graduate program here at Clayton State University. Can you talk a little bit about some of the opportunities that are made available to someone with a master's degree in archival studies?
Yeah. So students can actually work for colleges and universities, for private historical societies, museums, anything that has an archive. Corporations also have archives. Coca-Cola Company in Atlanta has really fantastic corporate archives. Governments, as well as we train our students to be records managers. So there's an opportunity to go into government, corporate, and other businesses to help with their records management work as well.
Okay, so it's not just dusty old books.
No, and a lot of people think of the dusty old books, but a lot of archival materials is the unpublished records of organizations and individuals. But it's not just the paper anymore, it's also all that digital information. You think about the web, you think about your email accounts, your social media accounts, your My Documents folder, wherever it is. All that's involved, and those are all part of our responsibility as records that we need to take care of.
That's excellent. I know that we walk down memory lane even farther than we can with Ancestry.com and other areas like that, and that these are the kinds of people that you would find supporting those efforts. Really appreciate having the opportunity to speak with you and being able to move in to help other people know that there are places for those who have those interests to come in and study.
Definitely. We appreciate your time this morning, gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so remember, Give for Dreams, it's 24 hours, 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. And what do we want people to do?
Give, and then give some more.
And a little more, yeah, absolutely. Because when you give, you can change the lives of students. I mean, that's really what this is about.
That's right.
It is. So, the money that we raise as part of Give for Dreams, it benefits scholarships, it benefits travel to student conferences, it benefits study abroad, it benefits so many different aspects of student life here at Clayton State.
We've been asked many times about summer camps and opportunities for our K through 12 students to participate with us. That's where those donations go. They assist us in being able to develop the highest quality activities for those students.
Yeah, so there is so much that comes from the donations that you all are giving right here and right now. We're going to take a quick look again at where the money is going for the College of Information and Mathematical Sciences, or SIMS, in this video.
Hi, my name is Jillian Jones. I am a lecturer of computer science and information technology. Competitions and field research experience and even attending conferences enhance academic studies by allowing the students to take the knowledge that they've learned in class and put it into practice in an almost real-world setting.
I'm Rotimi Alotu. I'm double majoring, double minor, majoring in computer science and aerospace engineering, and I'm also minoring in math and physics. As a broke college student, can't afford to go to Tennessee, or sometimes going to some places in Georgia, or the lodging, the miscellaneous things that really shouldn't be a burden for someone who's going there to enrich their lives. So every year in November, there's a conference in Tennessee, in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. So it was my first time really getting out there to see what other schools do, outside the classroom, and it really inspired me to do more with what we learned here. So I went and I saw all these different projects. People were, researching into malware with viruses. They were doing things with, like graphics. VR was like it was starting to become a thing. So they were doing some stuff with VR. And I thought to myself, this is really cool, And, as wonderful as this school is, with all of the programs that are made to help us in the workforce, when we graduate, in corporate, wherever we decide to go. It's those things you do outside the classroom that make all the difference.
The reason you should support student travel for the College of Information and Mathematical Sciences is that these opportunities allow our students to take the knowledge that they learn inside of the classroom and apply them to real-world experiences. It gives our students a much more competitive edge, and that's why you should Give for Dreams.
when those Sims students go on to become Sims alums, they are going on to do great things, aren't they?
They are.
They absolutely are. We have got a Sims alum here with us this morning, Tony Yakub. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Thanks for being here.
Hey, Tony. When did you graduate from Clayton State University, and what degree did you pursue?
I graduated from Clayton State in May 2012 with a Bachelor's of Science in Mathematics and a minor in Finance.
All right.
Fantastic.
So what led you down that path to study math and finance?
I've always been interested in mathematics since I was a child. And basically, what I really like about it is that there's a right or wrong answer. So I was always interested in the deep analysis of mathematics. For finance, I've always been interested in investing and how financial markets work. So that's why I pursued that minor.
So I've heard that you're originally from Lebanon.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about growing up there and why you wanted to come here?
Yes. I grew up in Lebanon and I was raised there. I mean, until I was 19 years old, I came over here. The reason why I've always wanted to come to the United States, but I was never able to come here financially. So I was given an opportunity after graduating by the Georgia Rotary Student Program to come to the United States. And from there, everything turned out to be great because Clayton State, after that year, they offered me a out-of-state waiver to be able to continue my studies in the United States. And this is where my dream has started.
That's amazing. And once you were here at Clayton State, you jumped in. You got really involved. How were you able to grow both personally and professionally by taking on leadership positions?
Yes. In Clayton State, I was very active on campus because I wanted to build my leadership and leadership skills and my time management skills. And I also wanted to learn more about the American culture, adapt to it, and learn the language better. So that's the reason why I chose to continue, and I love interacting with people and learn from their experiences.
So what kind of credit would you give to our faculty? How did they really help and support you towards that goal?
The faculty over here, they were always helpful because the student to faculty ratio was very low, which was really good. And so anytime I had questions, they helped me. In research, I was very grateful to Dr. Elliot Kropp because he was my advisor in research. He was always there for me. We published a paper together in graph theory, and we also attended several conferences across the Southeast. So SIMS also helped financially to support these conferences as well.
Tell us, why should people give today?
People should give today because from my experience, I would have never been able to be here. Now I'm pursuing a PhD at Georgia Tech. So without this, the whole dream would have not happened. So because of your donations, basically, I was able to get an out-of-state waiver. I was able to go to conferences. So this is the reason why maybe students like me who are not able to do that will be able to do this.
Excellent.
That's how dreams are made real.
A dream made real, absolutely.
That is it right there. Tony, thank you so much for sharing your story with us this morning. We are going to be right back with more from the College of Information and Mathematical Sciences, or SIMS, right after this. All right, so it's SIMS Hour, College of Information and Mathematical Sciences, here on Give for Dreams. We've been highlighting some really cool stuff
We are having a good time, there's no doubt.
We are, absolutely. Math is fun. Math is fun. Math applications are fun. All right, we've got a fun guest with us too, don't we? Tell us about our guest.
We do. Dr. Kropp is a professor in the College of Sims. He's particularly in mathematical sciences. His areas of interest are graph theory, as was discussed in an earlier segment. Dr. Kropp, this has been an amazing hour. Can you tell us why the College of Mathematical Sciences offers students such a diverse set of academic programs?
I'll tell you that one of the things that I find so different here from anywhere else that I've been is the intense one-on-one interactions that we have with our students. I mean, we can really devote a lot of time, as I have personally in the past, and I have been inspired by the kinds of works that we have produced, things that were really part of an international conversation.
And when in doubt, you can just write equations on a board, right?
I do, and it seems like it's just in the air, you know, but I have my feet on the ground nonetheless.
In reference to previous videos.
Thank goodness. So remind us, when people make a donation today to Sims, where's the money going?
Well, the money goes to supporting those kinds of interactions between faculty and students, towards travel, towards research, towards students having those kinds of opportunities that we've been discussing, robotics, the render server, creating new tools, creating new, maybe finding new theorems and proving new results that then get published in journals and perhaps make a contribution to the world at large.
Okay. So what were some of your favorite moments from this hour that we were here on today?
Well, other than some of the wonderful hosting done by you, I would say that I have to bring it back to the students who, this video game that Adam Sturcio was talking about, he was actually a student of mine in calculus class, and he told me little bits about it, pieces of pieces, and I don't know if he mentioned it, but the name of the game is Dream Thief, which I think is very appropriate for the Gift for Dreams day that we're having today. Excellent. Because he doesn't have to really steal dreams anymore if people just donate.
Yeah, that's right.
That was good.
That was excellent.
That was good.
Yeah, great segue.
Nice. But that's the truth. I mean, we just really want to encourage everybody to donate. You've got to bring it home for Sims, okay?
That's right.
Dr. Kropp, why should people donate?
Well, although I've said this before, let me say it again, that if you want students to have an impact in the world and to be those kinds of inspirational lights into a conversation that isn't just local, but one that may affect larger portions of our society, then that requires a little bit of help for travel, help to disperse the kinds of excellent results that our students produce with faculty, and to support the making of those results, the outreach that is necessary to do that. I mean, there is no greater goal, in my opinion, than to create these kinds of future leaders that we have been creating here.
Mm-hmm.
Well said. Well said, Dr. Kropp. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Pleasure.
Really appreciate it.
So, Sims needs your support. Okay, this is the hour we've been highlighting the robotics, the technology, the render server, everything. This is when we really hope that you'll make that donation to Sims to say, yes, this is important to me and I see how this can benefit. So we want to remind everybody the phone number.
678-466-4470. That's 4470. That's right. Wait for it. 4470.
We have got a great group of folks upstairs who are taking your phone calls. We have raised $74,000. Oh my goodness.
That's great.
We're now halfway there.
We're halfway there. We're more than halfway there. We have 114 donors now. We really appreciate what it is that you're doing for us. 84% to the goal in scholarships.
Scholarships, yep. Awesome.
Sims is 138% toward their goal, so they've reached their goal, but keep going. We want you to keep going. Keep moving past that. 200, 300% of the goal. That's what we need. It's a lot to be done.
Build more robots.
Excellent.
Absolutely. You guys are making a difference. Every single one of you out there who's watching this on the web and on YouTube, everybody who is calling and clicking, everybody is making a difference.
That's right.
It's amazing
Fantastic.
to see it
We
come
really
together.
appreciate you.
It truly is. So next hour, we're going to focus on student affairs.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to do that. We're going to take a little break. We're going to regroup. We're going to get some water.
That's right.
And then we're going to be right back in just a couple of short minutes, so stick around.
Today is Gift for Dreams at Clayton State University, and we've made it easy for you to help a student's dreams come true. 4 simple ways to give. New this year is Text to Give. Make sure you know your project keyword and text 41444. Text your keyword to 41444. Visit us at clayton.edu/give4dreams. Call us at 678-466-4470 or swing by campus and visit us at the University Center until 5 p.m. So, what are you waiting for?
You're the pro.
All right, good afternoon and welcome back. Welcome to your lunchtime edition of Gift for Dreams. We'll be featuring our Student Affairs, Athletics, and Spivey Hall. I'm one of your co-hosts. I'm Miss Atawana Royal, the Assistant Director for the Department of Campus Life, joined by my lovely co-host.
I'm Jessica Charman of the Women's Soccer Team, also the Editor-in-Chief of the Bentry and recipient of the Presidential Scholarship here at Clayton State University.
You also do something else.
What is that?
You're President Bentry.
I already said that,
You do a lot of stuff.
I do a lot, but that's all what you have to do here.
Awesome, awesome. We're going to kick off this segment with a special video featuring the Student Emergency Fund.
My name is Christine Smith, and I'm Director of Counseling and Psychological Services. Well, all students at some point during their college career, they might have an issue with academics, they might need support there. They also often will have issues that are of a personal nature. Sometimes those issues or difficulties are related specifically to unexpected events that are interfering with, paying attention in class and functioning academically and personally, and sometimes those issues have to do with a financial issue.
My name is Jeff Jacobs, Dean of Students. With the many expenses that college students have, an adverse situation that arises can often be the difference between them continuing regularly in school and being on the street. We're seeing students coming in with often the inability to pay that monthly rent that they have. Sometimes it could be a car repair that has come up in order for them to get to and from school, even a cell phone bill. But we're also seeing a lot more students coming in who are having that food insecurity, not having the funds to get something to eat, even one meal a day. So one of the things that we look at when we're working to support a student is we look to address that immediate situation, but also try to come up with longer term solutions for them so they can continue to persist through graduation.
It's very important for people to give to the Student Emergency Fund at Clayton State. It makes a real difference in students' lives. It can put a simple fix to an often simple problem where finances are concerned and unexpected events in students' lives. So we really appreciate the support it has gotten in the past, and just feel that it's really important for people to support this Student Emergency Fund.
All right, so welcome back. Now we're being joined by some very special guests from Student Affairs. We have our Vice President of Student Affairs, Dr. Elaine Manglis, also our Dean of Students, Mr. Jeff Jacobs. Thank you so much for being here.
You're very welcome.
Awesome. So our first question for you, Dr. Manglis, please tell us what projects would the Gift for Dreams donations be funding for Student Affairs?
The Gift for Dreams donation would be funding the Student Emergency Fund. And a little more detail about the fund: it provides financial assistance for students who are unable to meet immediate expenses due to an emergency situation. And many times that little bit of help is enough to help the student get through the semester and sometimes even graduate.
Awesome.
So can you tell me how the Student Emergency Fund would provide relief to a student so that they can pursue their studies? What ways will that really help them pursue their studies?
Well, I think everybody knows that at any given time in our lives, unexpected situations arise. And on top of that, students have a lot of different expenses. So occasionally they find themselves in a situation where they can't meet those expenses. Sometimes it comes up very quickly. And it can mean the difference between them staying in school or dropping out, and also potentially having nowhere to go. So we work with the student to kind of determine what those needs are when they reach us, and at that point, see where we can help them. And then we also look and work with them to try to provide some longer term solutions so that they don't get in those situations again. So you could have a student coming in on anything related to needing a course textbook, needing to make a partial payment in their rent for the month, repair a car, who knows? So I mean, and then we also, there seems to be more evidence of students who have some food insecurity as well as a college student. So we have different resources on campus to provide for that, but again, that emergency fund provides that general support for those resources.
Very, very important fund. So tell us, how successful has the Student Emergency Fund been so far for our students?
It varies throughout the year, but we can see sometimes up to 15 students who might approach us for something, a semester. So, it depends on what might be going on, and one of the things that we want to do is continue to promote this opportunity for our students. As we continue to grow our fund, we want to be able to reach more students and provide those support services for them.
And really, I feel like if you help one student, then it's been worth it for me. I think that it doesn't matter how many, as long as someone at Clayton State's being helped.
Well, and as Mr. Jacobs said, sometimes it's a small amount that can make a big difference. Students have varying needs, so just the fact of helping a student repair their car so they can finish out the semester or take finals and even graduate, that's a powerful assistance.
I think that's a great point, is when a student approaches us, sometimes it's just a matter of getting them through the week or the next month or that semester, and then hopefully we can find those longer term solutions to get them to graduation, which is really what we're trying to achieve.
Excellent. So can you tell us what Clayton State can expect from Student Affairs in the upcoming months?
Sure. Not exactly related to Student Emergency Fund, but we have upcoming on March 16th from noon to 3:30 in the Student Activities Center. We have the Job and Graduate School Fair, and so thinking long term, this will help students find employment or entry into grad school. We have over 45 employers and graduate schools coming during that day to talk with students. They are offering part-time jobs, full-time jobs, internship positions, and opportunities to attend grad school. So that helps students in the long term in addition to the shorter term types of funds that the Student Emergency Fund provides. We also have a committee currently on campus that is a cross-campus committee led by our Director of Counseling, which is looking broadly at some of the food insecurity and homelessness issues that our students have. So we're trying to coordinate what we as a campus do to address those needs so that we're all fulfilling that purpose together.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Dr. Manglis and Dean Jacobs, for explaining to us the great impact that the Student Emergency Funds have on the lives of our students, and also shedding some light on the great things we have to look forward to coming from our Student Affairs Department. So what you just heard about are the unexpected challenges students sometimes face, and the reason we hope that you can give today. Along that, we want to announce to you a special challenge, and this is a special announcement to our student organizations. To our student organizations, please be reminded of the incentive challenge that we have going on. The student organization who gets the most donors to give at least $5 or more, just $5 or more, will be eligible to win $500. That's $500 that your organization can use. I bet your organization can use that, right?
Definitely.
So make sure you take advantage of that incentive.
So now for the actual general body, there are very different ways that you can give this year. We can text, we can call, you can come in or go online. So you've heard about
All right, welcome back. We have some really body.
Hello, thank you.
Thank you. We have Eric, we have Tatiana, we have Oscar here. So we have some great questions for you. Our first question, Greek life is not just about social life, it's also about our academics. Please share with us why our Greeks make academic success such a priority.
So in order to become a member of our Greek life here on campus, you have to have a certain GPA requirement. That is a standard amongst all organizations here on campus. Not only that, but we take academics very seriously. A lot of us host study sessions for our faculty, staff, and students to initiate with us. We also conduct pageants that host scholarships, so we give out scholarships to any students during banquets or balls or galas, anything of that sort.
Awesome. Amazing, but it's not just about academic work, is it? What about giving back to the community? Can you talk a little bit about the philanthropic work that you guys all do?
Well, the Fraternity and Sorority Council, we actually host 1 week a year during the spring, and we usually focus on one major philanthropy. For the past few years, we've been focusing on lupus. So we do that as an organization. Then each individual organization has their own focus that they do. They have March of Dimes. They raise money for lupus. They raise money for Alzheimer's. And actually, Zeta Phi Beta raised money on Main Street to donate to March of Dimes recently. So we do a lot of give back to the community. We have mentoring programs as well.
It's amazing.
Awesome. All right, Mr. Eric. So like on most colleges and universities, our Greek life, they are very influential and they play a major role in leadership in campus life. So tell us how our Greek members here at Clayton State stay active and how do they develop a sense of leadership?
Well, the Greek community has always been dedicated to the facilitation of the success of all the students here at Clayton State University since we've been here since the early 2000s. Greeks here hold numerous leadership positions, not only among the campus, but also inside different campus organizations. So that way they are able to display a real leadership, a genuine leadership, where they are actually able to interact with the student body, actually facilitate it daily inside the success of other students here at Clayton State. Also, while doing that, we held positions in SDA, SAS, SAB, and other leadership positions in other organizations as well here on the campus as well.
Wow, I think it's amazing to see how a Greek really makes you an all-rounded individual. So
Absolutely, and I can speak from experience. I am also an alum here from Clayton State and had the esteemed pleasure of being initiated into one of our Greek organizations here. So thank you, Hawk, thank you, Tatiana, thank you, Eric, for sharing some of the great information and work that our Greeks are doing here at Clayton State University. Thank you so much for being here.
So Royal, can you tell us a little bit about the student challenge we've got going on in this hour?
Oh, absolutely. So remember, student organizations, the challenge is still going on throughout the entire time of Gift for Dreams. So this is for all of our student organizations. The student organization who gets the most donors to give at least $5 at the end of our campaign, just $5, the most number of donors to give on behalf of that student organization will be given an incentive of $500.
So just $5 to get $500.
Could you use $500?
I could use $500.
Absolutely. So give. How can you give?
You can give by text, you can give by phone, you can give by email, and of course you can stop by and visit us here in the UC.
Right here.
And it's clearly working because let's have a quick look at the fundraising numbers. Royal, how much money have we made so far?
A lot.
Have you got the total though?
Probably not, so I'm going to say a lot, but we are doing really, really well. Again, make sure you take advantage of those ways to give. Now, don't text and drive. So if you're driving, you make sure you stop on by the UC or you pick up the phone and call using your audio concerns. But other than that, come by and see us. After this break, we're going to learn and hear some more from our Recreation and Wellness Department, all right? Give for Dreams.
Keep giving, guys.
All right, so welcome back. We have some really fantastic guests here from our Recreation and Wellness. We have Mr. Nick Kilberg, from the Director of Recreation and Wellness, join with us for one of our fabulous instructors, Miss Lisa. Nick, tell us what's going on, the fabulous things that Recreation and Wellness is doing on campus.
All right, well, the Department of Recreation and Wellness oversees the Fitness Center, which is located in the Student Activity Center. And our programming areas are intramural sports, club sports, outdoor adventure, and then fitness and wellness type programs. We offer programs all throughout the semester, and our main goal is to get students active and healthy and provide student leadership opportunities for our student employees and experiential learning opportunities for our participants.
What kind of programs do you have available for our students to get involved in?
If we start with, I'm going to start with fitness and wellness, and I'm actually going to hand it over for Lisa for a brief moment to talk about group exercise.
All right.
Yes, we have a variety of group exercises we have in the morning, lunchtime, and sometimes in the evening to
accommodate all schedules. The SAC is open to all students and members of the Student Activity Center. And we have Zumba, which I teach. We have yoga, which I also teach.
Awesome.
Another
Versatile.
we have 3 yoga instructors, actually. We have intramural, well, you'll be talking about that, but different types of exercises to make sure that everyone's comfortable and doing the best that they can to make sure that they stay fit and healthy while in such a beautiful facility. And Nick will actually talk about this.
Sure. Yeah, and then we also have a variety of fitness initiatives throughout the year that are just kind of one time. Maybe we have Fitness Fridays that'll happen a couple times a semester and things like that. We also offer personal training over at the fitness center with certified personal trainers. And then we also have the courts, which are open for student and members use at any time that intramural sports isn't using them. And so I'll just segue right into intramural sports, which is we offer a variety of sports throughout the year, whether it be flag football, indoor soccer, outdoor soccer, volleyball, what am I forgetting? Badminton, basketball.
Yeah, a lot.
So,
everything. Any sport you can think of, pretty much, right?
So that's our intramural sport program, and then our outdoor adventure program.
Yes.
We offer everything.
We love
ranging
that.
from hiking to skydiving.
You got swimming with, I swam with whales, beluga whales in the aquarium a year ago.
Yeah, and I did whitewater rafting when I was a student here. So.
Yeah, so that program is something that really stands out, I would say.
Fantastic.
And that isn't free for students, but it is at a much discounted price. So
Oh,
you
yeah.
can go snorkeling with the manatees on a 4-day trip in Florida, and it's $75 to $100 as opposed
Which
to
is
going down
insanely
by yourself.
discounted, isn't it?
Absolutely. So I believe today, Instructor Lisa, you're going to show us some fantastic moves that we can do to stretch our body and get our bodies moving, whether we're at our desk, whether we're in between studying and we need to just get
Whether
the blood
we've
flowing.
had practice this morning at 6 a.m. and
Sounds
we're
like
feeling
you're
a little
talking from
tight.
personal experience.
We had some class right before this. So,
Okay.
primarily I'm going to be showing you some stretches that you can do while at your desk, whether you're sitting or at work. So first we're going to start with standing because I am standing. And so basically one of the best ways to prevent lower back injuries or soreness is simply to touch your toes. And so you take a deep breath, make sure that you are just come down and you reach for those toes. Hand touches. I'm not sure I can touch my toes. Right here, just make sure that you're hanging and you have that support. We're going to hold that for 15 to 30 seconds and then take a deep breath. And on the exhalation, you slowly come up. Your head should be the last thing to come up. And you should feel
Head
a little
lost.
bit better.
I feel better through you.
I didn't see you touch your toes.
Honey, I ain't touching my toes in this skirt.
That's why I wore jeans for. Well, maybe. Well, I don't know about those heels doing this or next. But
Okay.
basically, you're just going to do a knee lift, right? So
Okay.
You're going to take your ankle and you're just going to balance.
Okay.
That's
No,
it really is. I got it. I got it. You can do the support. You can do the support. There
Oh,
we
I'll
go.
try that one.
Again,
Look
all
at this,
these
guys.
exercises,
Really, you
you're
slow
holding
this
for
down.
15 to
We
20
got
seconds.
Okay.
And you let it go. And then you simply do it on the other side.
They said don't touch
Even
it.
it up.
I can do that.
Yeah, you feel a little bit better. Uh-oh. All right, sis. And then we're going to go for the chair. All right, so we're going to start. I know. We've got a prop here, guys.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to start at the edge of my seat, and I'm going to start with simple neck exercises, right? So in all these exercises, you're going to make sure that your shoulders are relaxed, your back is nice and straight, and you're breathing. Breathing is just the epitome of everything. You must breathe to relax, right? And so we're going to just start with making sure our chin is tucked. That's it. So you just simply tuck your chin, hold it for 15 or 30 seconds, and return back to a neutral head position. Then ear to shoulder. Very simple. Make sure you're inhaling and exhaling. Each inhalation is a move. Each exhalation is returning. Other side. Very simple, right? Now we're going to move. Back up, Sonny. Let me move. You're going to go and you're going to touch the middle of your back. Just take that elbow. Make sure, again, your back is straight. Your abs are nice and tight. In. Other side. Very easy, right? See, everybody's doing it.
We've got a
I
room
see everyone's
moving today.
involved.
It feels good. You can't help it. And then you're just going to bring that arm across. Same thing. This is so good for your shoulders, your back, and neck. Just relax and make sure your head is always in a neutral position. And whatever you do on the right side, make sure you repeat on the left. Okay? It's all about balance. And let's just pretend that we have a desk. You have your desk. You're seated at your desk. And you just want to make sure that those wrists stay nice and flexible. So you make sure you hold it back. Oh, goodness. Doesn't that feel good?
Wow.
It just opens up all kinds of things, right? side. Again, make sure you're breathing. And then you just turn it. You flip it. Same thing. Same thing. Last but not least, Nick actually told me today that this made him kind of sore, but just doing fist rotation.
Ooh.
Right.
I can feel that. That's crazy that something that much you can feel it.
Indeed.
In and out. That's it. All right. And moving on. So, we're going to take our hands.
Oh, we might have to spread out here.
Just kind of relax your neck up against those arms. Up against those hands. Make sure your arms are nice and parallel. And you're just going to stretch your shoulder blades. Make sure your core is tight and relax. And this is something you hold for 15, 30, and relax for 15. Feels good, right? All right, last but not least, we're going to take these legs and make them work. So, while we're on the edge of our seats, make sure that your seat is locked. If you do have wheels, if you don't have wheels, it's even better because the last thing you want to do is kind of roll around while you're stretching.
Safety first. Safety first, everyone.
Absolutely.
Yes, special look them up. All right, so make sure that your leg is extended straight like this. Again, you're seated firmly on the edge of that chair. And you're simply going to place hands on that thigh and make sure your back stays straight, your head is staying straight as well. You're not hunched over like this because that does nothing. You want to make sure you're stretching that lower back, getting a very nice quad, back to hamstring stretch, right? Bring it up on that exhalation and heat on the other side. This is all, again, at your desk. All of this is at your desk. Last but not least, you want to make sure you're seated up against the back of that chair and it's firm.
When I get closer to her.
Everybody can't do this at their office, but if you can get away with it, go for it. It's excellent stretch. Bring that leg in. All right? Back of that hamstring and just hold it. Hold it, hold it, hold it.
It's amazing what you can do just sat at your desk, right?
And you feel so good. The energy that you get from stretching, and making sure that the tension is released in your body, stress leaves, you just feel better, and you're a much more productive worker. And that's really what it's all about. And of course, maintaining your health and wellness.
So can I ask, how often would you recommend stretching?
I actually think that you should, this is from the mayoclinic.org, you can always go to their website if you want more information, but every 50 minutes you should get up. You should walk around, you should do something. If you can't walk around, that's what this is really good for. So don't go an hour without moving. Don't go an hour without getting up. And just like they say, you should look away from your computer screen because you're exercising your eyes. Same thing with your arms, your hands, forearms, your head, neck, shoulders. Your entire body needs to move.
So take care of your bodies, guys.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for coming in. And remember, let's give, give, give. Keep giving for dreams.
Thank you.
My name is Christine Smith, and I'm Director of Counseling and Psychological Services. Well, all students at some point during their college career, they might have an issue with academics, they might need support there. They also often will have issues that are of a personal nature. Sometimes those issues or difficulties are related specifically to unexpected events that are interfering with, paying attention in class and functioning academically and personally. And sometimes those issues have to do with a financial issue.
My name is Jeff Jacobs, Dean of Students. With the many expenses that college students have, an adverse situation that arises can often be the difference between them continuing regularly in school and being on the street. We're seeing students coming in with often the inability to pay that monthly rent that they have. Sometimes it could be a car repair that has come up in order for them to get to and from school, even a cell phone bill. But we're also seeing a lot more students coming in who are having that food insecurity, not having the funds to get something to eat, even one meal a day. So one of the things that we look at when we're working to support a student is we look to address that immediate situation, but also try to come up with longer term solutions for them so they can continue to persist through graduation.
It's very important for people to give to the Student Emergency Fund at Clayton State. It makes a real difference in students' lives. It can put a simple fix to an often simple problem where finances are concerned and unexpected events in students' lives. So we really appreciate the support it has gotten in the past, and just feel that it's really important for people to support this Student Emergency Fund.
And welcome back to Give for Dreams. Student veterans are an important member of Clayton State student body, and the university attends to their needs to ensure they have a positive experience on campus. I'd like to welcome Maria Adams, Director of Veterans Resource Center, and Terrence Grisby, a senior and Air Force veteran, to the show.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so Maria and Terrence, tell us about the military veteran population here at Clayton State.
Well, at Clayton State, we have about 10% of our population are student veterans and military dependents. It's about 700 students, so that's everybody from veterans, active duty, guard, reservists, spouses, and children.
All right, so exactly what is the Veterans Resource Center, and how does it support our Clayton State veteran community?
So we have staff and peer support. They help them through their academic career. We're there for the A to Z needs. We have a space where they can study, they can hang out, they can get a hot cup of coffee. We have information on resources on campus and off campus, and we also offer computers and printing.
Awesome. So can you tell me a little bit about the challenges that military veterans might face when transitioning into the civilian world, and how the Veteran Resource Center helps that?
Well, sure. Transitioning from military to civilian life is quite shocking. I would almost say some people are probably all shell-shocked during this transition.
Yeah.
You signed up to defend your country for 4 years, 8 years, sometimes even 20 years. And then all of a sudden you're no longer part of that brotherhood. But then you find a place like the Veterans Resource Center, and you get that belonging once again.
Wow.
And it's real comforting for people.
Well, that sounds lovely. Would you say the Veteran Resource Center has served your needs?
Oh, most definitely. The staff there, it's a place where you can go to connect with other veterans. Me being an older veteran, far removed from school, and I found myself connecting with veterans from other branches, other times of war. I'm a Gulf War veteran. Most of these guys have been Iran, Iraq. But it gives me a chance to serve with them again, to mentor them and help them along the way. And if they have questions, the Veterans Resource Center is going to get those questions answered.
Wow, that sounds wonderful, doesn't it, Ryan?
It absolutely does, and I'm sure you've heard this, but let me say it again. Thank you so much for serving our country, Terrence. We really appreciate you, the rest of our veteran community here on and off campus. We really, really appreciate you, and so grateful that we have a center on our campus that can service your needs. I would also like to say that Terrence is one of many of our veterans who have taken advantage of getting involved on campus outside of just the Veterans Resource Center. I saw Terrence earlier last semester. We had some activities going on. He gave me a hard time, but we're friends now. So thank you so much. So any things you want to leave the campus community, the veterans that may not know about the Resource Center, what do you want to say to them, and how they can come and find out more about you?
You know, we are so glad we have the opportunity to serve our veterans and honor them on our campus. Terrence is there every Tuesday and Thursday hanging out. He doesn't even get paid. He just comes there, hangs out,
Just a
helps
social
serve,
butterfly,
just to serve the students. He's also the Student Veterans Association Vice President. You know, we want to let them know there's many ways they can get involved and fully integrated into the campus, and we're here for them for anything they need, anytime they need it. And Terrence is always there, I'm always there, and we're here for you guys.
We appreciate
Veterans helping veterans.
Veterans helping veterans. You heard it first from Terrence Grisby. Thank you so much. Thank you again for serving our country. Miss Maria here, also Director of Veterans Resource Center. Thank you, guys. We appreciate you for sharing that information. All right, we're still giving. Give for dreams. How can it give?
Well, you can give in so many ways this year. You can call us, you can text us, you can email us, and of course you can stop by and give us a little visit. So,
no, we need some visitors. I haven't seen many. Stop by, come see us.
Give us a wave. We'll give you a smile, won't we?
Yeah, well, we'll give away some smiles, sure, absolutely. And my student organizations, don't forget about that incentive. It's still going on. Give just $5. Get as many donors as you can to give $5 in honor of your organization. And how much could they win?
$500. Just think how much $500 could do for your organization. I know it would help mine out. That's
absolutely
for sure.
$500. Give people, give for dreams.
Give for dreams, guys.
Today is Give for Dreams at Clayton State University, and we've made it easy for you to help a student's dreams come true. 4 simple ways to give. New this year is Text to Give. Make sure you know your project keyword and text 41444. Text your keyword to 41444. Visit us at clayton.edu/give4dreams. Call us at 678-466-4470 or swing by campus and visit us at the University Center until 5 p.m. So, what are you waiting for?
And then I'll talk.
All right, welcome back. We are still in our special hour, and now we've switched gears from student affairs to athletics. Isn't that right?
We have indeed. I'm Jessica Charman, a student athlete here at Clayton State University on the women's soccer team, and I guarantee you that today is going to be an excellent hour of giving for the athletics department. We're going to be joined by Coach Jimmy Link of the men's basketball team and Tim Duncan, our athletic director.
Sometimes I'm athletic trainer, so no worries.
You're learning all sorts of skills,
absolutely,
Tim.
absolutely.
All right, awesome. So, Tim, tell us a little bit about our athletics program here at Clayton State.
Well, at Clayton State, we have 12 sports, 6 men's, 6 women's, men's and women's soccer, men's and women's basketball, men's and women's cross country, men's and women's track and field, men's golf, and women's tennis. And they are terrific students. They do well athletically as well as academically, so we couldn't be prouder of them.
Awesome. And what would the Give for Dreams donations be going towards for the athletics department?
So we wanted something to help with all of our student athletes. So we are getting strength and conditioning equipment, sports performance. So it's a squat box, which will help with their explosiveness, as well as a jump mat, which measures their explosiveness from jumping. So Jessica actually has used both of them.
I have used both, and I think we should have a video to show about what we have today, right?
My name is Jared Bidney, Strength Conditioning Coordinator for Clayton State Athletics. I brought some of my equipment to Clayton State Athletics to help them. Main thing I brought was testing equipment so that we can kind of find a baseline and figure out what we're doing in the weight room if it's improving their sport. We'll also work on our testing our athletes each month with the proper testing equipment. That way we don't get 3 months down the road and say, oh, this ain't working. If we constantly test, we'll figure out if what we're doing in the weight room is or is not working, and then we can make adjustments as we go on. My goal for these athletes is just to improve their performance, show them that they can actually get better, and prove to them that they can continually get better if we have the right stuff.
My name is Sierra Glenn. I'm a sophomore and I run track and field. Using the new equipment that he has brought over has made a tremendous difference just in the form of the exercises that we've done on a daily basis. Like for instance with the bench press, he has us using a whole different format, like we're pushing our shoulders back and arching our backs, and most of us have reached maxes that we haven't reached since we were in high school. So it's just great seeing that he's bringing in a lot of new techniques for us to use.
My name is Keith Egan. I'm a senior here at Clayton State, and I'm on the golf team. Well, I think people should try to raise money for our program because it not only helps our students and not only helps the department, but it helps the whole community around here, around Morrow, Clayton County. It's huge. Like if our basketball team or if our soccer team is playing well or achieving greatness, it's a chance for everyone to come see their local team. So it's essential to provide satisfaction for all the people in the community, not only the athletes that are in the department. So.
So it is, of course, Athletic Hour. As you've seen, we've just hired a new strength and conditioning coach, Jared Bidney. Can you tell us a little bit more about what he does?
Yeah, Jared's job is to make sure our students are as fit and explosive as they can be. He has a long reputation of being a great trainer when it comes to student athletes. So we were fortunate just to get him. And now that we have him, I think he's made an immediate impact, of which you can attest to our student athletes with their explosivity. I think it'll make us even more fit and more explosive, and that should carry over to your performance on the field, on the pitch.
Yeah, I would definitely say that Jared's been an eye-opener. I'd never known that you could squat with a box. So.
Absolutely. You have to go deep, as they say, right?
Awesome. Speaking of boxing equipment, Jimmy, as the head men's basketball coach, how will this equipment help you and your team?
It's going to help us, obviously with jumping and, running our overall athleticism. It's another piece for us to get in the preseason and in the postseason to get our guys, I thought if we're a little bit more athletic, it'll help us, no doubt.
So Jimmy, away from strength and conditioning, you had an amazing season. Can you tell us a little bit about what happened lately to the men's basketball team?
Yeah, we won the West Division this
Woo-hoo!
season, in the Peach Belt Conference.
We got a championship, guys.
So yeah, we had a good February. I thought we lost one, maybe two, and then but we won 5 or 6 in a row or throughout of the 8. And I thought we had a good February, and we ended up pulling it out, and it was a 5-way tie, all with 11-8 record, and our division record in our West Division, we ended up being the #1 seed and being the #1 ranked.
Well, congratulations for bringing some trophies to the athletic department. We're proud of you. And you guys, thanks for coming in, and let's hope that people can give for dreams. And we'll get a quick donation update. What have we got, Royal?
Absolutely. Let's see here. We are now at a total of $78,956.
Pretty impressive, isn't it? That's 65.8% to our goal already. But the giving doesn't stop. We've got hours and hours to go. Royal, what are the ways that people can give today?
There are several ways to give. Obviously, you can call in. You can text, only if you're not driving. You can go online, right? And you can stop by right here in the James M. Baker University Center, known as the UC, to our Clayton State community. And just please give. Look at all these great ways to give. We just got through talking about the fantastic equipment that our athletics department is looking for you to give to. So there are so many useful ways that this donation is going to go to. So give for dreams.
Give for dreams and give for champions.
Give for dreams, give for champions.
All right.
Let's go, girl. Good stuff. Thank you again, Tim and Jimmy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Homecoming is a yearly tradition that brings out the Laker pride in everyone. This week-long celebration includes special shows, a tailgate, the basketball game, and of course, the homecoming court. Let's check out a video of this year's homecoming. So to share with us a little bit more about homecoming traditions, let's welcome Layla Tatum, Director of Alumni and Annual Giving Programs, and of course, Royal Assistant Director of Campus Life, and Tim Duncan, Athletic Director. I got your title correct this time.
You did.
Welcome, guys. So Layla, homecoming is a great time to show your Laker pride and school spirit. Can you tell us a little bit about why that is?
Well, I mean, it's a good opportunity for, I think, everybody in the Clayton State community to come together. You've got your students, you've got your former students, so your alumni, your graduates, your faculty and staff, parents, even just community members, you know, organizations and people out in the community that live nearby or have some connection. It's always been a great opportunity for everybody to come together and really show their pride and connect to Clayton State. So.
We got to have some Laker spirit, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
So, Royal, student involvement is obviously important for a fun and successful homecoming.
Indeed.
Can you tell us a little bit about the step show, the comedy show, and the things that really get the students out for homecoming?
Absolutely. As Layla has just said, you know, there has to be a sense of pride across the campus, and students are at the core center of our pride for homecoming. And so this year, like most of our homecomings, there is a lot of student involvement, and some of our core events include our Student Choice Awards. By far, that's probably one of my favorite of our student involvement activities during homecoming, because it's an award show that's put on by the students, hosted by the students, and voted on by the students.
Wow.
So what an awesome opportunity for our students
And
to
what that
showcase.
must mean to a student if they win an award.
Absolutely, not just the students. Our faculty and staff win. We have Coach of the Year in there. We have Alumni of the Year in there. So just to know that our campus, our current enrolled students have that type of thought and consideration about various leaders on campus and people who have graduated, and even our faculty and staff, that's an awesome thing. Comedy show, awesome opportunity to come out and have some laughs, and our comedians that
And
come
you
out.
need that in midterm week because they're pretty close together. So when you're studying, I think it's pretty nice to have a good
Yeah,
giggle.
because you don't make that grade. There's nothing funny about that. There's no laughing matter, right? And our step shows are always awesome and explosive and
My
entertaining.
parents enjoyed the step show last year.
Yeah, you actually had the esteemed pleasure of
first
introducing the host, right?
It's a bit of a culture shock for them, but it's definitely, I can vouch for our step show as
Absolutely.
something really quite special. Tim,
Yeah.
of course, homecoming, we don't have a football team, but our basketball team gets involved. What do you think homecoming really means for the athletes?
I think it's great to have that many people coming together at a game to celebrate Clayton State. So it's unique that we get a chance to introduce the Royal Courts at that game, including Mr. and Miss CSU after the game, which was awesome. It was a great response. An hour after the game, many of the contestants were still milling on the floor. It was just great to have that as a part of our gym and a part of our week. So the best thing about it, well, one of the best things is that we got 2 wins on that day. The men's and women's basketball team won. So it definitely culminated well for us.
Well, thank you all for sharing us Clayton State's great homecoming traditions.
Yes, thank you so much.
We've got another update, and it's a pretty exciting one. Athletics have already met their goal by 138%.
Wow! Good job, athletics. Woo.
All right, good
The
job, Jessica.
downside of that is it's going to be a lot more squatting and a lot more low squatting for us in practice.
That's right.
Hopefully I'll be jumping a lot higher next
Yeah,
season.
you definitely will.
But guys, giving is not up yet, so keep giving in every way you can. You can
Well,
call.
wait. We got another announcement
No.
that I have to give
Ooh.
because I'm actually a member of this group right here. Layla, the Alumni Association, also met their goal by 100%. Let's go, girl.
Wow.
Let's do this. Let's do this.
All sorts of
Go
goals.
Clayton
Hey,
State.
we're doing big things at Give for Dreams today.
And speaking of big things, let's remember our student challenge. $5. What can you get for $5?
So
Royal?
student organizations, every time you have a donor to give just $5, that donor is registered in your number of donors, right? The student organization that has the most donors to give at least $5 or more will have the opportunity to win $500.
So for $5, you could win your organization $500.
You can do the math, you're in school. That's a lot of money. Just get the word out there. Make sure you have your friends, your family, your campus community to give just $5 or more so that we can win this challenge, all right?
So let's keep giving for dreams, and as I said earlier, let's keep giving for champions.
Sounds
Absolutely.
good. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
All right. Give.
My name is Jared Bidney, Strength Conditioning Coordinator for Clayton State Athletics. I brought some of my equipment to Clayton State Athletics to help them. Main thing I brought was testing equipment so that we can kind of find a baseline and figure out what we're doing in the weight room if it's improving their sport. We also work on our testing our athletes each month with the proper testing equipment. That way we don't get 3 months down the road and say, oh, this ain't working. If we constantly test, we'll figure out if what we're doing in the weight room is or is not working, and then we can make adjustments as we go on. My goal for these athletes is just to improve their performance, show them that they can actually get better, and prove to them that they can continually get better if we have the right stuff.
My name is Sierra Glenn. I'm a sophomore and I run track and field. Using the new equipment that he has brought over has made a tremendous difference just in the form of the exercises that we've done on a daily basis. Like for instance with the bench press, he has us using a whole different format, like we're pushing our shoulders back and arching our backs, and most of us have reached maxes that we haven't reached since we were in high school. So it's just great seeing that he's bringing in a lot of new techniques for us to use.
So my name is Keith Egan. I'm a senior here at Clayton State, and I'm on the golf team. Well, I think people should try to raise money for our program because it not only helps our students and not only helps the department, but it helps the whole community around here, around Morrow, Clayton County. it's huge. Like if our basketball team or if our soccer team is playing well or achieving greatness, it's a chance for everyone to come see their local team. So it's essential to provide, you know, satisfaction for all the people in the community, not only the athletes that are in the department. So.
All right, welcome back. We're still here at our athletic portion of our special lunchtime edition of Give for Dreams. In addition to our Student Organization Challenge, I want to also make you aware of a special incentive challenge going on that's sponsored by our CSU Foundation, right? So for our lunchtime incentive challenge, the project that has the most unique donors will get $2,000.
Wow, that's a lot of money.
A whole lot of money. And
So
there's still
now's the time to give, right?
This is the time to give right now.
So speaking of athletics hours, now we're going to be joined by Mike Mead, who is the head coach of cross country and of course track and field. Hey Mike.
Hi.
Hi Coach Mead.
How are y'all doing today?
Wonderful. How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks.
So can you tell us a little bit about your 2016 full cross country season?
Sure. We had another productive season. It may not have been kind of the season we've had in past years, but we've made progress, particularly on the men's side. They won an invitational this year at midpoint, and we had Marcus Lafleur, who was our top runner, lead the men, and then on the women's side, they finished second in a meet.
That's good.
As a team. That was their highest finish in probably about 2 or 3 years.
Awesome.
So we've made some progress.
Obviously, as a coach, progress is what you're really looking for, but did you have any surprises or breakout performances this year that you'd like to talk about?
Yeah, I just mentioned Marcus Lafleur.
Right.
He's our senior and cross-country guy who had a real breakout year. He ran, made all conference at the conference meet, had a top 12 all-time 8K. I keep up with our best times over the years, and he ran the 12th fastest 8K time, which is about 5 miles.
Wow,
and
that's a long way.
and he ran the 4th fastest 10K in our history. So he was a breakout on the men's side, and Carla Catella, who was a transfer as a sophomore, she came in, and I think there's still a lot of upside with her, but she was just getting the transitional year coming in.
Awesome. So we had another student athlete to break out. Maya Coonan, she closed out her career here by placing among the top 30 players for the NCAA Women of the Year award. What did that mean to see her get this accomplishment and this outstanding athlete?
Well, that's a very special award the NCAA recognizes for women, and to break that down to even a little more significance, they recognize 10 women in Division 1, 2, and 3, and so at Division 2 she was recognized for Division 2, so 10. Wow. And I was fortunate to be able to be with her in Indianapolis when they recognized her back in I think it was October, and she came back from Germany, where she's from, to kind of share those her contributions to the university, because she was a big contributor, not just with athletics, but also across campus.
Absolutely. I worked with Maya. Maya was very instrumental in other areas across campus, a phenomenal student leader, as well as student athlete. So very proud of you, Maya. I hope you're watching us.
And speaking of student, we are, of course, our student before athlete. The cross-country team definitely performed in the classroom. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, that's been our distinction I've been proud of for many years. Our Coaches Association recognizes the top academic performers in the different seasons. And the cross-country team, the women's team in particular, for the last 6 years now, including this year, have been awarded the United States Track and Field and Cross Country Association's Coaches Association's honor, as well as Carla was recognized on the women's side, and then the men's team also for the 6th time earned that recognition too. And each team has to have a cumulative GPA of at least 3.0.
Wow.
So
amazing.
Just to be recognized.
So we're definitely academic and athletic, that's for sure.
Yes.
Your money that you're giving today to the athletic department will ensure that our athletes are at the peak of their performance, which of course is so important.
Absolutely.
How can they give today, Royal? How can you give?
There are several ways they can give, my dear. They can give by calling, by texting. They can give online as well as stopping by the UC. Thank you, Coach Mead, for sharing with us all the fantastic things that your team has done this year, and both on the field and in the classroom. We appreciate you.
And speaking of student athletes, after the break, we'll be joined by 2 student athletes that excel both on the field and in the classroom. Keep giving for dreams.
Give for dreams.
My name is Sierra Dunn, and I graduated fall 16. Being a part of the Laker family is great because we are a really close-knit family. One of my most favorite memories about being a Clayton State student was actually going to the Give Kids the World with the AmeriCorps. It gave us a chance to be vulnerable, it gave us a chance to be humble, and to work with kids with terminal illnesses. People should give to Clayton State because Clayton State is the best.
My name is Zach Bradley, and I graduated fall 2014. Well, Clayton State is forever growing. It's phenomenal. And like this small university just continues to just break down barriers, continue to build more buildings and open up more programs. It's just absolutely phenomenal. It's something that the Southside Atlanta needs.
Clayton State is known for their education, their staff members, and things like that. So giving back is the best thing to do.
Academics goes hand in hand with athletics here at Clayton State. It's a big reason why I chose to attend this institution. Let's welcome 2 student athletes, Andrea Benford of women's basketball and Ryan King, a soccer player, to talk about how student athletes are able to balance their academics and athletics. Hi, guys.
Welcome.
Hello, how are you?
Welcome. So listen, the time and work that you put into your athletic career here at Clayton State, you also have to put just as much time into your classroom, and balancing that must be something special. Tell us how you do it.
Well, being a student athlete requires a great discipline, a lot of discipline and time management. So it also requires, you get a lot of perks and positive things come from being a student athlete. So here, being a student athlete at Clayton State, it really requires a lot of coaching and being on your own. You have a lot of time to study and a lot of time to practice on your athletics.
I would completely agree. It comes down to a lot of time management and organizational skills, but for me it's right there in the title. It's a student first and an athlete second.
Cool.
So
Absolutely.
it's normally my parents that keep me on top of that, saying the reason that you're here is to get your degree and to do the studying, and the athletics is just the key to unlock that door to the higher education.
And that's awesome to hear, because I think it's really important. You're here to get a degree, like you say.
That's
You don't
right.
want to go home empty-handed, particularly when you've come as far as you have.
Right.
Can you guys tell how the athletic department helps you? Are there any ways that they help you become a better student and athlete?
Well, my coach requires us to do a lot of study sessions. So we have, depending upon your GPA, we have different amount of hours in order to study for each course. When we're on the road, we have study sessions in the lobby of our hotel room, and they're just always up on us about our academics.
Yeah, we do have the study hall, whether that be mandatory or whether you just want to go do it yourself, just to get a little bit extra study time in there. And in study hall, we do have tutors that will help you through a whole manner of subjects, and anything that you need, they're always there to help you any time of the day.
That's awesome.
All right, so the athletic department has a new strength and coordinating coach, Mr. Jared Bitney. Ryan, in the time that he's been here, how has he impacted you?
Other than the sore legs.
Yeah, so the soccer team have been working with Jared for about 2 months now, so it's still early doors, but already you can see the vast improvement that the guys have come. We started by testing out our 1 rep max on the squat rack, and we tested our sprint speed test, and we tested also our vertical jump on the jump mat. So we've done a lot of exercises to try and improve them things. In 1 or 2 weeks time, we're going to retest them to see just how far we've come, but already you can see just how far the guys have come just by looking at them.
And I can say from the women's soccer team, we did the same thing, and we actually just tested out our second time, and every single player improved. So
Wow.
it's remarkable. I mean, my vertical improved by 2 inches, which is an insane in such a short amount of time.
Well, Jared, keep up the good work.
Andrea, how do you think this athletic equipment will help your performance on the basketball court?
Well, having new athletic equipment not only helps you, but it promotes you to want to get better. It makes you want to go in the athletic room and lift weights, or use the squat mat or the jump mat, and the squat box. It, like you said, you see vast improvement in your vertical. And our case,
that's really important.
Yes, it's very important because I'm a basketball player, and it requires a lot of jumping and a lot of strength. So not only the new equipment, but also the old equipment as well helps us.
All right, so I'm going to ask this question very quickly to all three of you because you're all student athletes. So very quickly, just tell our viewers right now, what were the donations given from the Give for Dreams to the student athlete department? What would it mean for you going to athletics as a student athlete?
It would be in the absolute world. The donations coming in would all go towards new equipment, which has already been said, just drives us to want to get in that gym and keep on working hard, improve our athletic ability and go out and hopefully perform that on the field or on the court in some cases, yeah.
Donations not only help us with equipment, but it also prepares us for a fifth year. It gives us this a balance and some sort of boundary, and so we won't become in depth. So if you're on a scholarship or an athletic scholarship and you have another semester left, donations will help you finish your degree.
Awesome, and that's amazing. Like we say, you want to come home with a degree. And for me, it's a combination of the two. Being athletic means that you might win a championship, and that's what we all aim to do as athletes. We want to win championships, right, guys?
Give for dreams, give for champions, right?
So Ryan, Andrea, thank you so much for coming in. There's still time to make a contribution if you haven't done yet. So how can they do that, Royal?
Several ways again. Once again, you can give by calling. You can give by texting, only if you're not driving, okay? No texting and driving. You can give online. You can stop by our very own James M. Baker University Center right here in the UC. Come see us. Bring us some money. Bring us some smiles. We'll take them both, but we really want your money, okay? All right.
So keep giving for dreams, right?
Absolutely. Ryan and Andrea, thank you again.
Thank you very much for
All right,
having
now
us.
go be students and then athletes. Put it all together, student athletes.
Yes.
All right, be great, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Give for dreams.
My name is Jared Bidney, Strength Conditioning Coordinator for Clayton State Athletics. I brought some of my equipment to Clayton State Athletics to help them. Main thing I brought was testing equipment so that we can kind of find a baseline and figure out what we're doing in the weight room if it's improving their sport. We'll also work on our testing our athletes each month with the proper testing equipment. That way we don't get 3 months down the road and say, oh, this ain't working. If we constantly test, we'll figure out if what we're doing in the weight room is or is not working, and then we can make adjustments as we go on. My goal for these athletes is just to improve their performance, show them that they can actually get better, and prove to them that they can continually get better if we have the right stuff.
My name is Sierra Glenn. I'm a sophomore and I run track and field. Using the new equipment that he has brought over has made a tremendous difference just in the form of the exercises that we've done on a daily basis. Like for instance with the bench press, he has us using a whole different format, like we're pushing our shoulders back and arching our backs, and most of us have reached maxes that we haven't reached since we were in high school. So it's just great seeing that he's bringing in a lot of new techniques for us to use.
So my name is Keith Egan. I'm a senior here at Clayton State, and I'm on the golf team. Well, I think people should try to raise money for our program because it not only helps our students and not only helps the department, but it helps the whole community around here, around Morrow, Clayton County. It's huge. Like if our basketball team or if our soccer team is playing well or achieving greatness, it's a chance for everyone to come see their local team. So it's essential to provide, satisfaction for all the people in the community, not only the athletes that are in the department. So.
Yay, welcome back. We got some special guests with us. Woo! Yeah, it's supposed to be the athletic hour. It looks like it's the party hour for us.
Look at that selfie going on.
Oh, we're taking selfies and everything. Awesome. So listen, each year, Clayton State University honors its most outstanding athletes. The Hall of Fame ceremony brings family and friends together to celebrate the achievements of former athletes. Take a look at this video for highlights of this year's Athletic Hall of Fame.
I hope I would never disappoint in anything I do. So I appreciate this honor, and I accept it on behalf of all of the people that have influenced my life. God bless you.
Debbie, Mom, and Louis, I really appreciate you guys staying with me throughout my soccer career.
Folks here, and thank you for 4 wonderful lives of service and leadership who we induct this evening into the Clayton State Hall of Fame.
Our Hall of Fame committee is awesome, and they know this history. They come up with wonderful. So our current Hall of Famers, stand up, please. Let's recognize them one more time.
Well, that video was wonderful. I'm here with Pat Keane, one of the members of the Hall of Fame committee, and Rob Connolly, a 2016 inductee. Congratulations.
Yes,
How
congrats.
are you guys doing?
Doing awesome.
We're doing good. So Pat, can you tell us what makes it so special for a student athlete to get the call that they have been inducted into the Clayton State Hall of Fame?
Well, I think probably when they first get the call, they're probably surprised because they did not know they were nominated, nor did they know that they have been chosen to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. The committee gets together with all the nominees and goes through stats and records and things that have been accomplished by the nominees and gives them a good look at to see, what they've accomplished while they were here. And so I imagine when he gets the call like Rob did, they're surprised at first, but then afterwards probably more proud that they are being recognized for what they did while they were at Clayton State and what they accomplished for Clayton State. So it must be a wonderful feeling.
Pretty special achievement, isn't
it?
Awesome. Rob, welcome.
Yes, thank you.
Let's let the viewers know who you are and tell us about your position you played on our men's basketball team here at Clayton State.
Yes, so I'm Rob Connolly, former player here from the 90s to the 1999. Currently a mortgage banker here in the Atlanta area. I played shooting guard, wing, and I played a little bit of everything while I was here.
You were the playmaker, right?
Something like that.
Sounds like it. How did it feel when you learned that you had been selected for the 2016 Hall of Fame honor?
Yeah, similar to what Pat said. I mean, I was extremely proud. I think one of the biggest parts of it for me was to accept it in front of my family. I have 2 daughters, so it meant a lot for me for them to see me earn such an achievement as a Hall of Fame.
So, Pat, at these award ceremonies, you hear some heart-wrenching stories. It must be pretty exciting to be part of that ceremony, and it's probably quite a moving experience to come back and see these athletes return to Clayton State.
It is. Well, when you see students first show up like you, Jessica, a freshman just coming in, not knowing what's going on, what's going to happen while they're there, what's expected of them, being nervous and all that, and then watching them grow through those years that they're here and seeing how they achieve both on the court and in the classroom and all. And then like Rob said, just being honored for it and knowing that you've helped Clayton State get to where they are academically and athletically and helping make records and stuff like that. It's been wonderful for me to see it. And then they come back like Rob and they tell about their children and their families and what's going on in their lives, and they thank Clayton State. They're so appreciative of what they had while they were here and what they've accomplished, and it's very heartwarming. It's very nice.
Awesome. So Rob, tell us just a little bit more about what it means for you to be a part of this special group of athletes that have done so well and had these accomplishments to the sports you played here at Clayton State and have made such an impact, not just on our athletic department, but on our institution.
For me, it's a feeling of family. You go to school, a lot of times you develop these accolades and you do all of these great things, and a lot of people just go on with their life, and sometimes they don't come back. But when you get an invite to be inducted into the Hall of Fame, it gives you a reason to come back, and not only just come back to take part in days like this and really want to celebrate the university and all that it's done for you.
Wow.
Well,
Awesome.
Thank you, Pat and Rob, for sharing with us what the Hall of Fame means to individuals who have done exceptionally well in sports at Clayton State. And we have an update. Roy, what's our update?
We do have an update. Right now, our College of Health wins the Lunchtime Incentive Challenge and the $2,000 sponsored by the CSU
That's
Foundation.
a lot of money for the College of
That
Health,
is
isn't
pretty
it?
big. So again, I concur with Jessica, and I want to say thank you, Rob. Congratulations for being inducted. Thank you, Miss Pat. Miss Pat, I love you so much. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you for our wonderful cheerleaders and Locke being here.
We're proud to be Lakers today.
Proud
that's
to
for
be
sure.
Lakers. Give for dreams. Give
And
for
speaking
champions.
of being proud to be Lakers, let's have a quick update of totals. Our total is $92,381. That means, and that is amazing, that means we're already, at what time is it? At 1:21 p.m. We're at 76.98% of our total. And we still got hours and hours to go. So let's not stop giving.
Not at all.
Let's definitely not stop.
Give. We got all these incentives going on. Don't forget about our student organization incentives still going on the entire time. Student organizations, remember, every $5 that you get and you have a donor to give, that goes towards your donor count. The student organization that ends up with the most donors at the end wins $500 for their student organization. That's a lot of money. You can do a lot of good on this campus, right?
So up next, we're going to learn about Spivey Hall's Children's Choir. It's been a pleasure hosting today.
It has been an absolute pleasure hosting with you, my love.
And an English accent
Did it
there.
sound right?
That was perfect. So guys, let's keep giving for dreams because there are so many dreams here at Clayton State and we want to make them real.
Absolutely. Give, give, give. Give for dreams.
Today is Give for Dreams at Clayton State University, and we've made it easy for you to help a student's dreams come true. 4 simple ways to give. New this year is Text to Give. Make sure you know your project keyword and text 41444. Text your keyword to 41444. Visit us at clayton.edu/give4dreams. Call us at 678-466-4470 or swing by campus and visit us at the University Center until 5 p.m. So, what are you waiting for?
I'm Dr. Elliot Kropp, and I'm a professor at SIMS, the College for Information and Mathematical Sciences. In the classroom and outside, I am met by some of the best and brightest students. But some of our students need a little extra help. You see, success is equal to, as a base, academics, of course. But this can be reduced by financial need and possibly augmented somewhat by the aid that they receive. However, only a scholarship could be a multiplicative factor raised to the grit. Not grits, but grit, which is the power of the student's character. And this could make a true change in their lives. So you see, giving is easy, like an equation for exponential growth.
I also want to ask if individuals who are wearing orange tassels, if you could stand up, because I would like to recognize you. The orange tassel indicates a contribution by these individuals to pay forward to a class gift, the development of a Dreammaker Scholarship for the class of 2016. And I would note that the amount of money raised and the number of graduates who contributed this year to this Dreammaker Scholarship is the highest in the history of the institution. This class has proven again they have done well and believe in the future of students at this institution. So on all of our behalf, thank you.
Hello and welcome to another exciting hour of Give for Dreams, Clayton State University's Day of Giving. This is the Spivey Hall segment. It's not quite a whole hour, but we are going to highlight some of the amazing things going on at Spivey Hall in the next little while. So we are super excited about that. My name is Claire Monroe. I'm one of your co-hosts for today, along with Yvonne.
I am the development specialist at Spivey Hall, which is just a fancy name for donor relations. And we are with Mr. Sam Dixon, who is the executive director and artistic director of Spivey Hall.
Yes, so we are going to talk with him. We are going to talk all about what's going on at Spivey Hall. First, though, we want to take an opportunity for those of you who want to donate. We want to let you see exactly where your donor dollars are going to go. Take a look at this video.
My name is Martha Shaw, and I'm the artistic director of the Spivey Hall Children's Choir. There was a wonderful woman who was the supervisor of schools in Clayton County. Her name was Martha Ellen Stillwell, and for many years she saw a need for a children's choir down here on the south side of Atlanta. And she would go to Harry Downs year after year and ask him if we could do something like this. And her quiet persistence won him over after several years. I think it's important, first of all, everybody needs a place to belong. Everybody needs something that they do well. Some children do sports well. Some people do academics well. Some people have other activities that they enjoy doing. But a lot of children enjoy singing, and they like being with other children who enjoy singing. And so we need a place for children to come and to be together and to care about each other and to be loved and to be cared for and to make great music.
Well, it's fun to hear the echoes around you and just hear all the beautiful voices around you, so you never really feel like you're left out or like you have a different voice. They kind of connect with you in a way that you feel like you're one with them.
In order to master something, there are no shortcuts. It takes hard work, and you can't immediately go to the top of your field. You have to work hard, and you have to work your way up, and it takes sacrifice. You have to give up other things that you'd like to do in order to be able to do this. And those are incredibly important life lessons to teach anyone.
I would recommend joining Spivey Hall Children's Choir because it's so much fun. Everybody is always so nice, and it's so amazing to sing with them, and I love it so much.
it's so enriching when you hear kids just speaking from the heart like that. It
Absolutely.
really is. It really is. As Yvonne said before we went to the video, Sam Dixon is here with us today. Sam is the Executive Director of Spivey Hall, and we are so thrilled to have you here to talk a little bit about where the money is going and other exciting things going on at Spivey Hall. So first of all, we just saw the video, we looked at the children's choir, we heard their amazing voices. Tell us a little bit more about where the donor dollars are going.
Well, donor dollars to this program go to the Spivey Hall Children's Choir Tuition Scholarship Fund. And the program we're interested in here today is, in fact, the Children's Choir program, which involves 170 students between the ages of 10 and 18 who come from 17 different counties throughout Metro Atlanta for the sole purpose of learning to sing beautifully in the extraordinary acoustics of Spivey Hall.
So tell us more about that. How does the Spivey Hall Children's Choir provide opportunities for young people in the community to develop a passion for music and singing?
Well, if you're a young person between the ages of 10 and 13 and you love to sing and you want to learn to sing better and you love the idea of being able to sing in a group of children who love music just as you do, then you can audition to join the Spivey Hall Children's Choir program. And auditions take place in April every year. The audition this year is April 29th. And an audition is simple. You simply sing a little song and do a little sing back of notes that are sung to you. And that's the way we measure the artistic merit of each applicant. We admit students on the basis of their musical ability, and not all of them can afford the $450 of tuition annually that we require for participation. Therefore, we're seeking gifts today in Give for Dreams to make the dream of a child who wants to sing at Spivey Hall come true.
You said auditions are in April.
Correct.
And then tell us what comes after that, what we can expect from the children's choir.
The Children's Choir operates between August and May each year, pretty much with the school season. And there are 2 sets of concerts each year. Christmas really begins for us at Spivey Hall in December when the Children's Choir program performs, and everybody, every child, every parent, everyone on stage, we're just singing these gigantic hymns and carols which fill our hearts with joy. It is the most glorious sound imaginable. They also prepare a program for May each year, and for the tour choir, which is the 50 most advanced students of the Children's Choir program, we're hearing a preview of what they will sing when they go on tour. They go on tour every June, and this year they're going to San Diego.
Oh my goodness, I had no idea.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely no idea.
They go all over the world. So it sounds like they have some pretty incredible experiences. What happens for those students when people give to support the work that Spivey Hall is doing?
It enables students to come every Monday and to work with artists and educators who are extraordinary. Dr. Martha Shaw is the soul of our program. She has wonderful people working with her, Judy Mason, Craig, and Marcina. These are people who care deeply about the children's welfare, know how to teach them healthy ways of singing, and nurture the entire student, not just as musicians, but as people who are gaining confidence in their abilities and want to do something that is beautiful together. So they rehearse every Monday through the year, and they're ready at the end of the year to demonstrate the achievements they've made musically.
Wonderful.
Beautiful. Yeah, the word that sticks in my head right now, Yvonne, is passion. You know, hearing all of you and hearing the children, there is such a passion for this program. So Sam, we certainly appreciate you sharing that with us today. It's amazing to see the community come together to support this choir, and also to see how this choir can have such an impact on the community and on the individual children involved. And I guess that's why people should donate, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
So there is still time.
Mm-hmm.
We got lots of time. Officially, Give for Dreams goes until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, okay? And it's scrolling right there across the bottom of your screen, all the different ways that you can give, okay? So you can call, you can go online, you can text. That's new this year.
And our text code is G4D11.
G4D11. then?
For Spivey Hall.
For Spivey Hall. All right. I'm getting word that we have another update to share.
Do we?
That's what I'm getting word for. We have had, oh my gosh. Okay. Whoa.
Wow.
I'm sorry, I needed a moment to process. So far, we have raised more than $92,000.
Wow. That's almost 77% of our goal, and we're barely halfway through the day.
Exactly, and we are ahead of where we were last year, because last year we raised just north of $91,000 in the whole 24-hour period.
Oh, right. So we've done more today than we did in the entire day last year.
Exactly.
That's incredible.
And I mean, we're just getting started. We're just getting started. So call, go online, text, but not if you're driving. We have had 155 different donors. 5 projects have made it to their goals so far already today. So let's run those down. Need to give a big shout out to them. Athletics, College of Business, SIMS, Student Affairs, and the Alumni Association.
Great job.
Yay to them. Spivey Hall, I'm sure will not be far behind.
Let's hope. Let's see.
Okay, my College of Health people, step it up. Sorry, I had to put that in. So much great stuff going on here today. And next up, we're going to take a little bitty quick break, but then we are going to listen to a performance from the Spivey Hall Children's Choir.
Yes.
All right, so stick around.
That was an excellent performance from the Children's Choir's winter concert, and it shows how well trained the children are who participate in this choir.
Definitely.
To get a better understanding of how important the Tuition Scholarship Fund is to the Spivey Hall Children's Choir, we've brought on Carol Abar, who is the Children's Choir's General Manager, and Amanda Polatsky, who is an alum of the Children's Choir.
Good afternoon, ladies. Good afternoon. Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much for taking the time to explain the fund that's the focus of Give for Dreams today, and for sharing your personal experiences with the Children's Choir. So, Carol, what is your role with the Children's Choir?
My official title is General Manager. Sam says I'm the Chief Operating Officer. But I oversee every aspect of a singer's experience while they're in the choir. I cultivate donations, coordinate fundraising opportunities, and then there are all the details, big and small, related to the Spivey Hall Tour Choir and their schedule, which involves performances regionally, nationally, and internationally.
Amazing. So tell our viewers about the Spivey Hall Children's Choir Tuition Scholarship Fund. Tell us what that is and why it's important.
Okay, we have a history of supporting students who have financial need so that they can participate in our program. But we're finishing our 23rd year, and so as the years have gone by, this need has increased due to the changes in the economy. And back in about 2014, we were honored by a very generous anonymous donation of $15,000 to the program that we used to start an official Spivey Hall Children's Choir Tuition Scholarship Fund.
That's a mouthful.
Yes. And but we use about $5,000 a year, between $500 and $5,500 in financial support. So $15,000 doesn't carry us very far. So we have to continue that fund. And my heart, my passion is that every child deserves a voice. And the thought to me that a child would come and try out and make that audition, and then we go, sorry, you can't pay the tuition, you can't be in it. That is just horrible to me. And it is so imperative that they know they can audition and that there are funds ready for them if their family has income restrictions that makes it where they cannot participate.
So it sounds like if we were able to meet our goal today of $5,000, that would fund those tuition scholarships for the next year,
Right.
just about.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Which would be fantastic. So students are admitted based on artistic merit,
Mm-hmm.
but like you said, there is tuition. So can you elaborate on that?
Okay. First of all, I want to say there are hundreds of dedicated music specialists in our schools out there, and without those teachers, we would not exist as a program overall. But to audition, they have to have 2 teacher recommendations, and then they do an audition for us. We're looking for singing on pitch. They need to be able to match pitch, have a pleasant singing voice, and what Dr. Shaw calls a sparkle in their eye, to say they want to be here, they want to further their education. And some of them can't participate in their choir programs. That's just not possible for them. They have schedule conflicts or such, or maybe their school doesn't even have a music program, which is very common, sadly. But if we bring them in with that little matching pitch voice and that sparkle in their eye, we can teach them the rest of the music.
Amanda, talk to us about your experience in the children's choir. You were a member for how long?
7 years.
Okay. What drew you in?
So when I was in the 5th grade, I was involved with my school choir, and that was actually the first year that we had a choir at my school. So not having a choir at school is not uncommon. But that was our first year, and my teacher came to me and said, there's an opportunity for you to sing more if you would like to. And that was actually the very first year that the Spivey Hall Young Artists was formed. So I auditioned for that and got in and was just didn't know what to expect at all, but went in being able to match pitch and with a lot of enthusiasm.
Which you still have.
I do. And I was in the Young Artists for 2 years, and then I was in the Children's Choir for 2 years, and then I progressed onto the tour choir and spent 3 years in the tour choir. And that actually influenced my decision to come to Clayton State University for college. I ended up just loving Spivey Hall so much that they couldn't get rid of me. So I got a music degree here at Clayton State, and then while I was a student, I worked in the box office at Spivey Hall, and I was away for a couple of years, but just couldn't stand it. I heard the siren call bringing me home, so I'm back at Spivey Hall now as their marketing coordinator.
Excellent.
It's that passion.
Absolutely.
It's that passion.
Yet
It
again.
is. Ladies, thank you so much for spending
Sure.
some time with
Thank
us
you.
this afternoon.
Okay.
We appreciate it. Thank you both so much. Remember, everybody, there is still time. I know we're making a lot of progress toward our goals, but you can always call us, click us, text us, do whatever. Your donation really will help students achieve their goals and make their dreams real. It really will. So when we come back, we're going to hear about another special part of Spivey Hall.
Absolutely. The organ, which Spivey Hall is known for.
When we come back. Welcome back, everyone. Spivey Hall is celebrating the 25th anniversary of the Albert Schweitzer Memorial Organ this year. We're going to take a look really quickly at the highlights from Organ Discovery Day last fall.
It was an electrically controlled instrument. But like most organs, it's been updated and upgraded over the years. And now, the organ is controlled by a computer. This computer, actually, if you pull a stop or press a key, the signal goes in here. It's processed by the computer in millionths of a second and sent to the appropriate pipe or rank on the organ. The console is connected by fiber.
Well, this organ was extremely significant to the area because of Emily Spivey, who herself was an organist. And it was her dream one day to have a concert hall that was dominated, dare I say, by an organ. And this instrument and the phenomenal acoustics of Spivey Hall, it's a perfect marriage.
So now we would like to introduce Tommy McCook. He is actually the curator of the organ, who's here to talk with us more about that.
That's right.
So Tommy, first of all, tell us what it means that you are the curator of the organ.
I had the privilege of overseeing everything about the organ, and maintaining the instrument includes tuning, making sure that the artist is happy with the organ, and they almost always are, thank goodness. So that's basically what a curator does. Mm-hmm.
And Spivey Hall has a custom-made Fratelli Rafati pipe organ.
That's
what
right.
makes this organ so special?
It's one of the few of this company's organs in this country. It was designed by three of the most eminent organists of the 20th century, helping Mrs. Spivey in the design of it. The casework is beautifully finished. It's faux marble and real gold leaf. It echoes instruments in the area of Venice where the Rafatis are, but it's not a copy of anything. Mm-hmm. But how wonderful to see something like this every day when you walk by.
So it's truly unique.
Yes, it is.
And it's just stunningly beautiful. stunningly beautiful. Now tell us, the organ is named for Albert Schweitzer. It's the Albert Schweitzer Memorial Organ.
Schweitzer Memorial
okay,
Organ.
tell us about him and his connection.
Albert Schweitzer was one of the great men of the 20th century. He was a musician, a philosopher, a theologian, and most importantly, a medical doctor who gave his life in the service of medicine in deepest, darkest Africa for most of his life. He was a Bach scholar. He wrote music. Fortunately, we have a few recordings of his organ playing. Mrs. Spivey really admired him very much, and when she found out that Albert Schweitzer's only child was living near Atlanta, she made plans to have her and her husband for lunch one day, and sheepishly, I can't see Mrs. Spivey being that, but asked if she would give her permission to name the organ after her father, and I think Mrs. Miller was really happy to do that.
Wonderful.
So what a cool story.
That is a great story.
A cool story.
And now,
It really
25
is.
years later, Spivey Hall is celebrating its 25th year with the organ. So can you tell us about last September's Organ Discovery Day, which we saw a little clip about, and the film that the organ was featured in?
Well, it was a wonderful day. We got to see the premiere of this new film, which several of us cooperated in, professionally made, and I understand it's on YouTube now, which is a great thing. A lot of people are seeing it, but we got to go into how the organ operates, and actually was filmed inside the organ case, and also got to see a film that was made 25 years ago while we were installing the organ here, and it was wonderful to see that again. I hadn't seen it in so long. Wonderful people in that.
What a treat.
Yes,
what a
it
treat.
was.
And what a treat to have the organ, the children's choir, Spivey Hall itself, which is in itself a masterpiece.
Absolutely.
Gems on our campus.
And to bring it full circle, one of the organists that we had in recital at Spivey Hall last year actually came from the children's choir, Brian Anderson.
gosh.
That's where he got to learn about the organ.
That's amazing. Yeah, it keeps sucking you back in, doesn't it?
Spivey is a special place.
Tommy, thank you so much for telling
Well,
us about the organ and
yeah,
what
thank you.
makes it so special.
Well, it's a world-class room, world-class organ, and Clayton State is so fortunate to have it on the campus, and faculty, staff, students really need to take advantage of the great music performed in the hall.
Yes, sir. And some of that music comes from the children's choir. We're going to take another look at the children's choir and where your donation dollars can go to help students be a part of that.
My name is Martha Shaw, and I'm the Artistic Director of the Spivey Hall Children's Choir. There was a wonderful woman who was the supervisor of schools in Clayton County. Her name was Martha Ellen Stillwell, and for many years she saw a need for a children's choir down here on the south side of Atlanta. And she would go to Harry Downs year after year and ask him if we could do something like this. And her quiet persistence won him over after several years. I think it's important, first of all, everybody needs a place to belong. Everybody needs something that they do well. Some children do sports well. Some people do academics well. Some people have other activities that they enjoy doing. But a lot of children enjoy singing, and they like being with other children who enjoy singing. And so we need a place for children to come and to be together and to care about each other and to be loved and to be cared for and to make great music.
Well, it's fun to hear the echoes around you and just hear all the beautiful voices around you, so you never really feel like you're left out or like you have a different voice. They kind of connect with you in a way that you feel like you're one with them.
In order to master something, there are no shortcuts. It takes hard work, and you can't immediately go to the top of your field. You have to work hard, and you have to work your way up, and it takes sacrifice. You have to give up other things that you'd like to do in order to be able to do this. And those are incredibly important life lessons to teach anyone.
I would recommend joining Spivey Hall Children's Choir because it's so much fun. Everybody is always so nice, and it's so amazing to sing with them, and I love it so much.
Today is Gift for Dreams at Clayton State University, and we've made it easy for you to help a student's dreams come true. 4 simple ways to give. New this year is Text to Give. Make sure you know your project keyword and text 41444. Text your keyword to 41444. Visit us at clayton.edu/give4dreams. Call us at 678-466-4470. Or swing by campus and visit us at the University Center until 5 p.m. So, what are you waiting for?
Good afternoon and welcome to the 2 o'clock hour of Give for Dreams, Clayton State University's second annual Day of Giving. My name is Claire Monroe. I am a graduate of the School of Nursing, and we are so happy to have you guys with us. We're going to talk business this hour. I have a co-host with me, Heather Cheney. Tell us about yourself.
I am also a Clayton State graduate from the MBA program in Supply Chain Management.
All right, so this hour we are going to talk about supply chain, we're going to talk about small business, we're going to talk about all the ways that the College of Business has really positioned itself to be on the forefront for our students and for our community. First thing though, we're going to take a look at where donation dollars are going so you can see when you support the College of Business exactly how you're going to help students make their dreams real. Take a look.
Charmaine Niles. I'm in my final semester for my MBA program, and my concentration is human resources leadership. Travel, and when you go to something that you're passionate about, it creates a sense of confidence that was not there before. You're able to articulate your argument and debate your case in front of people that you don't know. And so that experience creates more confidence, it brings more value to the program that's of your area of study, and it also helps to showcase your school and your program on a different level.
My name is Jannard Williams. I'm a second year MBA student here, entering my final semester. I'm a supply chain concentration. The case competition required a team, so we traveled locally. We met a lot of teams. We had teams from China, teams from Puerto Rico. It was a really enriching experience. Theory is one thing, but to actually experience it is another thing.
This is an opportunity for others to give back and be able to add benefit to students who may want to be able to enter case competitions and conferences.
I believe that people should donate because when we remove the walls from this school and we can still learn beyond the walls of the school and being immersed in whether it's travel abroad in different cultures, whether it's conferences, overcoming public speaking, working on real world project, that adds so much value to the student as personally and to our education, because we can sit in the classroom all day and talk about theory, about and read and do projects in class, but when you have real world experiences, I can't put a value to it because it's so invaluable.
So that is a snapshot of where funds from Give for Dreams will go when people donate to the College of Business today. We are joined this afternoon by Dr. Avi Mukherjee, who is the Dean of the College of Business, Dr. Avi, as everyone knows him. So talk to us a little bit more about these projects and how the Give for Dreams dollars are really going to make a difference.
Sure. So the College of Business at Clayton State University is accredited by AACSB International,
which is the premier accrediting body for business schools worldwide. Only 5% of business schools in the world are accredited by AACSB, which really makes us special. But it also raises the need for us to remain at a certain level of excellence. There is no other business school south of Interstate 20 in metropolitan Atlanta that has an AACSB accreditation. And again, that makes us the same at the same level. Our peers are Emory and Georgia Tech and Georgia State. And so we really need to keep up with them in terms of what we are doing. So some of the areas where the Excellence Fund is going to go into for this fundraising that we are doing today are things like, when we have students compete in national competitions, we would like these students to be able to go and attend these meetings, make presentations, and win awards. We have student projects that we sponsor with companies, typically on a consulting basis or as a classwork kind of thing. We also have a number of assignments that go on where students are presenting research papers at the end of the day in national or even international conferences. We have several study abroad events that we sponsor, and we would always like to have some money for that. We have class visits, guest speakers, simulations that we use in the classroom. I think all of these things need the support of our community and our stakeholders. That's what makes our students excellent, that's what makes the College of Business excellent, and that's what keeps us at par with AACSB International.
Okay, so how do these opportunities increase our student engagement in the business world and offer these students real-world experience?
These opportunities really give our students the first-hand experience, of connecting with successful business people, industry practitioners. I have seen several cases where students have gone and made presentations in national and international events that have given them job opportunities or admission to graduate programs. Several success stories exist. For example, we have a supply chain roundtable where students and faculty work together with industry executives and work on solutions for business. And there have been job offers made frequently from that, which have come almost instantly. And there have been companies that have waited for a year to give our student, to wait for the student to graduate for a year before they could start. But they waited for that time because they were special and really great. There are several other examples of that. We bring in alumni. We have done different kinds of events where we will engage our students with successful alumni, successful industry people, and again, some of that would happen in Atlanta, for which our students have to travel again to those venues. But a lot of it happens in other places around the country.
So lots of opportunities for students, and it's important too to remember that behind those students are a really tremendous group of faculty. Talk to us about some of the professors who teach in the College of Business.
When I compare our College of Business with the other business schools in the area, I think our faculty are far more engaged externally than some of the top research universities. In a lot of the research universities, or one type of universities, faculty are probably only doing research. Here we have faculty spending a lot of time with companies. Many of them have worked in large companies. We have faculty who have come from Booz Allen Hamilton, they have worked in Home Depot. We had a faculty from NCR in supply chain. They have come from large companies, but they also do a lot of consulting on a regular basis. So they are very connected with industry. They bring in a lot of speakers to the class. We have two major speaker series that we do in our classes, in our college. One is the Dean's Distinguished Speaker Series, which is once a semester, and then we have the Jim Wood Speaker Series, which happens thrice a semester. And faculty and students are very engaged in arranging these events, bringing the speakers on, and attending those events as well. So it is really a symbiotic interaction, and I can't imagine any of this happening without the industry experience, the academic base, the terminal PhD degrees, of course, that all our faculty members have, and the excellent research that they bring to the classroom.
Okay, so why is it so important for people to give to support the travel, the conferences, and all these networking events for our students in the College of Business?
Again, I think that goes back to the nature of our students. Clayton State has more first-generation college goers than most other universities in this area. A lot of our students work full-time while they study full-time or part-time, and they really need the support to be able to take them to the next level. I think they are dedicated, they are more mature. A lot of them are older, and they have more life experiences they bring into the classroom, but therefore they know exactly where they want to go. It's a question of providing them with that opportunity to make it to the next level. So when we see the dreams come real motto, I think there's nothing more appropriate for Clayton State than that. You know, we really make dreams come real every single day in our college. I also feel that giving to Clayton State yields more returns per dollar invested than giving to a bigger university with more resources. So one can give, you know, to a very large university with tremendous resources, but here even a small amount of money invested can make a huge difference on an incremental basis. So I would definitely say that. And the other thing is, giving to us would mean they would be a part of our community. You know, if any donor for the College of Business will be able to attend our speaker series events, come to our other student events, and so on and so forth. They can come and get first tips at the best students for jobs and internships. They can engage them in a project in their company. There's a lot of things that somebody can get by giving to us and making our students successful.
And then our students really can get so much in return. Dean Avi, thank you very much for spending some time with us this afternoon and sharing this with us. We appreciate it. So we also want to let everybody know we have another incentive challenge going on. All day we've had these 2-hour incentives going on. Okay? So between, I don't even know what time it is. It's 2 now.
Yes.
Okay. So, but we're in the middle of the Bojangles Challenge.
Okay.
So the project that has the largest number of donors, individual donors, unique donors, you know, people can't just keep calling over and over again, will win $1,000 courtesy of Bojangles tomorrow.
Nice.
So that's exciting.
Yes, very exciting.
That is very exciting. There are lots of ways that people can give, that you, all of you sitting out there watching, can give. So take a look at this video that shows you how to do it.
Today is Gift for Dreams at Clayton State University, and we've made it easy for you to help a student's dreams come true. 4 simple ways to give. New this year is Text to Give. Make sure you know your project keyword and text 41444. Text your keyword to 41444. Visit us at clayton.edu/give4dreams. Call us at 678-466-4470, or swing by campus and visit us at the University Center until 5 p.m. So, what are you waiting for?
And we're back. Hey. All right. So Heather, I am just delighted to have you here with me this afternoon, co-hosting, because you've got a special connection to Clayton State. You mentioned earlier you're an alum, but that's not all.
Yes, so I formerly worked in the SBDC, the Small Business Development Center, which we're going to hear about in a little bit, and I am also the MBA program manager and advisor.
Okay.
Busy.
Yes, wearing lots of hats for Clayton State University, as do many of us.
Yes.
We've got several folks here with us who also wear some hats for the university. Yeah. So we have Dr. Riza Kirandish, who is an associate professor of economics. We also have a couple of students here with us this afternoon, Michelle York and Rachel Barnes. Thanks to all of y'all for being here.
Thank you for having us.
All right. So management is critical.
Yes.
Okay. So, Dr. Carandish, for people who don't know, how critical is management, and what is the Society for the Advancement of Management?
Okay, Society for Advancement of Management, we briefly call it SAM, is one of actually the oldest management organization in the world. Started in 1912, and it has members from all over the world. It's international, and also it is dedicated to promoting management and related fields, including entrepreneurship and also all other business fields related to that. Also, the same organization is very dedicated to educating and also helping students become more and more familiar with different fields in management, as well as becoming more professionally, let's say, advanced in this field. To do so, they hold a case competition based on real cases coming from familiar companies we always know and also hear about, including Target, for example, last case. And this year it's about Facebook, where students get to compete with other peers from all over the nation on this specific case, where they present a 15-minute presentation where they have some suggestion for the company how they can improve in future, and as a result they learn a lot about the field, and they get once in a lifetime opportunity, which I'm sure the students will talk about more.
So Rachel and Michelle, describe your experience at last year's case competition and tell us how you placed.
To us, it was just an extraordinary experience. We were able to take a case study from Target and actually present it to someone from Target. So you could not have gotten more hands-on as far as getting feedback from Target, and we could actually see her peek up at some of our strategy options that we presented. So that was really, really exciting for us. We placed second overall for the Clayton State University. And we were contending with people from Texas A&M, I believe Baylor was there. There were some others that were pretty big league colleges, but we hung tough.
Great,
so,
congrats.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. How does this enrich your academic experience?
So participating in the case competition, you really have to utilize all aspects and topics that you learn in the College of Business. So you're applying the material to real-world scenarios, and then you're networking with major corporations and other people in management positions. So really, you're using everything that you learn in the College of Business. It's great. It's a great opportunity.
And especially to further your own careers.
Oh, yes.
Definitely. Well, thank you all very much for sharing your experiences with us this afternoon, and congratulations again. That is
Thank
phenomenal.
you. And give specifically to Sam, do the dream specific. Sam. Thank you.
That was good. Y'all
very
did a
good.
good job.
Yes,
Very
very
nice.
good.
Very
Yeah.
nice. Yeah. But yes, remember that the case competition is just one example of the types of programs that benefit when you donate to Give for Dreams. So we encourage you, go online, call us, text us if you're not driving. There are so many ways that you can give. I'm amazed at how well we've done today.
Yes.
Absolutely amazed.
Lots of money for lots of students.
Yes, and really, that's what it's about. It's about each and every student who is impacted and affected by those dollars. We are sitting at, I believe we're north of $93,000 now.
Great.
Yes.
Great.
Which last year, just for those of you who aren't aware, last year in the 24-hour day of giving, we raised about $91,000. So we have already surpassed that.
And there's lots more time to give.
There absolutely is. So we encourage you to do that. But look at that. It just popped up on our screen.
That's
so
great.
We can see, yes, since you're College of Business, let them know how we've done.
Okay, so we are at 137% of our goal, but still give. The SAM competition is coming up in April. We have lots of student projects. The students are going to Cuba next week. We've got students going to India in May. So please give to our students.
That is fantastic. So College of Business exceeded goal.
Yes.
Yes, that's always what you want to do in business, right?
Yes.
Exceed
Yes.
a goal. I'm not a business person, but that's what you want to do. And overall, big picture for the day, we have raised almost $96,000. That is phenomenal. That is 80% of our goal.
Already.
That is 80% of our goal already. We're looking at a goal of $120,000. We've had 181 donors. So, I mean, if you do math, which again, I don't, but people are really being generous.
Yes, very
And
generous.
I think that's a really strong testament.
I think that's great. I think it's great news for our students.
Definitely. So we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we are going to talk about the Center for Supply Chain Management. So stick around.
My name is Charmaine Niles. I'm in my final semester for my MBA program, and my concentration is human resources leadership. Travel, and when you go to something that you're passionate about, it creates a sense of confidence that was not there before. You're able to articulate your argument and debate your case in front of people that you don't know. And so that experience creates more confidence, it brings more value to the program that's of your area of study, and it also helps to showcase your school and your program on a different level.
My name is Jannard Williams. I'm a second year MBA student here, entering my final semester. I'm a supply chain concentration. The case competition required a team, so we traveled locally. We met a lot of teams. We had teams from China, teams from Puerto Rico. It was a really enriching experience. Theory is one thing, but to actually experience it is another thing.
This is an opportunity for others to give back and be able to add benefit to students who may want to be able to enter case competitions and conferences.
I believe that people should donate, because when we remove the walls from this school and we can still learn beyond the walls of school, and being immersed in whether it's travel abroad in different cultures, whether it's conferences, overcoming public speaking, working on a real world project, that adds so much value to the student as personally and to our education, because we can sit in the classroom all day and talk about theory, about and read and do projects in class, but when you have real world experiences, I can't put a value to it because it's so invaluable.
All right, and we are back in the College of Business Hour. So Heather, thank you again for being here with us.
Thank you.
So Georgia really is becoming a leader in the supply chain industry, which for the person who does not work in that's just how goods and services actually get to the consumer.
Yep.
Okay, so which means it's important. So joining us today to talk a little bit more about that and about Clayton State's role is John Mascaratolo, who is the director of the Supply Chain Management Center here at Clayton State University. So, okay, we go to the store, we see stuff on the shelves, and we buy it. That's, for a consumer like me, that's all we know. But there's a lot more going on behind the scenes with supply chain.
Very much so.
Okay, so tell us about that.
Tell us about what goes on behind?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, it has to be sourced, and it has to be made, and it has to be transported to the store. But we need to come back and kind of explain what is supply chain management. I think that'll help out. Supply chain management is really a strategy on how to coordinate that delivery process and manufacturing. So you figure you have logistics is the core, and logistics is it's all the functions associated with the delivery and the storage of a purchased or a manufactured product. So with that, think of an umbrella, and that logistics is the mechanism of the umbrella, the handle, the shaft, and the spokes. And the supply chain management is the cloth of the umbrella. That's the strategy. It brings in procurement, it brings in forecasting, negotiations, contracts, manufacturing, even marketing. But without without the logistics, the umbrella is useless. So the same thing with the supply chain. The theories work, but somebody has to get it there, and that's your logistics chain. It's the boats, the planes, the trains and the trucks, I think, right? And pipeline is also there. Yeah. And drones now, especially, yes. But there's a very, very complicated and complex process to get it there. And when it's there nicely, you don't think about us. You only think about it when it fails, right? That's what happens.
Yeah. Okay, so in essence, supply chain makes the world go round, especially Georgia.
Can't live without it.
It's the reason goods and services are shipped efficiently and get to my front door on time, thanks to Amazon and everyone else. So where does Georgia compete? Are we a leader?
First of all, you got to thank the logistics people for making Amazon happen, okay? So where does the Georgia fit?
Yes.
Georgia is the #1 state that companies are coming to. It also is one of the economic initiatives is on supply chain, because of the #1 airport and people movers and the #4 largest ocean container port in Savannah. Okay. So companies are coming because of that, and plus Atlanta, you can go anywhere in the United States, east, west, north, and south in our road systems, as well as anywhere out of the airplane or anywhere on the ocean. So it is really becoming a much, much bigger draw for those kind of companies than all the other states.
So tell us about Clayton State's Center for Supply Chain Management and how it engages with the broader supply chain industry in Georgia.
Okay, the center was started about 3 years ago with the purpose of being the extension of our education program to the business community. So I now can give teaching seminars, all kinds of where the company's employees don't want to be students, but they want to learn. So through the center, I can make that happen. And the center in the industry is getting well known out there. The network is really talking it up. We are now on with the other big schools. Matter of fact, we're the only one in the state that I believe has the same supply chain program we have. And we all have centers, but each center is differently focused. Mine is focused in on definitely the small business units in the Atlanta area, and just extending ourselves and our brand out to them, and extending our services to them and to their employees. Now we have an extension of the center, which is what we're calling the Supply Chain Fellows, and we're bringing in executives to be part of that membership, where we are now extending ourselves to those members to come into the classrooms, participate with the students, come into all career fairs, our Jim Wood Speaker Series, our Dean's Lecture Series, extending them the invitation, as well as giving them information days where the company could come in and talk to all our business, college business students. And so we launched our first meeting was just this past Monday. So hopefully we'll get some more people's coming into the fellows program, because it's really, really good. And it'll also support our internship programs as well.
Okay, so students have an opportunity to get jobs and internships through your annual career fair, which was last week.
Correct.
So tell us more about it, who showed up.
The annual career fair is in its 7th year, and I bring 10 universities around the Atlanta area. There will be Auburn, Alabama, University of Alabama, us, Clark Atlanta, Georgia Southern, all those universities, and they bring their supply chain students with them. We had about 143 supply chain students with 25 companies, and we have a morning seminar with the students just to go over resume writing and interviewing skills, and then we let them loose on the companies. And from what I heard so far, there's about 5 students that I know of, 2 here that got interviews, of course, and others from the other schools. So it does have a positive return, and students have gotten hired, some of them on the spot.
Great, good.
Yeah,
Thanks,
very
great
good.
news.
Yeah, we have very good companies come.
John,
Matter of
thank
fact,
you
2 of our companies are here tonight. You're going to see them next.
There we go.
Okay.
Very good. Very good. So, John, thank you for
Thank you
being
very much.
here.
Thanks for the time.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
So, remember, giving is easy. You can call us. You can go online, or new this year, you can text to give. The number is 41444. And what is the specific project code for College of Business? G4D4. G42.
G42. Sorry.
It's a lot of numbers. It's a lot to
Just
keep
remember
straight.
my name, and I'll give you the account number.
Just ask for John.
Just ask for John.
All right, so when we come back from a break, we are actually going to meet a couple of supply chain leaders, so stick around. So thanks for coming back. We're excited everybody's with us. We've been talking supply chain for the last few minutes. We actually have a couple of guests here with us who are going to give us a little bit more expertise in that area. Joining us are Vicki Sparks, founder and owner of PEI Logistics, and Jeff Lance, who is the founder and owner of CL Services. Thank y'all very much for being here.
Thank you.
Glad to be here.
All right, so under the Center for Supply Chain Management, John, we talked about the Supply Chain Fellows Program, and you guys are a part of that, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so why did you want to do that?
Oh, many, many reasons. We're committed to Clayton State. I attended this college when it was a junior college, and we believe that education is better for the economy. It's better for social ills, and we're just committed at PEI to empowering young people for the future.
Okay. And you? Why have you joined?
I've been in Clayton County since 1987, working in supply chain and transportation. And over the years, I attended a couple classes here, and but over the years I've just seen the opportunity and the growth of Clayton County and South Atlanta, and I just feel like the opportunity is right for Clayton State University and the growth of it, and we're going to need valuable students in supply chain. There's going to be a shortfall in the future.
Absolutely.
Okay, so what opportunities have you had to engage with our students, graduate and undergraduate, and share your expertise with them?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, repeat the question again, I'm sorry.
Okay, so what opportunities have you had to engage with our students and share your expertise with these students that are new to the supply chain industry?
We've had several students work for us on our internship program. And then we also have some full-time Clayton State University students that currently work for us today in sales.
Okay. So Vicki, there's a growing number of women actually entering this industry. So why do you think that interest is growing among women, and how can we foster that here at Clayton State?
For many, many reasons. Most women are very detail-oriented, and that's very necessary with inventory control and logistics and coordination. They're also much more collaborative, generally. Sorry, guys. As far as working,
we're in the ballpark kind of guy.
And as far as working with teams, that's a critical need now. So there's a lot of opportunities for women in sales, dispatch opportunities, inventory control opportunities, procurement opportunities, and the sky's the limit.
Great. So from each of your perspectives, what is the outlook on supply chain and logistics here in Georgia?
We're one big warehouse. I mean, historically, more freight came, air freight, expedited freight came into Atlanta and was dispersed via the ground. And now we're doing manufacturing, we believe, is coming back to the southeast and surrounding areas. So we just believe that Georgia is very strong in aerospace. We've got a great rail system. We've got a great port system that we're dredging up. And of course, I'm in the trucking, motor carrier, forwarding business, so we've got a great trucking and highway
interstate system.
Absolutely.
I think adding on to everything that Vicki said, I think our state is really ripe for the onboarding of shippers and manufacturers that are wanting to move back to the United States. And we've attracted some of those companies already.
And even on a global scale, we have a great airport from an international standpoint. So Atlanta is just hot and growing.
One statistics to add back to that, if you drew a line from Texas to Chicago, 77% of the population is east of that line, which fits right into our sweet spot because we have the abilities to distribute with all the companies that are down here. We have the abilities to distribute that to the east, and that's another magnet that's bringing it to us.
Atlanta is truly a major hub.
It is.
Yes.
And our supply chain program is right in the middle of it.
I was just going to say, Clayton State students are in the right spot. Yes,
Location.
Absolutely it is. So thank you all of you, Vicki, Jeff, and John, for sharing your expertise with us this afternoon. We certainly appreciate it. Now, if you have not given yet, we hope that you will. No amount is too small. Every little bit helps, and there's a $5 minimum donation. So please text, call, or visit our website. Yes, we want you to make that gift. College of Business, we said earlier the College of Business has already surpassed its goal.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that you can stop giving.
Yes.
That just means that if you keep giving, more and more work will be able to be done. So take a quick look at this video that's going to show you exactly where that funding goes.
My name is Charmaine Niles. I'm in my final semester for my MBA program, and my concentration is human resources leadership. Travel, and when you go to something that you're passionate about, it creates a sense of confidence that was not there before. You're able to articulate your argument and debate your case in front of people that you don't know. And so that experience creates more confidence, it brings more value to the program that's of your area of study, and it also helps to showcase your school and your program on a different level.
My name is Jannard Williams. I'm a second year MBA student here, entering my final semester. I'm a supply chain concentration. The case competition required a team, so we traveled locally. We met a lot of teams. We had teams from China, teams from Puerto Rico. It was a really enriching experience. Theory is one thing, but to actually experience it is another thing.
This is an opportunity for others to give back and be able to add benefit to students who may want to be able to enter case competitions and conferences.
I believe that people should donate, because when we remove the walls from the school and we can still learn beyond the walls of school, and being immersed in whether it's travel abroad in different cultures, whether it's conferences, overcoming public speaking, working on real world project, that adds so much value to the student as personally and to our education, because we can sit in the classroom all day and talk about theory, about and read and do projects in class, but when you have real world experiences, I can't put a value to it because it's so invaluable.
Hi, and welcome back. We're in the College of Business Hour, and our College of Business not only helps our students, it also helps our small business community. And here with us is Elisa Kirk, the director of the Small Business Development Center here at Clayton State.
Thank you.
What is the SBDC, and how does it support our small business owners and future entrepreneurs?
The SBDC is an organization. We have offices all around the state of Georgia, but ours is right here at Clayton State. We help small business owners with growth strategies. We will help people start a business, but most of our clients are already in business and looking to grow, hire employees, figure out how to expand, and that's our specialty.
So what motivates your team to help those business owners kind of take it to the next level?
Well, we're doing it from the heart. Most of us, well, all of us who are consultants have to have an MBA, and I got mine here. We have to have an MBA, and we have to have extensive experience in small business, whether it's owning or managing one. So we're doing it from the heart, but we're also doing it because we've been where they are.
So how does the SBDC bring attention to Clayton State University in our community?
We're very involved in the community, not just with the small business community, but we're involved in the chambers, in the economic development authorities, in the task forces, and we try to visit and belong to the chambers in all of the counties that we serve. We serve on committees, we speak, we participate in workshops and things like that. But most of all, our small business owners, this may be the only contact they ever have with Clayton State University. And when they find out that thanks to Clayton State University, they're getting these services at no cost to them, it's a plus for everybody.
So Elisa, how do you measure success in the SBDC, and what do your clients tell you?
Well, we measure it a lot of ways. We keep track of the growth, the hiring of employees, the amount of money we help raise. This year alone, in just January and February, we have, in this office, have assisted with over $20 million in capital funding.
Oh my gosh.
And we've helped 5 businesses to start, and there's some more that we're about to help start. So that's just in 2 months.
That's some great economic drivers for our county. So what counties do you serve?
We serve Clayton, Henry, Fayette, and Spalding. But because we're popular, we do have people coming from other counties, and we'll see them too.
Okay, great.
So tell us about some of those success stories. Are there any specifics that you can share with us?
Well, we had 2 of our clients featured in Georgia Trend magazine last year. They've already signed releases, so I can tell you about them.
Okay.
One of them is a vendor to the film industry. And we do have an expertise there, but he sells materials to make props with for special effects and things like that. And we've watched him grow, and we're also talking to him about how to finance the expansion. He's having to add employees, and he's really showing a whole lot of economic growth. So he's an example. The other client that was in there is someone we've helped from a long time ago, and he's steadily grown and grown and grown, and we have to keep helping him find a new place to be.
That's a good problem to have.
To accommodate all his employees.
Definitely.
That's great news.
Yeah.
It is. Elisa Kirk, thank you so much for talking with us today about the Small Business Development Center. Sounds like you guys are doing some amazing work.
Thank you.
Absolutely amazing.
Yes.
You've been involved with SBDC.
Yes. Yes.
One of your babies?
It is my baby. As a former business owner, I served from the heart for the SBDC also for 3.5 years. So it's a great organization.
There you go. There you go. So the gifts are coming in, but we cannot stop yet.
No.
It is way too early in the day to stop. Okay. So there are so many ways that you can give. Call us on the phone. 678-466-4470 is the phone number. We have some fabulous volunteers upstairs who are manning the phones, they're manning the computers, watching the donations come in. Yes, it's been fantastic. It absolutely has. So when we come back, we are actually going to hear some more about the College of Business's efforts to help students find the program that best suits their interests. Stick around.
My name is Sierra Dunn, and I graduated fall 16. Being a part of the Laker family is great because we are a really close-knit family. One of my most favorite memories about being a Clayton State student was actually going to the Give Kids the World with the AmeriCorps. It gave us a chance to be vulnerable, it gave us a chance to be humble, and to work with kids with terminal illnesses. People should give to Clayton State because Clayton State is the best.
My name is Zach Bradley, and I graduated fall 2014. Well, Clayton State is forever growing. It's phenomenal. Had like this small university just continues to just break down barriers, continue to build more buildings and open up more programs. It's just absolutely phenomenal. It's something that the South Side Atlanta needs.
Clayton State is known for their education, their staff members, and things like that. So giving back is the best thing to do.
Welcome back, everyone. For the last couple of years, the College of Business has really worked hard to offer mentoring for students to help these students make sure that they are finding the right fit when it comes to their business education.
Yeah, so let's welcome Sherwin James. He is the Assistant Director for the Center of Advising and Retention, and he is also in the College of Business, and he's going to talk to us about the Major Mentor Program.
Hi, everyone. As Heather mentioned, my name is Sherwin James. I'm right now the coordinator for the Major Mentor Program for the College of Business. The program started in fall of 2012, and as of right now, I'm the coordinator, and we have about 5 mentors right now. So each mentors are pretty much scheduled to speak with a particular
discipline
okay. Within the program because we have 5 majors.
Okay.
The program pretty much is a really good program that's very valuable to students within the College of Business. They talk to a major mentor or upperclassman, which is pretty much a junior or senior student, that pretty much guide them throughout the program of choice that they want to choose. If a student is unsure of a particular major that they want to select into our program, they will contact us or they will contact the major mentor to pretty much guide them and see how they could be successful in choosing a particular major.
So the mentors are actually students themselves. How valuable is that peer-to-peer relationship?
It's very valuable because the peer mentors are very comfortable in speaking to the peers because the mentors are pretty much have expectations as to what the courses are within the major and what the professors are like. So what they do, they pretty much talk to the mentees about what it is that they should expect when it comes to the professor's teaching style or the particular major or the courses that they plan on taking in the future.
Okay, so you're about to come up on your 5-year anniversary here at Clayton State. Congratulations.
Congrats. Yeah, thank you.
How does it feel
Feels great.
to get this far and to be the founder of the Major Mentors Program?
Yes, it feels great. It's an exciting opportunity. Right now we're planning on celebrating a particular event in the fall, this coming fall, and we're trying to see how we could bring back our former mentors to talk to the current students in the College of Business at Clayton State University and share their experience while they are currently employed with a particular employer.
Okay, so life after graduation.
Correct, yes.
There is life after graduation. Now, what are some of the types of questions that students come to you and come to the mentors with?
Sometimes the students typically, they're not too certain as to what major they want to pursue. So what they do, they contact either an advisor, and the advisor pretty much relay them to a particular major mentor, or they visit the website within the College of Business website, and they fill out a form in order to meet with a major mentor, and the mentor would contact them and talk to them.
Okay. What's the feedback from students?
Students find that it's very helpful, it's valuable to them. In general, some of them find it re-inspiring, because we had a particular student who wanted to switch his major from management to supply chain. But what he did, he met with a major mentor who is a management major mentor. The major mentor talked to him about why he should not switch and just maintain being a management major rather than switching to a different major. So the student now responded back and provided a testimonial saying that it was very inspiring, and he felt that he received the amount of help that he needed from the particular major mentor.
Cool, very cool. So kind of helping give some much needed guidance.
Yeah,
Yes.
right.
Definitely.
That's great news.
And it's always good to get people excited. So Sherwin, thank you so much for talking with us about it today.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank
All
you.
right. So now, sometimes people aren't sure about their major. Other times people aren't sure if they should make a gift. Can you imagine?
I can't imagine that. No.
Okay, so if you are unsure of whether you should make a gift, well, simply, you should. Okay? I mean,
Stop thinking.
Stop thinking, start giving. Okay, that's going to become our new slogan.
Yes, I like
Stop
it.
thinking, start giving. So we are inviting you to call us. We are inviting you to go online. We're inviting you to text us as long as you are not driving, and make your donation. This is the College of Business Hour, and we are also still in our challenge from Bojangles here
Okay.
in Morrow.
Great.
So from 1 to 3, so we're kind of wrapping up this challenge from 1 to 3. The project that receives the most individual donations will receive an additional $1,000 from
Awesome.
Bojangles and Morrow. So that's really a way to make your donation go a lot further. Okay, so we're going to take one more time a look at the project where your Gift for Dreams donations will go to support the College of Business.
My name is Charmaine Niles. I'm in my final semester for my MBA program, and my concentration is human resources leadership. Travel, and when you go to something that you're passionate about, it creates a sense of confidence that was not there before. You're able to articulate your argument and debate your case in front of people that you don't know. And so that experience creates more confidence, it brings more value to the program that's of your area of study, and it also helps to showcase your school and your program on a different level.
My name is Jannard Williams. I'm a second year MBA student here, entering my final semester. I'm a supply chain concentration. The case competition required a team, so we traveled locally. We met a lot of teams. We had teams from China, teams from Puerto Rico. It was a really enriching experience. Theory is one thing, but to actually experience it is another thing.
This is an opportunity for others to give back and be able to add benefit to students who may want to be able to enter case competitions and conferences.
I believe that people should donate, because when we remove the walls from this school and we can still learn beyond the walls of school, and being immersed in whether it's travel abroad in different cultures, whether it's conferences, overcoming public speaking, working on real world project, that adds so much value to the student as personally and to our education, because we can sit in the classroom all day and talk about theory, about and read and do projects in class, but when you have real world experiences, I can't put a value to it because it's so invaluable.
So students in the Human Resource Leadership concentration are actively engaged in not only developing their careers in the degree program, but also in helping others find and secure employment.
Which is great news.
Yes.
So let me welcome Charmaine Niles and Crystal Carter. They are current MBA students here at Clayton State University. So most folks think human resources is the office you go to when you sign up for benefits and you see them once a year, or you go to apply for a job. But it's more than that. So tell us, what is human resource leadership?
Sure. So human resources leadership, it's a huge multitude of various functions that is important to organizational structure. For example, I guess the most well-known is talent acquisition, which includes the recruiting and the hiring, the interviewing, but in addition it includes like performance management, leadership and development, you want to be able to have your employees have some type of career goals and help them navigate to get to those career goals. And then there's total rewards program, which includes the benefits and the compensation and the perks and discounts. But in general, organizational structure for HR, they are the individuals who are communicating the company's mission, vision, values, and the policies and procedures, so the company can be successful.
And students here at Clayton State University have a chance to participate in Clayton State's chapter of the Society for Human Resource Management.
Yes.
So tell us what that is and how students are involved.
Well, SHRM is a global body which stands for Society for Human Resources Management. And from that you have maybe state chapters and local chapters in addition to student chapters. So we have a multi-award winning student chapter here, and what we do, we foster or try to create avenues for student development maybe in speaking. Of course, today it's all about networking and getting to know the C-suites, employees of those companies. And that helps you to be confident and mature because, of course, the school provides the learning avenue, but your true growth and development is getting out into the real world. And so we engage with speakers coming to speak to us, and that's one way we assist with students' development.
And SHRM also does community engagement.
Absolutely, we do. So far for this year, we've done care baskets for veterans here at CSU. We have done also care baskets for a senior home that's not maybe a mile from here as well. We've participated with, this year, the 4th year, with Henry County High Schools. We've assisted with mock interviews. And next month, we're actually going to be partnering with another organization with Chick-fil-A sponsoring Junior Achievement. So those students from high schools will be going into a form of simulation like the real world and be able to interview and do resume reviews and stuff like that for, of course, their development. So yes, there's multitudes of layers to HR, not just maybe answering the phone as people think, but it's very impactful, very, very impactful.
Okay, so our SHRM members here at Clayton State do a lot of volunteer work and internships, and that sometimes leads to jobs.
Yes.
So tell us about these opportunities, or maybe opportunities you've had.
Here. Very success story right here.
Yes.
Sure. So I did my undergrad here at Clayton State. So between my undergrad and my MBA, I have had 3 internships. The first was with a nonprofit organization as a policy intern. The second was in the government sector, which eventually led to them offering me a full-time role. But because we are entrepreneurs of our own career, I felt that there was more to be given out there in the world. So I thankfully, graciously declined and picked up another HR internship, which kind of looks like it's going backwards. But with this particular company, A&B Group, I knew there was growth potential, and that's what my biggest driver was. So went there, 7 months later, they offered me a full-time role, and now I'm there as the HR coordinator. So internships are general. It's much needed for every single college student.
Yes.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, and it's also just another way that Clayton State University is engaging beyond our campus.
Yes.
You know,
you have internships and you also have volunteering. We have had members who have volunteered, most recent with Grady, that has led to an internship. So you can start with an internship from HR, or you can volunteer as well, which would lead to internships and then maybe an offer of a job. So yes, there are other ways, avenues of getting in as well.
Yeah, and you guys are helping to make it happen. So
Absolutely.
Thank you for being here to tell us about it.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So donations that come in today can help business students do so much. I mean, participating in competitions, networking, you know, really getting their careers off to a start.
Yes, getting out of the textbook and in the real world is really what we're trying to do for these college students.
And I mean, that's the way to get ahead.
Yes.
Absolutely the way that you do it. So you can help make that happen for a student. You know, we've said all day, make dreams real for students. And the way you do it is by making a donation. It's as simple as going online. It's clayton.edu/give4dreams. You can also pick up the phone, give us a call. The number's been scrolling right there at the bottom of the screen. Text us at 41444. And we are about to the end of our Bojangles Challenge. That was going on from 1 to 3. So the campus project that received the most individual donors from 1 to 3 will receive an additional $1,000 from Bojangles in Morrow, one of our partners. So yes, thank you to Bojangles for that. Thank you also to Sutherland's Food Service and the Clayton State University Foundation for sponsoring challenges today.
Nice.
I know. So as a business person, it's nice to see money multiply, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so that's how you can make your money multiply, okay? So we're gonna take just a short little break and then we are gonna wrap up our business hour. So stick around.
Hi, and we're back for the final segment of our College of Business Hour. And I would like to remind you of the importance of giving to our College of Business. We have seen quite a few students, undergraduate and graduate, and different opportunities that you can give to them and give to them to help them travel, help them compete. And we're here with Dr. Leon Prieto, who is our Assistant Professor of Management and head of the SHRM chapter. And please tell us a little bit more about SHRM.
Well, thanks for having me. Well, SHRM is a Society for Human Resource Management, and you all were just introduced to Crystal Carter and Charmaine Niles, and they are dynamic members of this student organization. So human resource management is all about the process of recruitment, selection, and the training and development of employees and things like that. So a lot of our students are well poised to become HR leaders in Atlanta.
It's great news. And we're really seeing, as we've gone through this hour with the College of Business, we've really seen so many ways that the College of Business is engaging students to become leaders and giving them opportunities outside of the classroom to be engaged with our community. When you look back at what we've done this last hour and when you think about what the College of Business does, what are some things that stand out to you?
Well, the College of Business doing a fantastic job really connecting with the students, engaging them with real-world assignments. For example, some of my students recently worked on a project that was given to them by a Coca-Cola executive. And he actually came into the classroom and he judged the project and he actually thought they did a fantastic job. So they get some real-world assignments, not just me, also Professor Marsh Bertolo, Professor Delaney, Professor Jordan, Professor Thompson. We all give very good real-world assignments to our students and we connect them with the real world of work.
So remind us, when people donate during Give for Dreams to the College of Business, remind us where their money's going.
Well, the money is going to fund student travel to conferences and case competitions because a lot of our students are competitive and they take on the best and brightest universities throughout this country. So last year, my SHRM students, my Society of Human Resource Management students, placed second in a national case competition. They beat schools like NYU, University of Texas, etc. But unfortunately, this year they couldn't compete because we didn't have the funding. So we really need people to support us and donate so we could send our talented students to these competitions so they could actually help put Clayton State further in the map. Because we're already making a name for ourselves. We are no longer a secret.
That's great news. So when you do give, you can put SHRM or HR in there, and that will go to that fund for those students.
Definitely.
So if you do make a gift and have a need or want to desire to donate to SHRM, please do so.
So this is your chance, okay? We focused on the College of Business this whole hour. This is your chance to bring it home for the College of Business, okay? Why should someone donate to the College of Business?
Well, the College of Business, I believe, is one of the best kept secrets in the Atlanta area. We have very dedicated staff and faculty like Heather, the students really love her in the MBA program. And we do I would like to say we do a good job developing the future global leaders, not just the leaders in Atlanta. So we really need the help to help develop our students and their leadership skills, their business acumen. And I don't want to sound too vain, but I think the faculty and the staff, really, really care about the students and are very passionate about what they do. So please give.
And that's passion is a theme that I think has really echoed throughout the day-to-day, regardless of which college, which program you're talking about. So Leon, thank you for sharing that with us. Definitely. Be sure and click on over to clayton.edu/give4dreams to make your donation to the College of Business. Or to any of the programs of your choosing. You can always stop by the University Center to see us too. It's been hopping in here today. Very hopping. We've got lots of folks upstairs who are clicking around on the computer. We have our social media team who's busy. So you can tweet us and you can Facebook us and you can do all those social media things. So lots of excitement going on surrounding Give for Dreams today. Heather, it's been a pleasure working with you this hour. We're so happy to have you here.
Thank you.
And we are happy to have all of you here. So stick around. We are going to take a short break, and then when we come back, Jay Terry's going to be back to co-host with me. And we're going to do a lot of fun things in the next hour. There are box turtles and eating plants involved. So you'll want to stick around for that. We'll be right back.
Today is Give for Dreams at Clayton State University, and we've made it easy for you to help a student's dreams come true. 4 simple ways to give. New this year is Text to Give. Make sure you know your project keyword and text 41444. Text your keyword to 41444. Visit us at clayton.edu/give4dreams. Call us at 678-466-4470, or swing by campus and visit us at the University Center until 5 p.m. So, what are you waiting for?
And welcome back to Give for Dreams, Clayton State University's Day of Giving. My name is Claire Monroe. I am a proud Clayton State graduate, class of 2015.
And I'm Michael Strahan. No, I'm not. I'm Jay Terry. I'm the Assistant Vice President of Extended Programs and Academic Affairs here at Clayton State University.
In English, what does that mean?
That means that I assist with all of our partnerships and the extension of the institution to our community partners.
So basically everything that we've been talking about today, how we take learning outside of the classroom and into the community.
We hope so, and we hope that we have demonstrated an ability to kind of make that connection and make that connection successful.
Fabulous. So this is the 3 o'clock hour. It is the College of Arts and Sciences hour. So we're going to be focusing on all kinds of interesting and neat things, artsy and sciencey.
That's right.
In this hour. But first we'd like to take just a moment so that you can see where Give for Dreams dollars will go to benefit the College of Arts and Sciences.
My name is Tasha Ramirez. I am a senior sociology student. So when I initially started research, I knew this is what I wanted to do. But in some ways, it's also determined what I'm going to do. For example, it's made me realize that I might want to be a professor. So I have had the opportunity to not only discover the intricacies of research, but to also learn how research can help me in my career path.
My name is Ariel. I'm a senior and I'm a biology major. The research that I've been working on this semester is focusing on vegetative areas and restored and unrestored areas of our urban streams, and then comparing them to protected areas. The academic opportunities that we have through research, internships, and work study really allow us to apply our knowledge that we've learned in the classroom. And I had the chance to participate in a study abroad program where I was able to take my knowledge of, the environment here in Georgia, and then somewhere else, I was able to see the differences, and I could snorkel in the coral reefs instead of seeing it in a biology textbook. I really got to see everything, and it just really changed my outlook on what I was learning and kind of piece it all together.
My name is Farah. I'm a senior and I major in chemistry. Your donations allow us to travel to larger institutions to be able to use their instruments to analyze our results. Also, our travel funds help us with conferences. Conferences are a great opportunity for networking. There we can meet people who would help us find a job or talk about grad school with. But most importantly, conferences allow us to advertise what we've researched. It allows us to advertise our campus.
So that really sums it up, why the College of Arts and Sciences needs your support. These students are doing field research. They really need to be able to complete their projects that are leading to just unbelievable discoveries. And one person who knows all about that is the Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences. That's Dr. Nasser Memayezi, who is here with us this afternoon. Thank you, sir, for joining us.
Thank you.
So talk to us, just give us a little more detail, a little more meat about the Give for Dreams projects in the College of Arts and Sciences.
The College of Arts and Science is by far the largest college at Clayton State University. Our job is to transform the life of our students and improve the world in which they will inhabit. The one way to do this is that to provide our students with the opportunities for innovative and high quality practical experience. And there is perhaps no better way to accomplish this goal than by our faculty engaging our students in the conducting high quality research and study abroad. And with this donation from our generous viewers, we can promote undergraduate research and support our students to travel to academic conferences, both national and international, where they can present their research findings.
Dean Memayezi, we realize that we can only be as successful as our faculty are. Our faculty are really the baseline of our students' development and well-being, and our students are extremely important. We lost a tremendously important faculty member, Dr. Gene Hatfield. Can you tell us a little bit more about how he embodied what it means to teach here at Clayton State?
Dr. Hatfield was a friend of mine, and we miss him dearly. And he was on the faculty of Clayton State University from 1976 to 2008, 32 years service. He really cared about the students, and he really cherished the accomplishment of our students, and he formed a lasting relationship with our students, and the students responded in kind, and they held him in a high esteem, and also they considered his classes one of the best classes they have ever taken. And Dr. Hatfield was, I can't think of anybody in the College of Arts and Science that had greater impact on our larger community beyond the Clayton State, more than Dr. Hatfield. He was active in the civic and political life of the community, and the one thing that our students really learned from Dr. Hatfield is what it means to serve others.
And Dr. Hatfield was an important donor to the university through the College of Arts and Sciences Gene Hatfield Awards.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
even in retirement, Dr. Hatfield generously gave himself to the university. And every year, the College of Arts and Science honors the faculty by student nominations and by the peer evaluation who excel in teaching and research and service. And Dr. Hatfield is the endowed this service. Every year, this fall would be our 9th year that we honor our faculty, outstanding faculty in numerous areas, in arts and in humanities, in social sciences, and in natural sciences. Dr. Hatfield used to come to this event, to these ceremonies, and personally present award to faculty because he thought it was extremely important that to recognize those faculty that they really contribute to our students in the classroom, in the laboratories, and in service to the community.
Well, we would really like for our viewers to give generously, just as Dr. Hatfield has done. Why is it so important for our viewers to support the efforts of natural sciences and our arts?
Every graduate I speak with can remember a professor or a class project that was a turning point in their academic life. And our viewers also can make really difference in the lives of our students. By their donation to the College of Arts and Sciences undergraduate research and the travel assistance fund, we can help those students. We can place those bright students in a team of the research in biology, in chemistry, physics, in social sciences, where they can receive very intense and personalized attention from our faculty. That is why it's so important. And also we want these students really to travel, to go to the conferences and present their paper. And we know that this is so expensive. If you look at our student body, most of them is first in the family to attend the college. And they work 20 to 30 hours a week. These students cannot afford without our support to attend the conferences and present their paper or to go study abroad program. And we recognize the benefit of the study abroad. They can firsthand experience a new culture, they learn a new language, make a new friend, and enhance their resume. That is why this contribution is really very important, very crucial to the College of Arts and Sciences.
All right. Dean, thank you.
I agree. I just wanted to add quickly in that for our students to have the opportunity to see their peers also participate in those conferences, those research conferences,
exactly.
And the opportunity to find the appropriate way and the strategies by which to present that kind of work.
Exactly.
That's why these conferences and this travel is so important.
Yeah. Yes.
Absolutely. Dean, thank you so much for being here to talk with us about it this afternoon.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. So we have got another donation update. Drum roll, please. We are at $104,500.
That's 87%. We're close to 90%. We need to get to 100%. We'll
do
got
it
time.
by 5 o'clock.
Get
We
in
will do
there.
it by 5
That's
o'clock.
right. Let's get there.
We will.
We're doing it.
College of Health is at 99%.
Excellent.
Yes.
All right. Good
Okay.
deal.
All
College
right.
of Arts and Sciences is rising at 23% right now.
Yep.
We're just getting started.
Now that's going to pick up now
That's
that
right.
we've got Arts and Sciences on.
You've
Okay.
seen what they do, what we need, and remember that this is all related to the efforts of STEM. It is science, technology, engineering, and math, with science being right there, and arts now with STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. So we really look forward to you contributing in your donations.
Absolutely. So when we come back, we're going to get our hands a little dirty. We're going to talk with one of our biology professors about her quest to preserve an animal species. That's when we come back.
I also want to ask if individuals who are wearing orange tassels, if you could stand up, because I would like to recognize you. The orange tassel indicates a contribution by these individuals to pay forward to a class gift, the development of a Dreammaker Scholarship for the class of 2016. And I would note that the amount of money raised and the number of graduates who contributed this year to this Dreammaker Scholarship is the highest in the history of the institution. This class has proven again they have done well and believe in the future of students at this institution. So on all of our behalf, thank you.
Welcome back. We have transitioned over here to our fun and exciting set, and we have Dr. Diane Day with us. I know you as my anatomy and physiology teacher for AMP 1 back before I started nursing school.
It's been a while.
It's been a minute, but you have got some really exciting research going on, looking at preserving the eastern box turtle. Tell us about this.
All right, eastern box turtles, well, turtles have been around for over 260 million years, but reptiles and amphibians in general are declining worldwide. And I started doing research on box turtles because I noticed when I was going out for walks in the woods, I wasn't running across them like I used to. And students were interested in doing research. I said, well, let's go see what we can find. So I started out just trying to see how many were out there, what the numbers were, what the sex ratio was, what their ages were. And now it's even developed further than that. I've noticed that there's a lot of pitting on many of them. See all this pitting on here?
Yes.
To the point where some of them have lost a limb. And I've taken some to various veterinary pathologists. They don't know what's causing it. They've checked it. They said there's a virus there, there's a fungus there, but not that would cause this kind of damage.
Okay.
They said it might be metabolic. So what I am doing with my students is we are collecting DNA. We go out, take a little blood sample, come back to the lab, extract the DNA, run it, and we're trying to see if the ones with the pitting are very closely related or not.
All right.
Okay. And if they are, then that's probably a problem. If not, it's probably something in the environment, some sort of like organophosphates or something that's in the soil, some pollution that may be causing it in the water and the soil. And that's another thing that this summer and probably in the fall I'll start looking into that as well. So that's what our students are doing, trying to conserve the organisms, see how many are out there, make sure that they can thrive in the environment.
So DNA can really help you to identify each individual turtle and their groups. What makes this particular species unique?
What makes box turtles unique is the fact that they're called box turtles. Come on, baby, get inside. They can actually close all the way up. They have a hinge.
All right.
And they can close all the way up when they're not too fat to do so. This one needs that.
I understand that.
I get that. But
That's
they're
right.
well protected from predators.
Okay.
Unless they've got some problems with their shell. So once they reach adulthood, this gets pretty hard. But this hardens up about the age of 7. Until that time, it's relatively soft, and smaller organisms like these over here can be eaten by birds and owls, raccoons, and a lot of other predators. The biggest predators are for the hatchlings, not so much for the adults. Okay. But you do have dogs and coyotes and cars that damage and kill these.
Why is the eastern box turtle an important part of the ecosystem?
They're what we call an indicator species, and what that means is they sort of monitor the health of the environment. And if their numbers are declining, there's something wrong with the environment. So if we don't see them around, same thing with amphibians, that means there's pollution or something, and eventually that's going to come to us, and it's going to affect us in some way.
Okay. Is the species threatened at all?
Yes, it is. Mm-hmm. It is considered threatened. It's not endangered, but it is what they call vulnerable, which kind of falls under the line of threatened. And it's illegal to have one of these without a special permit. I have one from the Department of Natural Resources, so I have a collecting permit as well as a teaching permit.
All right.
Okay.
Excellent.
Okay. So you and your students, you said you use blood samples, you do analysis in the lab. What other types of things are you doing with the turtles?
Well, we go out in the field to find them, and this is part of my Head Start program. Because where they are located, I go to a place out in Fayetteville that is managed by the Southern Trust Conservation. And we look for turtles, and particularly from May to July, we look for nesting turtles. I put a protective cage over the nest and then wait for them to hatch out. And then I'm collecting them because they are disappearing like crazy. And unfortunately, we have armadillos. They are not native to this area.
Right.
And last year alone, they destroyed 43 turtle nests that I'm aware of.
Oh, wow.
Oh my goodness.
And that's not including ones that were killed off by raccoons or other organisms, which is normal. But at that rate, we're not going to have any turtles left. So when I'm doing this Head Start program, I want them to get to be about double the size of this one before I release them back in the wild. And they will be released back in the wild where I got them from. And you need to always put them back where you got them because they have a special crystal in their head called a magnetite that detects the geomagnetic field of the earth. And they will always try to go back when they're hatched.
That's interesting.
So I try not to take the eggs. I try to let them they'll hatch out naturally and then pull them from there. And at the moment I have 20 some odd, I don't even remember the number anymore, 20 some odd ones at my house, and we're trying to get that Head Start program here. And so we're trying to get an IACUT committee, and I actually have a foundation for people who can contribute money if they want to for food, housing. They have to have special lighting, and so that's part of what we're doing.
Cool.
That's right. This is fantastic.
We go out, we look at where we collect them, we take their GPS coordinates, and we map out their home ranges to see who's overlapping, how far they move. I have some that never move, not much bigger than this entire food court area, to ones that go over half a mile.
That's a lot for their little legs.
Yes, it is.
That's excellent.
Yes, it is. So, females tend to be wider range, home range than the males, but they also move away to lay their eggs.
Okay, Dr. Day, it's fascinating.
Yes.
It really is. Thank you so much for
thank
sharing
you.
this and
I
sharing
appreciate
your turtles and your turtle Head Start with us today. We
All right.
appreciate it.
One more thing,
Yes,
we actually track them. We use these to.
Oh, wow.
We have a transmitter we put on here, and we can use.
Here.
It sends off a radio signal, and I have a This is the transmitter. I have a receiver and receive it, and we can find where they are, even when they're hibernating.
Oh, wow.
So it's a fun thing. It's a good thing for the students to get to learn how to do.
Definitely. Keep tabs on your turtles.
That's right.
That's right.
All right. Dr. Day, thank you very much.
Thank
All
you.
right,
Y'all
thank
have
you
a
so
wonderful
much.
day.
You too.
Thank you very much.
So we had that 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock challenge. We want to give a shout out to Spivey Hall for winning that Daytime Crunch challenge that was sponsored by Bojangles in Morrow. They won an additional $1,000 for tuition scholarships for the children's choir.
Oh,
so
excellent.
yay for that. And now the President's Cabinet is stepping up to challenge. From now, and I believe until the end of the broadcast at 5 o'clock, the project with the highest number of unique donors will win an additional $1,000 thanks to the President's Cabinet. So make your dollars go even further to help students make their dreams real. We are so excited to have you with us this afternoon. And we are going to take a quick break, and we will be right back.
My name is Dr. Diane Day, and I am an instructor in the biology department here at Clayton State University. Turtles throughout the world, reptiles and amphibians in general throughout the world, are disappearing for a variety of reasons. We encourage students to do research, and there are different professors they can work with, and some of them have worked with me, so students actually get credit, class credit, for doing research. Some of them do lab work, some of them go out in the field, and then they also have to present their data. They have to write a paper, so they get the skills of writing and communication that way, and then they have to present the data each semester, either in the form of a poster, and they have to present that to their fellow students and faculty, or they give a talk and a PowerPoint presentation, so they get communication skills again and how to put these together. So there's a lot of different skills that they can learn doing research here.
So we saw some more there with Dr. Day and her turtles. Really cool research that she's doing, and you know, the research that she and so many other professors and students are doing. You know, that's where dreams become real. It's right there.
That is correct. She did mention that for those of you who want to donate and support the efforts, there's no need to move at the pace of a turtle. You can move as quickly as you like to include your efforts in this very important topic.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our video showing you exactly where your donation will go when you earmark it for the College of Arts and Sciences.
My name is Tasha Ramirez. I am a senior sociology student. So when I initially started research, I knew this is what I wanted to do. But in some ways, it's also determined what I'm going to do. For example, it's made me realize that I might want to be a professor. So I have had the opportunity to not only discover the intricacies of research, but to also learn how research can help me in my career path.
My name is Ariel. I'm a senior and I'm a biology major. The research that I've been working on this semester is focusing on vegetative areas and restored and unrestored areas of our urban streams, and then comparing them to protected areas. The academic opportunities that we have through research, internships, and work study really allow us to apply our knowledge that we've learned in the classroom. And I had the chance to participate in a study abroad program where I was able to take my knowledge of, the environment here in Georgia, and then somewhere else, I was able to see the differences, and I could snorkel in the coral reefs instead of seeing it in a biology textbook. I really got to see everything, and it just really changed my outlook on what I was learning and kind of piece it all together.
My name is Farah. I'm a senior and I major in chemistry. Your donations allow us to travel to larger institutions to be able to use their instruments to analyze our results. Also, our travel funds help us with conferences. Conferences are a great opportunity for networking. There we can meet people who would help us find a job or talk about grad school with. But most importantly, conferences allow us to advertise what we've researched. It allows us to advertise our campus.
And welcome back to Gift for Dreams. We're here now with Assistant Professor Jonathan Harris. He's an assistant professor in our film program and a coordinator for our film production program. I know I did not get that completely correct, but I'm doing the best as I can. Can you tell us a little bit more about yourself?
Thank you. Yeah, I've been teaching here for 4.5 years, and I coordinate our film production major, which has been going for about 1.5 years.
Okay. We're hearing a lot about Movie Fest. Can you give us a little bit of your take and your perspective and a little more detail on Campus Movie Fest?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Campus Movie Fest is an event. It's the world's largest student filmmaking event, which we've brought in a couple years running to Clayton State, and it's open to all students. So our film majors, of course, participate in heavy numbers, but so do students from biology and history and political science. It's open to all Clayton State students. They get a laptop, a very nice camera, a tripod, and a week. And of course, there's editing software loaded on there. They've got 1 week to come up with their story, work together as a group, figure out how hard it is to make a film, get the thing edited and turned in by 5 o'clock 1 week after they start.
Wow.
And so it's cool because we whittle it down. We had 100 teams this year from Clayton State, and we whittle those films down to 16, which are shown at the campus finale, and then 4 of them move on to another competition.
So before we go any further, we're actually going to take a look at some highlights from this year's Movie Fest, and then we'll talk some more about it.
All right.
I'm Jonathan Harris, and I'm an assistant professor of film at Clayton State. Campus Movie Fest is a fantastic event. It's the world's largest student filmmaking event that comes to a campus like ours, gives out laptops, editing software, cameras, and tripods, and gives the students a week to make a film.
We won for Best Performance by Geneva, who played the psychiatrist who the audience believed was the patient at first. She won for Best Performance.
We had 60 plus teams this last time that we had Campus Movie Fest, and we had over, I believe it was 40 finished films turned in. Those were narrowed down to 16, and then 4 finalists were chosen. So it was very exciting, and if you were in the room, there was just such a thrill running through the audience as right before those people were announced. So it was absolutely riveting and so much fun.
And I'm happy that it was one of the finals, and it's going to represent Clayton State.
And we're back. Professor Harris, it seems as if this event, this competition is open to all students. It seems as if the film students obviously would kind of move towards this competition as
Yeah.
something they want to participate in. What do they gain from the competition that really helps them in the real world application of their skill set?
That's a great question. What I've seen our students get out of Campus Movie Fest is the ability to work in groups. I know a lot of students will say, oh no, it's a group project, and I have to tell them, if you're in film, it's always a group project, right? And in life, as you all know, there are so many group projects. It is, it really is. So they get to work together to collaborate. Our students can put all those skills they learned in our classes in film, like editing, storytelling, lighting. They can put all that to use. If they're not a film major, they may be learning videography skills, composition. They may be running up against how to tell a story visually, from their script. So they get to struggle with all of the issues that our film students struggle with on a daily basis in class, but I like to say in a pressure cooker, since it's 1 week, right? So they have to get their story together, get the schedules arranged, and get the films made in a week, which makes it really fun and extremely stressful for
It
those
makes me
students.
kind of stressed thinking about
Yes,
it.
my heart starts beating a little faster every time I think about it, yes.
So the winner at the campus level goes on to represent the university at the next competition level. Is that also a way for students to kind of get their foot in the door of the industry?
Yeah, thanks for asking that. That is a great question, because the national event, which is called Terminus, is now held in Atlanta. I know. Yeah, both Walking Dead fans and Atlanta historians will appreciate the title Terminus.
That's right.
And so they get to go to this conference, which the company, which is Ideas United, brings in cinematographers, directors from the industry, and they have a 10-day conference. They have a student film competition, and it's actually our 4 top films will compete against the 4 top films from we're talking major universities like Stanford, Berkeley. I mean, it's big. So our folks will be competing against them in the Terminus competition. So wishing them all a lot of luck.
Absolutely. Home court advantage, maybe.
Maybe so.
That's right. So we know that the film industry is growing, and we are the home of Walking Dead and some other films. Captain America: Civil War was filmed here.
Right over there.
That's right there, near my office actually. Yes. So how is Clayton State prepping students for the futures and careers in the film industry in Georgia?
Yeah, that's a great question. Every day I know the 2 other faculty in the film division and I are always trying to prepare our students with practical skills, hands-on projects, and also exposing them to the newest technology. For example, Campus Movie Fest gives out what are basically prosumer camcorders, but they give out HD and 4K. We've also got 4K cameras. We've also got the newest in editing, software and effects software in our labs. So we're always trying to give them storytelling, is the one thing you'll always hear from the film industry. They're like, yes, they can click the right button, but can they tell a story? So storytelling is probably our number one. But then exposing them to cameras and editing systems and effects, visual effects software is going to really help them make the best demo reel they can, make them able to compete against other people who are graduating and looking for jobs. So we're every day trying to do we do a lot of project-based learning in film, so we'll do kind of real-world projects that they're shooting and then can hopefully use on their demo reels.
Yeah.
Amazing work.
It's
Terrific
fast-paced.
work that they're doing.
Yeah,
It
very
is.
fast-paced.
Very fast-paced, so you got to be to keep up.
That's right.
Absolutely. All right, John, thank you so much for spending some time with us this afternoon.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for having me on.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There is still a lot more to come here in the College of Arts and Sciences Hour of Give for Dreams. Remember that if you want to support the research and student travel opportunities within the College of Arts and Sciences, you can just go online to clayton.edu/give4dreams and click right there to make your donation to Arts and Sciences. You can text to Arts and Sciences, you can call us and say, hey, I want Arts and Sciences to have my money, however you want to do it. So we're going to take a short break, and then when we come back, we're going to get a little donation recap. How does that sound, Jay Terry?
Sounds excellent, and I'm happy to take a look at it.
All right, see you in a minute.
All right.
We're not behaving during the breaks.
No, we're not.
Counting ourselves
Yeah.
down during the breaks. We're goofing off. I tell you, we're having too much fun.
That's right.
But apparently fun gets donations.
And it's a lot of fun to see these numbers keep going up. I mean, that's really the thing. I mean, right now, our donations are at $108,000 raised so far today, and we're right on our pace,
Yes.
as it were, 90% toward our goal.
90%. Our goal is $120,000. That was supposed to be the goal for 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. I think we're going to make it by 5. What do you think?
I believe so, and we need to push to do that.
Yes.
We'd like to be able to celebrate and see that, and then continue after 5 to reach
Yes.
even newer heights. And we need you to do that.
We do. So call us, click us at clayton.edu/give4dreams, or you can always text to 41444. When you go online, there's actually details about all of the individual projects that the different departments and colleges are sponsoring. So you can really find the one that speaks to you. You know, I'll plug College of Health because that's, that's my home, that's my world. What about you?
STEM, all those areas related to STEM and academic outreach, and any way that we can support our students. I'll talk a little bit more about some of the areas that I'm specifically involved in later. But there's over 200 of you who've really reached out to help us. And in reaching out, we ask that you tell your friends why you did so. And that might inspire them to also jump on board with helping us to reach this goal.
And as we move through our College of Arts and Sciences hour, College of Arts and Sciences is up to about 27% of its goal. So A&S folks, you've still got some time because we've seen a lot of projects today that meet and exceed their goals. I mean, by 50 and 60%. So we really want to see that happen for College of Arts and Sciences as well. We are going to take a little break, but when we come back, we're actually going to go over to our fun set. I'm going to start calling that the fun set. We're going to go to our fun set. We have some carnivorous plants over there. They're going to eat you for breakfast, Terry.
The Venus flytrap.
Yes.
I've always been afraid.
So we're going to check that out after we take a little break. Stick around.
After me
So that video that we saw showed Clayton State students. Actually, no, that's not right. I was about to say the wrong thing. Oh,
No, it showed Clayton State students teaching elementary students dance routines.
There we go. Okay. We know where we are.
That's right.
We know what we're doing. Of course we do.
Is that the part of the academic study, though, for our students to teach elementary school students the dance routines?
Well, it can be.
Okay.
6 students last fall took a dance pedagogy class as part of their dance minor degree. And so pedagogy, of course, is the craft of how to teach something. And so the whole semester they learned how to become better dance teachers for students or adults of all ages.
Okay.
Yeah, we do understand that if you're able to teach someone, the likelihood is that you really understand the technique, you really understand kind of what it is that you've learned. You're able to articulate that better. And in this case, you'd be in performance being able to articulate it.
Absolutely. I do think there's a direct connection between dance technique as a dancer and then also using that knowledge to be a better teacher. If you have the knowledge and you know both areas, I think you're a better artist overall. Teaching makes you a better dancer. Being an excellent dancer of technique makes you a better teacher.
And we're actually going to take a little bit closer look at that right now.
My name is Katie Kelly, and I am Assistant Professor of Musical Theater and Dance at Clayton State. At Jackson Elementary today, I'm here with 3 of our dance minor students, and they are taking dance pedagogy class. So it's a really great opportunity for these Clayton State students that they actually are getting some student teaching experience at the end of their semester, and it should enforce everything they've learned and make them more prepared to get jobs out in the industry as dance teachers.
I think we all can relate to a moment where we sat in the audience, we saw a performance that moved us in some way. It spoke to our heart, it made us laugh, it made us cry, we connected with what the dancer was sharing. And so I think that it's important that we continue to bring things like that to the stage, that the arts continue to have a place where they flourish. And the only way that they can do that is if we have donations. So it's important that we have programs such as this one at Clayton State, the dance minor, and so funding is needed. The arts need support.
All right, so there we go. That's what we thought we were taking a look at a moment ago. But Professor Katie Kelly from the Department of Visual and Performing Arts, dance professor, I mean, you spoke so well to that correlation between doing and teaching. And that really is such a powerful connection there. And yet one more example of how Clayton State students get out of the classroom and into the community.
That's right. And Donna, you're a student?
I am, yes.
Can you talk about that a bit and kind of introduce yourself?
My name is Donna Gardner, and I'm actually a psychologist. So this is a second wind in life for me.
All right.
I've been dancing my whole life. However, what I was lacking was what I think Katie Kelly's program gives. It's the technique. So although I was dancing, I wasn't a conscious dancer. And as a psychologist, I always tell my students, the most effective psychologists are conscious. We know why and how we do what we do. And that's what the dance program does at Clayton State. It teaches dancers how to be conscious, how to know how and why we do what we do as dancers.
Okay.
Well, not many people may know that Clayton State indeed does have a dance program. Can you tell us how the dance program has been around and why it's a good fit for the university and our students?
Yeah, sure. We actually began teaching the curriculum for the dance minor in January of 2014. Okay. So it's been here for essentially about 3 years now. And we graduated our first 4 students in dance minor last year, so that's great. We've had some finish the program and another round coming through. It's a good fit for Clayton State University because it is one of the only dance programs on the south side of Atlanta. And one of the unique things about our program is that right now it's set up to cater to dancers of all skill levels. So I teach very level, beginner level dancers, and then I also have students coming into the studio like Donna, who have danced for quite a few years, but they want to revisit technique, improve technique, or just keep dancing as an adult. So then I have some coming in who are more of at an intermediate skill level, and we all continue to learn their dance education together. So basically, it's a place where anyone can come to learn to dance and hook it up with a different degree, right? A degree in another major, and then somehow use dance to reinforce that major area of study as they go out to work jobs, which is something that Donna is here to do.
Oh, excellent.
Tell us how you plan to do that, Donna.
Yes, so psychology is definitely my passion. I love working with children and adolescents. And a lot of my research has shown that kinesthetically, when we make connection between mind and body, children benefit mentally, emotionally, socially. And so that's the connection to dance. I intend to, once I'm finished, integrate movement into other traditional forms of therapy. So adding dance helps to broaden that portfolio.
Absolutely. And Professor Kelly, talk with us a little bit about kind of some of the finer points of the curriculum and what your students actually are learning.
Yes, the curriculum is set up not only to have them come out as, shall we say, well-developed dancers after 18 credits, but it's also set up to enable them to go out and get jobs, for instance, as teachers or performers in musical theater. So they study 3 styles of dance. They are all required to take a beginner level of ballet, jazz dance, and modern dance. And then they also have to take an intermediate level of one style of dance, because I really believe that in order to come out with a good amount of technique, you've got to get up to an intermediate level in at least one style. But in a minor program, it's hard to do that in multiple styles. So they're going to come out at an intermediate level, hopefully in one style, and then they take dance history, choreography, as well as perform in a dance concert, so that they've had on-stage experience as a dancer that will fuel them and their choreography to go out then and teach others how to get on stage and use dance as a way to communicate about culture to others.
Okay.
So you had mentioned earlier a bit about this teaching and dancing and teaching, and how you need to be effective in both. Can you talk about the pedagogy side, as you had mentioned before, and why it's so important that you are actually teaching your dance students how to educate others?
Well, I think it's important because dance is an art form and a craft. Just like most things, there's a proper way to do it and a safe way to do it, and then there's not. And out there, dance can be taught in many different ways. But with the right knowledge, we can send students out to teach in studios that have what they need to know to teach dance safely and to build a level of technique in others that enables them to then use dance as a way to educate others and share in culture. And I think that's important.
Ladies, thank you so much for sharing that passion with us this afternoon. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Elliot Kropp, and I'm a professor at SIMS, the College for Information and Mathematical Sciences. In the classroom and outside, I am met by some of the best and brightest students. But some of our students need a little extra help. You see, success is equal to, as a base, academics, of course. But this can be reduced by financial need and possibly augmented somewhat by the aid that they receive. However, only a scholarship could be a multiplicative factor raised to the grit. Not grits, but grit, which is the power of the student's character. And this could make a true change in their lives. So you see, giving is easy, like an equation for exponential growth.
All right, so we have an unscheduled guest here on the broadcast with us. Dr. Hines is commandeering our airwaves.
And he does that kind of thing because this is
Tell us why.
This is just in. I want to say that thanks to the gift of Heritage Cadillac, we are now over the top of our original goal. But this is an institution and a group committed to overachievement. So I want to announce that the goal you thought we had is no longer in play. We have a new goal of $130,000 before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. And I am confident, I am excited, and I am knowledgeable that we will not only hit but exceed this new goal by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Phone lines are now open, yes. So looking forward to hearing from you. And to date, thank you so much for your generosity in support of making the dreams of our students real.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank
Hines.
Dr. Hines.
You heard it, $130,000 is now the goal. We have surpassed $120,000.
No sweat.
That's right. Keep pushing.
Thank you.
Keep
pushing.
It's fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you all for your support. We appreciate every single donation that's coming in. We're going to take a short break and we'll be right back.
1:30.
Today is Gift for Dreams at Clayton State University, and we've made it easy for you to help a student's dreams come true. 4 simple ways to give. New this year is Text to Give. Make sure you know your project keyword and text 41444. Text your keyword to 41444. Visit us at clayton.edu/give4dreams. Call us at 678-466-4470. Or swing by campus and visit us at the University Center until 5 p.m. So, what are you waiting for?
All right, we are back and we are joined by Dr. Nikki Sawyer, who just happened to be my Anatomy and Physiology Part 2 professor. You are a student of neuroscience.
Yes, that's correct.
And somehow, some way, venous flytraps have something to do with that.
That is correct. So I actually, in grad school, I studied epilepsy, and I studied voltage-gated sodium channels, which are channels that allow sodium ions to pass through the membrane.
Okay.
And they are very important for what's called an action potential, which is an electrical signal that travels through, in animals, it travels through the neurons, and it allows us to be who we are, right? It's behind our brain, behind our nerves. And believe it or not, we have now discovered that some plants, including the venous flytrap, actually also uses action potentials. Before now, it was only thought that action potentials were used by animals. And so this is the first time we've seen plants that use these electrical signals. And so that's what got me interested in carnivorous plants.
Okay, okay. So tell us a little bit about these plants.
Okay, so we have 2 venous flytraps up here. And the venous flytrap, as I mentioned before, is one that we know that uses action potentials. And the venous flytrap has some little trigger hairs inside of the trap. And when those trigger hairs sense movement, right, they actually will fire an action potential within the plant, and then the trap closes very quickly. And so, do you guys want to see a little demo?
Of course.
Sure.
Okay, sure.
Do I get to do this?
Yeah, you get to do this.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
Let me grab the cricket for you,
Okay,
though, so we
please
don't
do.
have any escape crickets.
That's right.
No, I don't do bugs.
All right, so I got a cricket for you. So
All right,
hold
I got
that
it.
Tight.
I got
now,
it.
What I want you to do is put it in that trap there.
All right, hold on. Takes a
And-
steady hand.
Yeah,
It's like
steady
operation.
hand. But you do want to put it in and then rub it back forth a little bit so
okay.
you stimulate those hairs.
Oh, there it goes.
There you go.
All
And then
right,
take
get out of there.
Yep.
Get out of there.
There you go.
All right.
There you go.
Oh, that's excellent.
Yeah. So
I thought it was going to be more.
Yeah, that
you know.
one I might try one more. That might have been an old trap.
Hey, could have been like me. Easy,
Yeah.
easy.
I'll try one more here. Maybe this trap's not cooperating today. But yeah, it is a fast motion for a plant, though.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Right. Most plants you don't see have that fast of a motion.
I wouldn't want my finger in there.
Right. And to
Yeah.
give you an example, this is a sundew.
Uh-huh.
The sundew is also a carnivorous plant. And here's an example of a cricket that I put on the sundew an hour ago. So
Oh, man.
you see the little tentacles are starting to wrap around the cricket. They've got digestive juices on the end that will start to break the cricket down. All right. And here's a cricket I put on there yesterday. So you see this one is a little slower than the venous flytrap. This one will actually take hours to days to complete.
Oh, and then it folds up. Okay, it rolls up. I see that.
And then it creates this microenvironment where it can digest the cricket and steal its nutrients.
Okay.
Right? And this is another variety of sundew over here. And so again, they're called sundews because of those bright little mucus droplets on the end of the tentacles that are very sticky. And they trap the bugs so they can't escape. And then this is called a butterwort. And like the sundews, it has a very sticky surface. And you can see I've got baby crickets on there.
All right, like fly paper.
Yeah, exactly.
All
so
right,
the crickets
okay.
get stuck and then they get digested. And this is our final species of carnivorous plant. This is a pitcher plant. Pitcher plants just basically capture whatever falls in, never gets back out again.
This looks like the plant on like Rick Moranis and I forget the show. There was a movie that had the big plant that ate everything.
Right, like the Rocky Horror?
Yeah, something like that. I forget what the plant.
Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Yeah, it was something like that.
Its
I
name
don't know if that's what it
or
was.
something, I don't
Yeah, something like it. Rick Moranis.
And so anyway, this guy is more passive than the other ones. He just waits for something to climb in and then it never climbs out.
Oh.
Very cool.
Roach
Very
Motet.
cool. Dr. Sawyer, thank you for showing us your plants and this really interesting plant-animal connection. We appreciate that time this afternoon. So research that is being done by our faculty, by our students, that's where your dollars go. It's to help fund research, it's to help fund student presentations at conferences. So help us make those dreams real for our students, even for our faculty members too. Remember, we have actually reached our $120,000 mark, so we have a new goal, $130,000. All right, we can do this.
Yes.
Absolutely we can. We're gonna take a quick break, and then when we come back, we're gonna wrap up the Arts and Sciences Hour, so stick around.
My name is Tasha Ramirez. I am a senior sociology student. So when I initially started research, I knew this is what I wanted to do. But in some ways, it's also determined what I'm going to do. For example, it's made me realize that I might want to be a professor. So I have had the opportunity to not only discover the intricacies of research, but to also learn how research can help me in my career path.
My name is Ariel. I'm a senior and I'm a biology major. The research that I've been working on this semester is focusing on vegetative areas and restored and unrestored areas of our urban streams, and then comparing them to protected areas. The academic opportunities that we have through research, internships, and work study really allow us to apply our knowledge that we've learned in the classroom. And I had the chance to participate in a study abroad program where I was able to take my knowledge of the environment here in Georgia, and then somewhere else I was able to see the differences, and I could snorkel in the coral reefs instead of seeing it in a biology textbook. I really got to see everything, and it just really changed my outlook on what I was learning and kind of piece it all together.
My name is Farah. I'm a senior and I major in chemistry. Your donations allow us to travel to larger institutions to be able to use their instruments to analyze our results. Also, our travel funds help us with conferences. Conferences are a great opportunity for networking. There we can meet people who would help us find a job or talk about grad school with. But most importantly, conferences allow us to advertise what we've researched. It allows us to advertise our campus.
Something we pride ourselves on here at Clayton State University is diversity, the diversity of our student population, the diversity of our faculty. And we have someone joining us now, Chris Sant, who is an alum of Clayton State,
yes, ma'am.
Working in the criminal justice system.
Yes, ma'am.
Chris, tell us first when you graduated and what your degree is.
I graduated in the spring of 2014. I have a bachelor's in liberal studies with a minor in criminal justice.
Okay, so what led you to pursue criminal justice?
I would have to say, first off, it was a personal issue with a friend that got me interested in the field, but what solidified that interest was my opportunity to intern at the Clayton County Public Defender's Office.
Okay.
So, Chris, why did you choose Clayton State for that pursuit?
Well, Clayton State represented a school that was still close to home, and during my first few years of college, I was still working at a local mall, and so it was an opportunity to still go to school and be able to commute home without having to travel too far.
Okay. Now, once you graduated from Clayton State, how were you able to use your degree?
Well, before I graduated, I got a job at the Clayton County District Attorney's Office. I worked there for about 3 years. I actually just left that office in January, and currently I work with the State Board of Pardons and Parole in the Office of Victim Services.
Okay.
And you're not done yet. You're still continuing your education here at Clayton State?
Yes, sir. So in 2015, I started working on my master's in criminal justice, and I hope to be finished this fall.
Fantastic.
So please tell us, why is it important for our viewers to give?
It's important to give because it allows the students like myself to continue to have a dream and continue to move forward, and to help this great school that we call Clayton State continue to produce leaders of tomorrow.
Absolutely. It really does take the support of the entire community. So Chris, thank you for sharing your story and your experiences with us this afternoon. It's scholarships, that's a huge chunk of where the money that we raise today is going, to help students have the financial means to pursue their education and pursue their dreams.
And criminal justice is going to be so essential for us to have a real well-defined system in place for economic growth, for community development, And so really commend what Chris is doing.
Absolutely. So remember, as a donor, you play a part in helping students like Chris and so many others to make their dreams real. So we're going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we are going to actually close out the Arts and Sciences Hour.
Oh, that's too bad. There's so much more that we can talk about.
There is. But we'll talk about some in just a minute. So it's hard to believe we are already wrapping up Arts and Sciences Hour here on Give for Dreams, Clayton State University's annual Day of Giving. $130,000. It is in our sights, so we need your support, of course, to make that happen and to make so many more dreams real for students here at Clayton State University. As we wrap up Arts and Sciences Hour, we are joined by Dr. Joe Johnson, who is a professor of world languages. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Claire.
So, talk to us about the diverse set of opportunities that exist for students in the College of Arts and Sciences.
It's kind of tough. I mean, there's so many. We have 7 departments in the College of Arts and Sciences with multiple programs and all of them. And so it's almost kind of hard for me to wrap my mind around everything that's possible for our students to do and all the things that we offer. Like looking at some of the things that my colleagues are working on. I learned something today. I had no idea there was only one species of Venus flytrap, and I certainly seen plenty of pitcher plants in my home in North Florida. I had a chance to work with Kelly for the dance program when they did I was in a production a couple of years ago on campus, and it was awesome seeing them working with the students and seeing the music faculty getting our students ready to do a very professional production at Spivey Hall. So, those are some of the things, and what our other departments, getting students ready to be doing social work, having students working as paralegals. In my own department, churning out philosophers who then go on to law school, historians who work at the archives locally, or one of our newest majors having majors in foreign languages. So getting students so they can converse in French and in Spanish and take that into the workplace.
What have been some of your favorite moments from this past hour?
Wow. I was very interested to learn more about the film degree because that's still a relatively new program. And certainly that's a burgeoning industry in Georgia. And so I'm glad that Clayton State has plugged into that for starters, but it's also giving our students, great new opportunities to make their professional dreams come real, whether that be acting or on the production side of things. So that's an exciting opportunity for our students as well.
So what should our viewers give to the College of Arts and Sciences for? What would it help?
If you remember back at the top of the hour for Arts and Sciences, the Dean talked about what we're after is funding student travel. And that could be for student travel to present their research at conferences. And in fact, I'm on my way to a conference later this evening in Alabama, and we have 3 panels of undergraduate students at the conference where I do 18th century studies. That sounds kind of arcane, but it's not. And we have 3 panels of undergraduates, and they're going to be there presenting their research. And we find that enabling students to present their research, do study abroad, turns into a transformative experience for them. One of my own personal joys of a student who graduated from Clayton State is Colleen Walters, and she teaches in our nursing program. But Colleen's not simply a nurse; she was also a Spanish minor. And she was very enthusiastic, and she went on one of our first study abroad programs to Guadalajara. And it was, for her, for the other students who were on the program, they came back, they were Their proficiency in Spanish was greatly expanded, but they also tied it into their career as in dental hygiene and nursing. And Colleen has been the real mover and shaker for keeping that program alive and keeping students going on that study abroad. But with our demographic of student at Clayton State, we don't have lots of traditional students. We have students who are a little bit older, who often have families, who are trying to hold down a job. And so, making time in the summer to go on a study abroad or go on a research effort, it costs money.
That's right.
And sometimes that's a real impediment for them. And so giving money for that sort of thing empowers our students to have that experience.
That's right.
I sometimes wonder, professionally, or when I watch the world of giving in colleges, people will give like a ton of money to someplace like Harvard or Yale, whereas really just sort of a drop in the bucket in their huge endowment. If you give money to arts and sciences, you're giving something that's going to transform our community and have an immeasurable impact. It's going to have a much larger impact than it would contributing to somebody's foundation at a big school. It's a tangible effect, and it really does make dreams come real for the students.
It does. Joe Johnson, thank you so much for your time
Thank
this
you, I
afternoon.
appreciate it.
So giving is super, super easy. You can pick up the phone and give us a call. You can go online, clayton.edu/give4dreams. All of our projects are listed out there, so everybody, you can read up, see which project really kind of sparks something in you that you want to give to. The telephone number, it's been scrolling all across the bottom of your screen all day, 678-466-4470. You can also text to 41444.
That's right, a lot of fours.
That's a lot of fours. I finally got it down by the end of the day. So there are lots of different ways that you can give. And something that kind of strikes me about that is we're trying to meet you where you are, which is exactly what Clayton State University does. We meet our students where they are.
That's right. And tell a friend, it counts. If you tell a friend, that's like you contributing. So you can count that as double your effort, triple your effort, or however many friends that you have.
Speaking of doubling and tripling and quadrupling your effort, remember we also have a challenge in effect, the President's Cabinet Challenge.
That's exactly right.
Yes, you gave me a great lead into that.
Well, thank you.
So between now and 5 o'clock when we go off the air, the project that receives the most individual donors, so like one person can't just donate over and over again, we can't rig it.
But tell friends and they can do it for you.
Absolutely. We didn't say you couldn't pay people.
That's right.
You
Collective
just can't do
impact.
it again yourself.
Community.
But it is about community, and that's one way that our corporate partners and our academic partners are saying thank you to everybody for their involvement is with challenges like that.
That's
so
right.
$1,000 extra for the project that receives the most individual contributions between now and 5 o'clock. So we have one more hour on air coming up.
Yes.
One more hour. We have a lot that's going to go on in that last hour. So we hope you will stick around for it. We'll be right back.
Today is Gift for Dreams at Clayton State University, and we've made it easy for you to help a student's dreams come true. 4 simple ways to give. New this year is Text to Give. Make sure you know your project keyword and text 41444. Text your keyword to 41444. Visit us at clayton.edu/give4dreams. Call us at 678-466-4470, or swing by campus and visit us at the University Center until 5 p.m. So, what are you waiting for?
So it is our last on-air hour, the 4 o'clock hour of Give for Dreams.
It seems like we just started at 8 o'clock this morning.
It really does. It's gone fast.
That's
It's gone
right.
really fast today. So Jay Terry's getting a little slap happy. So I know he does this at
On
the end of
occasion,
the day.
on occasion.
My name is Claire Monroe. I am a 2015 graduate of the School of Nursing.
And as was stated, again, I'll go with the same joke I went with earlier. I am Michael Strahan. No, I'm Jay
If
Terry.
I was Kelly, though, oh
That's
my
what I'm saying.
gosh.
That's why this fits. But well, again, slap happy right now. But we are coming towards the end, and we do have some very important guests here, as all our guests are important.
Absolutely. The Clayton State University Foundation really plays such an integral role in making things happen here at the university and in ensuring that the funding is there, really. We are just so thankful for everything that the foundation does, and we really wanted to spend a couple minutes and shed a little bit more light on it. So we have a couple of folks joining us this afternoon, Leonard Moreland and Lisa Smith. Like you told me your last name just a second ago. Welcome.
Well, thank
We're
you.
glad that you guys are here. So first of all, tell us a little bit about you and your role in the foundation.
Leonard?
Thank you, Lisa. I'm Leonard Moreland. I have served a couple of terms as chairman of the Board of Trustees. I've also served as, and continue to serve as chairman of the LLC 1, which was responsible for the building of Laker Hall and the Student Activities Center. I also serve on the board of the College of Business. And then anything else that they can't find anyone else to handle, I usually get it too. So.
Too funny. I was just going to say, what about you, Lisa?
Well, I am Lisa Smith. I actually serve as the region manager for Georgia Power in the Metro South area, and Clayton State is really one of those icons. We value the partnership. I have been a trustee for about a year, and so before that I actually served on the advisory board. So I've had a chance to really learn a lot about the great things that are happening here, and I'm just honored to be a part of the foundation.
Well, the foundation is extremely important in the efforts that CSU undertakes. Can you give us a little bit of information regarding the mission and the purpose of the foundation?
Sure. We try to provide the support to the university, both in the public, to be a voice, a positive voice for the university, to raise money, to find different avenues that perhaps the state funding or tuition dollars can't cover, to help the students and the faculty and the staff.
Yes. And I did want to share, it was about a year ago that I actually met Leonard, and he's the reason that I'm involved. He is a great advocate for the university.
Apparently other people think so too. Leonard was actually just recently inducted into the Clayton State University Hall of Fame, so congratulations on that. And you shared a story about having support from your family and your community to get through school. How does your experience kind of help put you in the shoes of some of our students?
I was there. When I was heading off to college in the early 80s, there wasn't a college trust fund or a big savings account to fund my education. So as my mom sat down to fill out financial aid forms, we were just looking for funding anywhere we could get it. So loans, grants, just work study, anything that could pay my way through school. And so obviously somebody out there prepared a path that I found, and it enabled me to get through school without incurring a huge amount of debt, without having to work a couple of jobs while I was trying to get through school. So I just kind of view it as my opportunity to pay back and pay forward at the same time, because somebody cared enough to do it for me, so it would be very selfish if I didn't care enough to do it for someone else.
And so that's an awful lot. For any person that were to give, what would you say the impact would be that person is having on any student or in the university or the community?
So to me, what I would say is sometimes we often look for ways to leave a legacy or to make a difference in the community. And I believe this is an excellent way to not only change individuals' lives, as the story that Leonard shared about his life. When you change the lives of individuals, you have a chance to impact not only this university, but also this community in terms of economic prosperity, and the gift just keeps on giving. And so it is not only rewarding, but you can actually see the evidence, the results of giving. And so I'd like to encourage anyone, small, large, please give.
Absolutely. Every donation matters. It certainly does. Lisa and Leonard, thank you so much for being here and for explaining what a critical role donors really do play in the
thank y'all
success
for
of
doing
our
this
students.
as well.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. And remember, there are several ways that people can give. Let's run them down real quick.
You can still call
Yes,
466-4670.
if you say so. You can go online, clayton.edu/give4dreams.
And you can text at 41444. A lot of fours, 41444.
Good job, Mike.
All right, so when we come back, we are going to make a little magic right here at Clayton State.
What are
Stick
dreams
around.
without magic?
Hi, I'm Dr. Elliot Kropp, and I'm a professor at SIMS, the College for Information and Mathematical Sciences. In the classroom and outside, I am met by some of the best and brightest students. But some of our students need a little extra help. You see, success is equal to, as a base, academics, of course. But this can be reduced by financial need and possibly augmented somewhat by the aid that they receive. However, only a scholarship could be a multiplicative factor raised to the grit. Not grits, but grit, which is the power of the student's character. And this could make a true change in their lives. So you see, giving is easy, like an equation for exponential growth.
Today is Gift for Dreams at Clayton State University, and we've made it easy for you to help a student's dreams come true. 4 simple ways to give. New this year is Text to Give. Make sure you know your project keyword and text 41444. Text your keyword to 41444. Visit us at clayton.edu/give4dreams. Call us at 678-466-4470. Or swing by campus and visit us at the University Center until 5 p.m. So, what are you waiting for?
And we are back with a man who made me enjoy chemistry class.
I'm so glad to hear that.
Dr. Jim Braun is actually a retired professor here at Clayton State University.
Yep.
And you're here to do 2 things for us today. We're going to talk about the Retirees Association.
Correct.
And we're going to make magic.
Correct.
Okay, so let's talk retirees.
Okay.
Why is it important as a retiree to stay engaged with the university?
Well, I think there are 2 reasons that the retirement organization exists, and one is to keep contact with the people that you worked with for perhaps many, many years. There are some people that I worked with for over 30 years who are now part of the organization, and it's good to keep those contacts alive and see them a couple of times a year at least, and for special events and so on. And I think the second reason the organization exists is that we have a connection to the university. We get to retain certain perks like free parking in this time of paid parking, and just keep in contact with the administration so that we can help out when we can, and they can help us out when they can. So it's a good deal all the way around.
Well, we certainly know that there takes a lot of work to really kind of understand chemistry and be proficient in chemistry and biology and all the other sciences. And some people would think that the ability to manage these things is just kind of magic. And right now, we're going to pass this to you to show us what is the difference between the hard work. I've outlined that as study and studying several hours, but you're going to show us a little bit of magic here that relates to the topic.
Yeah. For those who don't know, Dr. Braun has been well known for years for his magic tricks. He would treat us in class to magic tricks. You've hosted a magic extravaganza here at the
That's
university. So what you got up your sleeve for us?
Well, I think the first most important thing that your viewers are probably thinking at this moment is, how do we tell out of the three people standing by the table here who the magician is? And clearly the magician is the one who has nothing up his sleeve. So I'd like to put this out there as a little reminder. Also, it's got my name on the back so that if you like what you see, you'll see my name, Jim Braun. If you didn't like what you saw or get to see, remember you saw nothing. So I'll leave this right here. I have a few things with me, and I carry some strange things around with me. Claire, maybe you know what this is. Do you have an idea what this happens to be?
That's the top to a change purse.
That's right. It's
The
a
pinch
change
top.
purse. It's a little purse, and you can carry things around in your purses. Magicians carry little spongies around in their purses, and spongies are clever little things. Have you ever dealt with a spongie before?
Yes, I
you
can
have?
use them to put on makeup.
They're very strange because if you run your finger down the center of the spongie, then it's split into two, and you have two sponges.
That's
Now, I
all
need to
right.
borrow something for you for this trick. Is that okay?
Sure.
Use your hand. Do you have a clean one?
Yes.
Oh, is that a beautiful ring? Look at that.
Thank you.
Oh, I see. It's got your name on the back, Kmart.
Nothing but the best.
Is that your birthstone on this side?
Yeah,
Plastic? Okay. I'm going to teach you the secret to working with sponges. When you work with sponges, it's a bit of a problem because you see what happens is they bounce.
Right.
They bounce all over.
Mhm.
So I'm going to teach you, not Jay, but
That's
you
all right.
to
Yeah,
work with sponges.
Okay, what's
you
the
have
secret?
to take the sponge and you have to squeeze it in your hand very tightly.
Okay.
Can you do that with the spongy?
Sure.
I want you to hold on to that spongy tightly, turn it over, don't open it until I tell you.
Okay.
Now I also carry with me a magic wand.
Every magician needs a magic
Every
wand.
magician needs a magic wand. And when you rub your hand 3 times, 1, 2, 3, look, the spongy disappears. Don't be frightened. 1, 2, 3. Is it gone? Whoa.
Okay.
Something went wrong. Okay, well, let me try this. Let me get my little purse out.
Okay.
We'll get another one if we could. And can we use your hand again?
Absolutely. Here, we'll use the other one this
the
time.
other one will be fine.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to place one in that hand. Okay, close it up. I'm going to take one in my hand, and oh, there's one left here. We'll push that in your hand too.
Okay.
All right. Turn it over, hold it down, don't open until I tell you.
Okay.
Claire, we're going to do this in the hard way. Is that okay with you?
Absolutely.
Oh, good. We're going to bounce it down through your head, running through the gray matter. Not meeting very much resistance, I'm afraid.
Probably not.
Right about now, it's in your mouth. Does it taste funny?
mm,
You have no idea where my hands have been.
No, that's what I'm
Now it's
afraid
coming down
of.
your arm right now. Does it tickle as it comes down your arm? Peeking through the pores of your hand right now. Take a look.
Oh, that's awesome.
Look at that. Oh my goodness.
I'll tell you what. One more time. Keep the hand there.
Okay.
I'm going to give you 2 of them to hold on to. I want you to
Okay.
hold on to these 2 so tightly no one could possibly get in there.
Okay.
I'm going to place this one right here, and with your other hand, do you have a finger?
Of course.
Poke that in, and that'd be fine, Claire. That's okay. All right, Claire. Here's the $64,000 question, which of course you would donate to the cause.
Well, of course,
That's right.
absolutely. To the College of
What
Health.
happens when I wiggle my hand?
We're probably going to end up with 73 spongies.
No, it just feels good. But you're close. Look, I get 1, 2, 3. But I don't want you to feel bad because you have 3 also. Take a look.
Wow!
That's fantastic.
Thank you. You were great.
That's slick.
Now it's your turn.
Okay, that's slick.
All right.
That was really slick.
All right.
Jim Braun,
Oh!
ladies and gentlemen.
This is
That's
this is a day of giving and fundraising, and so it would be pretty awful if I were to win money from you if we were to play a little gambling game. You are a gambler, right? I took you for one.
It's been said.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'm gonna give you 3 of my own personal money chips.
I
that
appreciate
There's no
that.
way you can lose money.
All right.
You can only win, and of course, anything that's won will be donated to the cause.
That is correct.
Yes,
Probably
absolutely.
for chemistry or for the CSRA.
That's right. Donated.
What I have here is a chain that's connected in a loop, and I'm going to place it down on the mat here and make a little design. This design is a figure 8.
Okay.
And you actually have 2 choices. You can choose this area here or this area here. Take a finger on your left hand, place it down firmly on the table right here. I'm going to show you what a winner is. This is practice.
All right.
This, Jay, is a winner. You see how it's wrapped all
I
the way
I
around the
do.
finger?
That's
the
right.
winner.
Okay.
Everything else is a loser.
Yes.
Are you ready to play?
I'm ready.
Okay, lift your finger up.
Okay.
And decide which money chip you want to use first.
I am going to go with red. It is my favorite color.
And that is the $1 money chip. So
All right.
place it right there.
Okay, where?
Right there.
Right here.
So you can pick it up easy when you win.
Yeah, I understand that. That's right. It's closer to me.
And you get to pick a side.
All right. I'll stick with the same side. I know that is.
Well, that's very characteristic of men. They
That's-
think
that's-
you're going to do the same thing over again.
That's right.
So, but don't feel bad. You got 2 more tries.
Okay. All right. All right.
You can do it, Jay.
Okay.
Come
That's
on.
right.
Come
So now
on.
starting out well for me.
Simple chain and a simple game. Place it down right. Which money chip are you going to use this time?
I'm going to go with blue.
That's the $25 money chip. That's
Okay.
your choice.
All right. Here we go. I'm gonna. I know. I was just thinking. I'm thinking. I was holding it so that I could be attached to it.
Now you get to pick a spot.
So of course, people would think that I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go here. That's right. Where I said. That's what I'm going to
That's
do.
exactly what I thought you would do because this would happen.
All right.
Don't despair.
Okay. Okay. Because I got one more
You've
chip
got
here.
one more chance.
I have one more chance.
One more chance.
And that's the $100 money chip too.
That's
so
right.
Place that right here.
All right. Fortunately, either way, this is going to give for dreams.
Yes.
I have a feeling that you think I've not been quite honest with you. So I'm gonna try to allay your fears and give you the benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
Do you have 2 hands?
I do.
Finger on each hand?
I do.
I want you to put one in each side of the device like so.
Okay, now watch this.
Can't lose.
I'm going to cross them to even make it more complicated.
Now, Jay, how
Yes.
fair can I be? Lift the loser, keep the winner.
Oh! Oh!
Oh, what a nice try. What a nice try.
Still blew it.
Now,
Still blew it.
That's right.
Claire, I'm sure one of the
Yes.
things that your
Blew
viewers
it.
are wondering about is the fact that what happens if the magician screws up a trick?
Well,
I mean,
yes.
I-
What
I'm
happens
told,
if the?
I'm told it can happen.
Yeah.
I mean, you've never done that.
That's right. So you would know. Yeah, right.
What
right.
happens if it just goes very badly and everybody sees the result and you have to be ready for this sort of thing.
What happens?
So, I come prepared.
That's right.
And the trick is always a success.
That's right. That's exactly
Absolutely.
right. That's
Absolutely.
excellent. Tim Hines.
All
Well,
right.
Thank you for having me on. It's been a pleasure. Good to see you
Dr.
again.
Braun, it is fantastic to see you. It has
Dr.
been a
Braun,
pleasure.
always a pleasure. Thank you.
All right. So remember, Jim Braun, Tim Hines, whoever you're rooting for, you absolutely want to donate to Give for Dreams. We still have that incentive challenge going on. The President's Cabinet will give
$1,000.
Yes, $1,000 to the project that receives the most individual donations between 3 and 5 p.m. So call, click, text, get to work and get some money for your favorite project. Up next, we are going to talk about public safety.
Today is Gift for Dreams at Clayton State University, and we've made it easy for you to help a student's dreams come true. 4 simple ways to give. New this year is Text to Give. Make sure you know your project keyword and text 41444. Text your keyword to 41444. Visit us at clayton.edu/give4dreams. Call us at 678-466-4470, or swing by campus and visit us at the University Center until 5 p.m. So, what are you waiting for?
Thanks for staying with us here on Give for Dreams, Clayton State University's annual Day of Giving. I'm Claire Monroe, and I am joined by
Jay
Terry, one of our assistant vice presidents. We're happy to have you guys here. Something new that's happening at Clayton State University this year that's really exciting is the university's public safety department has recently launched its first ever Public Safety Citizens Academy. It's to help students understand the job of public safety. We're going to take a quick look and just kind of see how it works.
Like I said, I teach kids this all the time. So again, nice. Now you don't want to just hold me. That's still good. That's still good. Now push me back and push yourself back and your hands up. Okay?
But when you started being aggressively resisting us, then you give us no choice.
I'm not going to have Star Wars fight here, okay? That's when I have to go to the deadly force here, okay? Like I said, if he closes that distance real quick, I'm going to have to make that choice.
So we're going to find out a little bit more about the Public Safety Citizens Academy with Lieutenant Chris Manos from Clayton State University's Public Safety. Thank you so much for being here this afternoon.
Thank you.
So how did this program get started in the first place?
Well, it was a collaborative effort between our department and our chief, Bobby Hamill. We approached Vice President Corliss Cummings about wanting to bring the community or the students closer to us, a collaborative effort to build trust and to let the students know that we are approachable and that they can come to us with anything.
So that's some of the takeaways that you were hoping that the entire population would get, but what were some of the other takeaways you were hoping that your students would get from actually participating in the class?
We wanted them to see how it was from our perception, policing on the street, the things we might encounter in our everyday patrol duties, and to just give them a little insight so that they could see that we just don't ride around all day in a patrol car, that we enjoy our job and we like to get out and interact with the public in a positive way.
So aside from the Citizens Academy, the department is also using technology to help students be safer. You've recently launched a mobile app.
We have, and it's called Rave Guardian. I have a example of it here. This is what the app looks like. It's free.
Okay.
They can download it on their phone. We had a little meet and greet back in November about it, but there's several icons that will help them provide a bigger safety net when we're not readily available. College pays for it. I can't accent enough that it is free. Takes about 3 minutes to download and they're ready to go. They can call our 911 center. They can send an anonymous tip if they have any information that they think we need to know about. And the Guardian part is that they can put in a timer on their phone if they're out on campus late from class, and they can put in, I'll be at my car or destination in 2 or 3 minutes. And if they don't clear the app, then we'll know that we need to start looking for them.
That is phenomenal.
It is, and we are certainly hoping that they'll all download it.
Yeah, it was that quick, actually. It did go down that quick. Less than 3 minutes.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Way less than 3 minutes.
Yes.
What's been the feedback on the app?
They like it. The ones that have downloaded it like it. They've used it. We have a lot of the staff and faculty that have already downloaded and used it, but we're trying to get more student involvement.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Great project. Thank you so much
Thank
for being
you.
here to tell us about it.
Thank you.
All right, so we're inching our way toward our goal. Inching.
But we are moving towards 130 and 121, 787. We're on our way. That's 94% to our new goal. 94% toward our new goal of $130,000. We really need your supporters. We have gone beyond the 300 mark for donors, though, so you are getting out to tell your friends. We really appreciate that.
We absolutely do. We want to say a big congratulations also to the projects that have actually exceeded their fundraising goals. College of Business, Sims, the Alumni Association, it was the magic that put them over the edge, that was it. Athletics, scholarships, and student affairs, all of those passed the 100% mark. We have some other projects that are so close, so close. Spivey Hall, 97%. College of Health, 99. Okay, College of Health.
99%.
Those are my people, come on. All right, those are my people.
That's right.
Donate, come on. We have got a lot more coming up in this final on-air hour of Give for Dreams. Up next, we are talking enrollment and admissions. So getting students here in the first place and how you can help to do that. So stay with us.
I also want to ask if individuals who are wearing orange tassels, if you could stand up, because I would like to recognize you. The orange tassel indicates a contribution by these individuals to pay forward to a class gift, the development of a Dreammaker Scholarship for the class of 2016. And I would note that the amount of money raised and the number of graduates who contributed this year to this Dreammaker Scholarship is the highest in the history of the institution. This class has proven again they have done well and believe in the future of students at this institution. So on all of our behalf, thank you.
Welcome back. Enrollment management. So not only is it important for us to get the students here, but it's important for us to get the students educated and then moving on towards their career. So our retention, our matriculation, all of these things are extremely important, and we have expanded our student population to include Move On When Ready and some other areas in high school and beyond into lifelong learning and continuing education. And today with us we have Stephen Schulteis, Assistant Vice President of Enrollment Management, and he's going to help us to really understand that process and what it is that we need in terms of help getting that done efficiently.
Hey, good afternoon. So first I'd start off by just giving a little bit of an overview of what enrollment management is. Mm-hmm. It's not always such a popular topic and one that's a little foreign to some. So enrollment management is the intersection, it's like a fancy word for the intersection of the faculty, staff, and students, all associated with the work on getting students to enroll, to retain, and to graduate.
Okay. So one of the things that Clayton State is known for and that we really pride ourselves on is a diversity of student population. But that can really have some implications in terms of financial need.
Mm-hmm. Sure, there are three different types of students that I'm just going to talk briefly about. The first is we've got nearly half of our student population is made up of students who are first generation in their family to go to college. Mm-hmm. And so this is significant because they really haven't had somebody to help give them the guidance, to help maybe plan, to set up a savings account, or to really know how to navigate the college process. Another one, which makes up a significant population for us, is transfer students. Nearly, probably the majority of our students are transferring in from different institutions, sometimes 2 to 3, and sometimes as many as 4 to 5 other institutions. And so by coming here from those other locations, they've oftentimes used up what they may be eligible for from state or federal aid, so they have a need. And then the last population are those students who actually are unable to meet their need on their own because they've used up their financial aid or some part of the process and learning through it. And so the foundation helps the students who have that gap where they have not been able to completely save up or establish enough money for them. And we've seen phenomenal results for it. So students who receive the scholarships and grants through the foundation, we see high success rates on graduation. So we're really, it's making a difference in those students' lives.
So it seems as if students have an awful lot of options here. And can you talk to us a little bit about majors?
Sure. We've got 49 different programs, and the list is growing for the fall of programs that students can enter into. Mm-hmm. Those programs are exciting, dynamic, aimed at student success and preparing students to enter the workforce. Mm-hmm. We're serving students from all over the world, but mostly within a 50-mile radius of this campus. Mm-hmm. And the foundation, again, really helps those students who may not have been able to plan and save up the money to make it through. The students have a desire, they've got the ability, but sometimes just need a little bit of help financially to make it through their programs.
So what's in the works for enrollment management?
We are in the process of launching a strategic enrollment management plan, which is a 5-year plan to help gauge us through how we're going to grow our enrollment, how we're going to continue to improve our retention and graduation rates, and a bit of a roadmap for us over the next 5 years.
Terrific. And so when people donate today to Give for Dreams, you can kind of help write that roadmap, if you will.
That's right.
For the future students and for the students who are here right now. So Stephen, thank you so much for spending some time with us this afternoon.
Thank you. Have a great day.
All right, you too.
So we are going to take a quick break, but before we do go to that break, remember you can text us, you can call us, you can go online, or if you're on campus, come visit us. We're having super fun here.
That's right. Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
Drop by, say hello to everyone. We're all here, and we're hoping that you can be here with us.
Yep. So when we come back, we're going to talk about a couple of different things, the EDGE program, and we will talk about alumni engagement. So stick around for all that and a whole lot more.
Today is Give for Dreams at Clayton State University, and we've made it easy for you to help a student's dreams come true. 4 simple ways to give. New this year is Text to Give. Make sure you know your project keyword and text 41444. Text your keyword to 41444. Visit us at clayton.edu/give4dreams. Call us at 678-466-4470. Or swing by campus and visit us at the University Center until 5 p.m. So, what are you waiting for?
So clearly when someone graduates from Clayton State University, your relationship with the university does not end. They keep sucking us back in. We're going to talk a little bit more about that this afternoon with Layla Tatum, who is our university alumni guru. So talk to us about ways that the Alumni Association actually helps students stay in touch.
Sure. Well, first, we just do a really good job of trying to keep our alumni informed on what's happening on campus, some of the opportunities that exist for them. We do that through email, we do that through letters, we do that on social media. And then secondly, we have a lot of volunteer groups that do outreach. 2 big ones are the Alumni Board and the Young Alumni Council that are really involved. And those are based on age groups and times that they graduated, that sort of thing.
So what do those groups do?
Sure. The Young Alumni Council are folks that have graduated in the past 10 years, and they're really focused on events-based outreach, ways to keep recent graduates connected with the university and with each other. Some of them are social opportunities, some of them are professional development opportunities. The Alumni Board is leaning a little bit more towards folks who have been out of school a little longer, and they're looking a little bit more strategic. They kind of step back and they help advise us on ways to keep alumni connected. They help us with fundraising efforts, and they help with a lot of our professional development opportunities.
Well, for those that are just leaving, can you tell us a bit about the senior class gift?
Sure. Yeah, so the senior class gift is an opportunity for our graduating seniors to give back right before they leave. And why that's important is they're giving to a scholarship fund for basically for others, they're helping other seniors. That scholarship fund, the Senior Class Gift Dreammaker Scholarship, are for seniors whose financial aid has ran out. and they would not otherwise be able to graduate without these funds. So.
Fantastic.
Two of the things we're raising money for today, the Alumni Association and the Senior Class Gift Dreammaker Scholarship. So Layla, thank you for shedding some light on both of those things for us. You wear a lot of hats around here, that's for sure. So we appreciate that. And then Jay Terry, a program that you're involved in that kind of transitions with all of this too is called the EDGE.
Absolutely. And so EDGE is a strategic initiative that we have within our strategic plan that helps connect all of our students and our alumni, in fact, together to help our students to articulate the skill sets that they've gained here, the value added that they've gained here, and how that transfers and translates to the careers that they pursue. And so we find that it is extremely important that we meet the needs of the industry partners that we have, our community partners who are asking us to make sure that the students are employable and that they have these, what we'll call the common workplace skills. And there's no better community than the alumni and our industry partners to provide some of that mentoring and some of that support. But in the donations that would be given, it's been talked about a bit all day, that the experience that our students would be able to kind of attain by going outside of the campus and attending conferences and job shadowing and going to dinner events and having a proper suit or the proper attire to actually kind of go through mock interviews with real employers, real HR departments, real managers, real supervisors. That's really going to kind of guide students not only to find out what they need to do to be prepared for their interview, prepared for their job, but prepared today to find out what skills they should be looking for in the classes and how those skill sets are brought to them within the class and how they should keep them, store them, hone them such that they are ready to hit the ground running and then move and matriculate through the hierarchy of the career or the industry that they move towards. And we know that the mentorship from Alumni Services and the participants in the alumni chapters will kind of help us make those dreams real.
So mentoring, mock interviews, what other types of things do our students involved in with the EDGE?
So again, we're hoping that we have an opportunity to give them internships. And in some cases, those internships will be paid, and in some cases they'll be unpaid. We really want to give them the opportunity for the experience, but even in the unpaid, we have transportation issues that we need to help our students kind of manage. We have issues related to being able to pay for school in the first place to meet the needs for the internship course that is associated with their major. So the scholarships that come in also kind of support those efforts. The conferences, as I said before, being able to attend those conferences, those workshops, and those career fairs are going to be extremely important for the students to understand what it is that they've gained here and how to articulate that to the industry that might find them to be valuable.
So it really is about connecting, students and the community and alumni, putting really all of the pieces together.
That is correct.
That's what it sounds
That's
like.
right.
That's what it sounds like. So, giving. Giving is really where it all starts, and giving is what can make these things happen.
That's right.
And so we got to encourage people to give.
We can manage it. And I know that the entire Clayton State community, we're able to come together in this particular time of need to do what we know will result in significant success. And we know that we have a great team. We know that we have a great community and we have great partners and great partnerships that will make us successful. We know that.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we're going to take a quick break, and while we're in that break, we're actually going to learn a little bit more about scholarships and how it's really a very simple equation.
All right, thank you for staying with us. We appreciate you hanging in there. We're in the last hour of our show here, but we are not in the last hour of giving. We have plenty of time, for you to contact us, come down, see us, again by the phone numbers, the text numbers, and we have a lot of opportunities for you to contribute. One of those opportunities is a Dream Maker Scholarship, and it's extremely important because it helps fulfill financial need for a student that may not otherwise graduate without that. And here we have with us today Brianna, and Brianna's going to talk to us a bit about the Dream Maker Scholarship.
Hi. Yes, so I am on the Dream Maker Scholarship. It is actually an academic scholarship, which is good for me because when I was in high school, trying to find a scholarship that would pay for my school was very difficult for me because even though my mom and my family, like, we were so blessed and did have the financial ability to pay for my schooling, my mom was like, no. Well, it's funny, I guess I'll give you guys a little bit of background information about my life. When my mom was pregnant with me, she was 22 years old, a college dropout, and working at Circuit City. And when she had me, she said that I just completely changed her life. Like, it was a wake-up call, that she really needed to get her life together. And so she went back to school. She was a full-time mom, a full-time student, and I remember her graduating when I was around like 5 years old with her bachelor's degree in engineering. And now she's very successful, is the breadwinner of our family, and she's honestly like my hero. So growing up, she always wanted me to pay for my own school because she told me that it is just so much more meaningful that way. Like, you really understand the value of your education if you can pay for it yourself. And she was just like, you're not going to take out loans, you're going to pay for it all by yourself, and that's just the way it's going to be done. And I searched forever to try to find any other school, any other scholarships. When I tell you, like, every weekend I was holed up in my room trying to find scholarships online. It was like my eyes would be burning from looking at the computer screen for so long. And it was really difficult because a lot of the scholarships that are out there are like based on athletics and based off of things that I really don't have. I'm extremely clumsy, so I was just like, this is not working. And one day I was actually talking to my friend, and she was here hosting earlier, Jessica Charman. When I was talking to her earlier, she I was dual enrolling here when I was a senior in high school, and so I was just like a little bit worried. I was a little bit apprehensive. I was like, look, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like, it's getting closer and closer to when I graduate from high school, and I still have no idea what school I'm going to go to. Still, nobody's giving me enough money. I don't know what to do. And she was just like, oh, girl, like, you should apply for the same scholarship that I'm on because I'm on it, and it's not sports related. It's totally academic, and they pay for your housing and they pay for your tuition. And I was like, okay, so I applied, and I got an interview, and I was even surprised to get an interview. I was like, wow. And then I actually remember we were on our way to a concert. We were going to go see Panic at the Disco at University of West Georgia, and we are in the car driving there, and then all of a sudden I get a phone call from Mark Dodona, and he's like, you got the scholarship. And when I tell you that I cried in the car, like driving down the highway, and that whole night was probably like the best night of my life because I knew that I had accomplished something that my mom had set up for me to do since I was in kindergarten, basically. Yes.
And that's how you do it.
That's it.
That's the story right there, making those dreams real. Brianna, we are so happy that you are here with us today.
Oh, thank you.
We are going to take a quick break. When we come back, we are wrapping up our live broadcast, and we are going to go out with a bang. So stick around.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Elliot Kropp, and I'm a professor at SIMS, the College for Information and Mathematical Sciences. In the classroom and outside, I am met by some of the best and brightest students. But some of our students need a little extra help. You see, success is equal to, as a base, academics, of course. But this can be reduced by financial need and possibly augmented somewhat by the aid that they receive. However, only a scholarship could be a multiplicative factor raised to the grit Not grits, but grit, which is the power of the student's character. And this could make a true change in their lives. So you see, giving is easy, like an equation for exponential growth.
All right, we are back. We've got the gang's all here. We'll zoom out here in a second and show the gang all here to wrap things up on our live broadcast today for Give for Dreams. It's been so exciting having everybody here. It really has. We want to remind everyone in this last few minutes that we're on air, we are in the President's Cabinet Challenge. Your people are ponying up.
They are. And they're making me pay if they pony up.
Yes, we love it. We love it. So remember how those incentive challenges work. Between 3 and 5 p.m., the project with the greatest number of individual donors will receive an extra $1,000 courtesy of the President's Cabinet.
Absolutely.
Wow. Yes,
Absolutely.
indeed, indeed. So you guys, today has been an absolutely amazing day.
Yes, it has been. A lot of goals have been reached. I know student affairs reached their goals.
Athletics, of
reached their
course,
goals.
reached their goals. Yeah, guys.
Wait. It's not over yet.
It's not over yet.
No, we're close.
We're very close. We're very close.
We can see the finish line.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
And the light at the end of the tunnel is not a train.
No.
No, it's not a train. It's $130,000.
Yeah. One more incentive
So
we want to
thank
remind you of, though, is the student organizations. Guess what, student org? You still have opportunity to win that $500 for your student org. All you need is for your donors to give $5 or more. So my student orgs, push, get that money. You know you could use it.
Absolutely. $500 goes a long way.
A very long way to grow the student orgs, right?
And really, every dollar we raise today is going a long way.
Absolutely.
It is. We are funding so many different projects and programs across campus. I mean, things that are going to just make such a difference in the lives of our students. They really are.
$500 may be the difference between a student coming back in a semester and not. $500 may be the difference between a student project being completed or not. $500 may be the difference between equipment that will allow students to advance within their programs or not. It may not seem like a lot, but each bit contributes to students, faculty, and staff who can make dreams come true.
Absolutely. So remember, go online, call, come see us, do anything you can, text us, make your donation. It has been so fabulous to be here with everybody again, and we are so excited about how our day is going.
Excellent. That's right. Hey. I see you. Good.
All right. Thank you, everyone.